Bulldogs in Brad Johnson. Jared, it's a mouth-watering encounter on the Sunday ticket.
It is, Corbin. Just look at that ladder. That says it all. There is potentially the Western Bulldogs to come in, which means maybe one of these sides is to go out. We know that the Gold Coast have got a game up their sleeve, but Jono, this one is an absolute ripper. The tsunami got back into vogue last week. The fin factor was prevalent, and we know that Damien Hardwick doesn't tag too often, so the fin factor may be really prevalent today again.
Oh, it's going to be a huge game. The pressure is building, as we've mentioned a couple of times already, for these teams. So we look forward to what it will be put on display this afternoon.
Have to make this small.
153 to Buderick as well for the Gold Coast Suns. Looking forward to see the way and the role that Connor Buderick plays for Gold Coast this afternoon. But outside of that, the pressure's starting to build because of what's happening around the Gold Coast Suns, what's happened traditionally at this time of year after the bye. They're an improved team. We've seen some great football throughout the season for them, but it's just starting to fall away. And what happens with their wins post the bye. They're on 8 at the moment. They need to get to 13. So one, they need to break the streak.
Morning, afternoon.
5 and 6 wins in the run home to make sure that they can guarantee a spot in September
Now, Uncle.
in 2025. And they need to improve around the contest. That's where the drop-off is really starting to fall away.
Both of today's multis are built using 90% hit rate in the last 10 games.
Round 7, unbelievable top 5 in the competition. 8 to 13, you can see the drop-off. That's the
90% or more. Every leg.
By this group to Damien Hardwick and the coach and the way that he
So,
structures them up around the
fingers
contest.
crossed.
They need to get themselves back in the top 8 in these two areas.
We'll see how it goes. They're all very high odds. Well, I figured it's my bonus bets, so I've already lost the money. So I may as well just experiment with it. But I've got $9.75 to 1. And $9.50 to 1.
And he was probably the recipient of your team being back to their very best last week. Yeah, I think ball speed helps keep forward.
No, I didn't split it into 3 because I was experimenting today, so I wasn't too...
It'll be another challenge against a strong defensive team in the Suns this week, but we just got to keep giving our forwards opportunities to get split off their opponents.
Didn't know how the experiment was going to go.
Quickly and let them get to work. Yeah, well, your forward line's going to look very different this week with Stringer and Green coming into the side.
If it goes well, maybe next week.
Yeah, been really strong. We kept him out an extra few weeks just to make sure that we're trying.
Because I'll be at the footy next week.
His body's missed with a couple of hamstrings over the season so far. So it's taken a little while to adapt to our.
Well, it's okay because I'll be winning 40 plus.
The extra 2 weeks. And hopefully that pays off in the back half of the season.
For one game. So
he went out into the midfield. He'll play a little bit of midfield, a little bit of forward. We'll let him dictate where he starts, how he's feeling, who he's got. We'll give him that bit of a license. And Sam Taylor is one of the best defenders in
so we're very similar. Very, very similar.
How do you replace him or cover him?
Was yours hot legs?
Change to the magnets? Yeah. Leck will play tall. Yep. We feel like he's a key back.
Or did you build your own?
One of those types. He's going to have a strong challenge today against Walter and King, but yeah, he'll play key back, and we'll shift him. We'll build back to play as a back again. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for your time, and I reckon get your playlist into the mix next week. Yeah, it might be a bit more enjoyable. All right. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Lynchy, and thanks to Adam Kingsley, the coach of the Giants. So the 20th edition of the Expansion Derby, as it's been dubbed, GWS and Gold Coast has never been more important for the contest of the season.
Very tempted to go Ben King
in the top 8 tonight.
2 or 3
The opening bounce is coming up next. The Giants
with no Taylor.
On the Sunday ticket.
Yeah, I reckon it'd be very similar because even at 90%, you'd be ticking off 5 games in a row somewhere. Have I got a bet return today?
Business books get wild. Wrangle them with NAB Bookkeeper, our new all-in-one bookkeeping solution.
Alright. Tell you what.
NAB, more than money.
Planning even just a few dinners a week with HelloFresh can help in
Same game multi.
In a couple
goals.
Of taps, you can easily customize a recipe.
Let's go Ben King 3.
Stuff like that,
Jesse Hogan 2.
HelloFresh, hello dinner.
Cadman 1. Ben Long 1. And Walter. Richard Walter? Jeff Greg. You know, let's keep with those 4. Bet return. And let's go with 5.
Legend says that
$5 on that.
cooked in the car park,
They perfected the sizzle at their local footy club.
these sorcerers of the sausage,
Captain nurturers and guardians of the grill.
who master the jar.
Just a nice little
sauce,
goal kicker
the
multi.
onions.
Excuse me, can I have some more onions, please?
Now we're celebrating these legends of the Tongs and their clubs with legendary prizes up for grabs every week. Nominate your legend for your
We're actually
club's
winning today.
team.
Yes, we are. Is that threatening the AFL, dude? Yeah. We've implemented the new on Sportsbet on the phone. The new percentages out of 10.
The beautiful Harbour City, and there is, of course, the Harbour Bridge with the Opera House in the background, and what a setting it is going to be today. GWS and Gold Coast are 2 newcomers in the competition to duke it out for a spot in the top 8. The winner will remain there at the end.
So every leg today has hit in 9 out of their last 10 games at least.
20th meeting. GWS have really lorded it over the Suns in recent times. They have won 13 of the last 14 hitouts.
Michael's going for
Kelly
it.
Underwood's here for the call. Good afternoon, Cal.
Good afternoon, Corbs. Great to be here. Suns have never won at this stage.
Ah.
There's 2 stadiums in Australia they're yet to win at. Here at NG and at Adelaide Oval. They're 0 from 5 against the Giants. They lost 1 here against the D's during the COVID era as well. But of course, earlier this year, Fremantle had their first ever win at this stadium.
We have to listen to
Now,
Kelly
Anderson
Underwood.
For the Suns, the captain wins the toss and will kick to the left of screen. The Giant screen, and it is the Suns that we're calling. Corbin, are you sure it's not the
West Coast?
Eagles?
It's definitely
Haha.
the Suns in their new
Ha 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 ha.
flagship. So it's the first
She
time
made
we've seen
joke
this.
of new colours.
Taken
Ha 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 ha.
inspiration from the famous landscape, the sun-bleached sand and the blue Pacific Ocean, Jared. So that's the reason for the gold and the blue.
And their skipper has led the way. Their challenge for the Suns has been to win away from home. They've always been competitive on the Gold Coast, but the captain has taken up the challenge, and you can just have a look at his numbers there. Away from
I'm not gonna
home,
lie, it says shithole on
he's
my
been
screen,
travelling
General.
magnificently. He's having a fantastic season. Could well be his first All-Australian jumper. Has deserved it. It's always tight to get a midfield spot, but to be able to produce at home and away is the core ingredient of all.
Maybe I'll get a sex change and just move into the position to replace her.
Of GWS this afternoon. No Sam Taylor. Can King or Walter set them alight or set it alight this afternoon with the matchups that they will respectively get? So there's challenges there. Their leader in the back half of the ground is not there. There's others that will need to stand up in his absence, and we wait to see how that goes. And we look at the matchups at the other end of the ground. Looks like Mac Andrew is going to start.
Interesting.
The top 9.
I wonder how Mac Andrew goes on Jesse Hogan here.
Bracket. There's only 18 of these matches to go in the season. Top 9 teams against each other. GWS 3 and 5 in such games, and the Suns are 3 and 3. So a fascinating one this afternoon. Here we go.
Off we go from NG Stadium. The more experienced player wins. Gets the free kick against the 3rd gamer in Madden, and they're off. Anderson goes long.
Oh, lol.
Right.
Goal! Ben Long!
So a goal here, straight away to Ben Long. It was the 2-on-2 marking contest.
We've got a tick in the first 15 seconds of the game.
And within seconds, the Gold Coast Suns get the first goal.
Yeah, it's a great start. You've got an inexperienced ruckman playing for the Giants, and he's given away a free kick first up. It's a nice, easy out the front stoppage. Out the back, another free kick in the goal square. Have a look at that. They were asleep there, the Giants. And then just a long kick to the dangerous area. Not quite sure what the free kick was for, but nevertheless, they have just roved that beautifully. You couldn't
16 goal kickers last night, and only 3 out of 4 hit. What? Oh, yeah. And now I've got 2, and I've got one of them ticked off already.
There's Ben Long's impact, so at least
No, I've got 3.
every game this season. He's number 1 rated forward in the competition a few weeks ago. The time he's had since linking up with Damien Hardwick at the Suns. A stoppage repeat in the middle. Not a fan of the jump.
Come on.
Jared.
There we go.
I just think it looks a little bit too much like one that's been celebrated over in the West for a long period of time, but times are changing.
Kicked off in the first
That's the one
16 seconds.
So do I.
Third jumper this year after the rebrand. Witts back in his native New South Wales. Got a handball forward. Green though to Ash to Kelly. Oh, out to Iden. Moves it on to Callahan.
Good set. Oh no.
Fonte left it behind. Rao goes and gets it. And got it out. Shoots a hand pass forward. And then tackled. Ash held up.
Ben Long aggressive to start. He's got his goal on the board. Nice bump on Kelly. Nice strong tackle there as well.
Madden palms it down. Callahan. And Powell is all locked up. We'll go again. Madden again. Straight down to Tom Green, but he's set upon. Somehow gets clean hands. Sits for Kelly. Off to Callahan.
Tell you what, we're racking up some disposals here, actually.
Callahan, busy early. Leaping up with plenty of confidence is Cadman. Coming off his PB, his career best, and playing his 50th today. Booted 5 goals at the Gabba last week.
Well, Finn Callahan was superb last week, and Jono, it's not like it's just going to be a shootout this, and Callahan will hurt.
There's Toby trying to work his way through the pressure from Powell. Madden's hand pass smothered, and there's Anderson again. Backs it forward.
PB, his career best, yep.
Long worries him out of it. Got it away, but straight to Ainsworth. Hand pass dishes it forward to Anderson again. He eyes the sticks. The leader, Anderson, makes it the first.
Hello, hello. Gold Coast first 2.
Well, he's on fire early, isn't he? Noah Anderson, Jerry, you mentioned he's away from home.
Oh, yeah.
And how well he's playing.
He's changed pillows, Jono.
I think he brings his own away with him. And he's had 3 disposals already and a goal. He's really setting them up nicely. They're working hard. Raul Anderson combination early in this game.
I should have taken that, though.
And they've taken the initiative
Was
in the
that Brown?
midfield, and they're winning that battle.
Now it's on.
Not sure about that, Jono. Are you pro the pillow travel?
Oh, I used to take my own pillow.
You did?
Yeah.
On board or checked in?
No, it's in the suitcase.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You're going to do it. It's only that way.
It's hidden away.
Yeah.
Well, it was a good rebound. The big ruckman had it. They smothered that. 3 handballs. Goal from just outside 50. It's a good start by the travelling team.
Dynamic start.
Jesus. They've lost all 7 games here at NG by an average of 66.
Caught. Stung.
Wow.
And they go again through Miller. Take advantage. Here's Humphrey. Fires it out. Miller follows it up. With the snap, throws it on the boot. Oh, it's an explosive start at NG Stadium by the Suns.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's explosive, Cal. It's powerful. What a start.
What the fuck is going on here?
Extremely happy with this and what their midfield is producing at the moment. They're the ones leading the charge in here. Miller again. Just that pressure when GWS win the ball. They're just winning it back quickly. They're efficient. They're competing inside forward 50, and then it's the run-on and follow-up. So Anderson with a goal, Miller with a goal, both out of the midfield.
Can we get fucking Ben King for a goal, please?
Giants need to wake up.
3 goals in 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
2 of their goals for their midfielders.
Yep, just rolling in. You can see Adam Kingsley now having a
Already.
stern chat, probably earlier than he'd like in the game.
3 entries for 3 goals. The Suns by 18 points. And the Giants stunned. Just over 2 minutes.
Going again.
Off the game clock as Rao gets it going forward again.
Oh!
Takes a one-hander.
Well, the Giants' clearance differential has been a real problem for them. They've had a lot of issues with their midfield, but just getting the ball away from clearance has been horrendous so far. They're ranking 15th in the competition. And this is for a side in the 8. And tonight, or today, they are getting spanked out of the middle and clearances around the ground.
Oh, fucking awful. What the fuck?
Bailey Humphrey on the
He's missed.
punt. Sails goalward, but it's left.
Had the distance.
Behind. Oh, what a start. 4 entries, 4 scores. And all of a sudden the Suns playing with a 19-point head start.
You're right, Jared. You touched on the clearance issues been a problem all year, really, for the Giants. But last week, their centre clearance was a huge strength. They were +8 in centre clearances against Brisbane.
Could Noble get some touches, please?
Make a mess of it. And it'll be a boundary throw in.
Lynchy, sorry.
Lynchy, what is it at ground level? What are you sensing at ground level in terms of these two teams and what Gold Coast are producing early?
Well, it's actually very similar to 2 weeks ago when GWS played against Port Adelaide. In the first 10 minutes, you just felt they were off. You know, and they haven't got a real presence. They haven't touched the ball. There's no physical impact at the moment and are very slow to react.
Anderson is on and he's involved in his passage of play. Fiorini in the King direction. Buckley's got the match up with him. Kept him goalless last time they played at this stadium late last year. Still alive here.
Oh,
that's
gotta get it again.
Oh, they're in for the quick kill. Ainsworth with
Bang, bang, bang. 4 goals. 3.5 minutes.
He was always thinking that, Jared.
I think the whole GWS team should exile themselves to Madagascar.
Lynchy spoke about Gold Coast and how they're just moving first, they're reacting first. They're putting pressure on. You see missed tackle there, easy dodge, but that first touch there opened the goals up for Ainsworth off the ground. He read it beautifully. Made the right decision.
And there's great vision.
Oh.
It was a clear path to goal. He nailed it. We came here thinking Sam Taylor's absence may be a problem. But I don't think Sam Taylor would have had too much to do with this particular one. It was a ground ball. It was just a moment of inspiration.
Well, I don't think Sam Taylor's...
And the jug still
I mean, maybe, but his direct opponent hasn't kicked a goal yet, though. Ben King hasn't kicked a goal, so it's everyone else that is doing shit, I guess.
Coming flying off the side of the square, Flanders, but it's Miller. He gets possession, kicks it forward. Angwin picks it off for the Giants. Now Ash to Green, back in the side. He lifts his team.
Nope.
Picked off. An intercept mark for Jeffrey.
That's 4 out of 4 centre clearances.
Jeffrey easily just dances around Darcy Jones. Now the forward 50 kick again for the Suns. Punched away at the back. Saving work done by Buckley. Throw in.
Like, massive crowd. All 14 of them cheering for GWS. Haven't had much to cheer about today.
Into position to be able to defend the high ball accurately.
Wits with the spoil. And Fonte runs it over.
The coach has got some problems. One of his issues is to keep calm and keep the process going. But at this stage, it's full breakdown. Haven't gone inside forward 50. So some massive challenges there for Kingsley to get this side back in track.
You know what? It's because it doesn't have a roof, Uncle. If the stadium had a roof, more people would come.
Tells his teammate where he wants him, and that's exactly where Brown takes the mark. Barely seen it right of screen.
Yeah, it's fucking my multi because John Noble is nowhere near the ball.
Got a loose player and can go to him. Angwin, first game of the season. And then uses Iden. Just slow and steady on the build-up here for the Giants. Heads are spinning. They're a little rattled, a little dazed after this brilliant start from the Suns. Riccardi.
Nice build up there. Hogan.
Says, I'm the goal kicker, I'll take it. And he'll shake to look to go home, will he? No, he's just going to pop it up.
Sets it up.
Looked for Cadman. Wasn't a great kick to his advantage.
Give it a Noble, oh you prick.
And the Suns should
give it a Noble, give it a Noble.
Here, although Flanders finds himself in trouble. No whistle, they stopped.
Up it goes. Punched away by Himmelberg, back inboard. Here's O'Halloran. Shoots a hand pass back. Quick kick comes goal.
Out of full.
He's going to miss everything.
That just sums up GWS at the moment. Like stopping like that. Play to the whistle. You know you're engaged when you just keep going and you're flying through. Don't expect something that's not there. Tom Green just paused, thought he was going to win. His teammate was going to win.
Good, no ball.
Kick, no
like that.
Get on with it.
Finally, Ollie.
Off the back flank. Thumps it long down the wing. And Humphrey, another mark with the body on Himmelberg. Now turns, sends it long inside 50 again, where they've been dangerous so far. Reed hands to it. Walter at the drop. He's taken high. And another look at them for the Gold Coast Suns in what has been a jaw-dropping start.
No, it's been a magnificent start, but there's, you know, one-on-one contests that are being lost that just shouldn't be. Himmelberg should never
Nearly
be
put Walter in for the goal.
In a mark.
Twice.
I mean, that is just something that they'll look at that and think, gee, how the hell's that going? He's just got lower and gone after the ball, so well done to the young fellow. Sets up another shot at goal.
So his numbers in the bottom right there, so 2 in every 3's scoring shots this year. Jed Walter, picked 3 from a year ago.
Thank God I didn't.
Commentator's curves, he's missed the whole set.
Won't count to his...
It doesn't affect his 2 out of 3.
Won't affect it in terms of the numbers that we see.
Oh, that got cancelled. That got cancelled. So, unfortunately, I'm here for fucking both games today. I still might secretly just exit at 3/4 time. if it continues like this.
Quick up on his feet, and he's the backup ruck for the Suns. Behind Witts. Back in the team this week, one of 3 inclusions.
Yeah, Nice ended up quite sick, so we've cancelled and going to reschedule when she's better.
A fumble, Angwin, and they've coughed it up. Anderson involved yet again. The sharp pass into the pocket. Goes straight through the legs of Aaliyah. Flanders fires it back. Miller, quick rushed kick. Bouncing ball, scrambling ball in the goal square. And just offline. It was a rushed kick from King.
Full handballs working early, Jared, for Gold Coast, especially out of that stopping situation.
Well, Nick Madden did the right thing there, got in front, won the corner, hit it to his teammate, and it still got stripped.
They need us to make good round of footy.
Contest kick to half back. Oh, then the drop closey.
This is the kind of thing when you put Essendon in primetime footy.
Kicks to full forward for the Suns.
You get shit rounds.
Ben Long's got it again. The first of the day, the blink of an eye. Really, we're, what, 8 minutes into the match and the game clock, and this could be number 5.
Oh, huge start from Ben Long, but huge start from Gold Coast midfield. Yep. They've been so strong and dynamic in the early part of the game, setting up inside 50 after inside 50, and their forwards are cashing in.
What a statement after the bye. Ben Long moves in, and that is a let-off.
That's a massive
You've got to be kicking them.
That's the difference with this team. Like,
Give me 30 points up in the first 10 minutes. That's fucking disgusting.
To, you know, bury an opposition early in the first quarter. 10 minutes gone, put 5-3 on the board to start this game.
So now 3 behind and 1 out of bounds on the full.
So now they have to defend with intent, because you can't allow a miss like that to turn into a score for GWS the other way.
Every time they go inside forward 50, they're just scoring just about. They've only missed on a couple of occasions.
Madden Riccardi just flicked on. Fighting hard in there as Anderson gets a handball away. Close.
Good tackle.
Met heavily by Brown. And now the turnover. Madden. Bedford. Back. Gee, they're out of sorts, aren't they? Whitfield. Oh, that's a big collision. Charging him was Ben King. Whitfield's down. It was a hip and shoulder, but it might have collected Whitfield a little high here.
Both there at the same time, actually.
Ooh.
King got there first. Went down for the ball.
Yeah, and he, with the shoulder, gets him to the head.
Perfect technique. That was great.
Hit him in the head. Is it perfect?
Now Callahan, after receiving the handball from Rouston. Brown kept his feet. Slips over though. It's an awkward one. Here's a chance. Can he boot it? Eventually Riccardi.
Damn.
Thomas somehow got
That was Hogan.
Riccardi, and they've got their first on the board. And it took 15 minutes of play at NG Stadium.
Well, they eventually got it there after Gold Coast had a chance at the other end through Long to kick a goal.
Yeah, we need some domination from GWS, because they're all falling behind. I need Rioli and Noble to touch the ball, but it's never fucking down there for them to do that.
All over the place here. Can't afford to lose your feet, especially right in front of goal. And that opened things up for GWS to kick their first of the afternoon.
Yeah, a little podgy bounce from the TW Sharon. You can rack that one up to the footy gods. But a good handball under some heat.
Yep. Bring on the Bulldogs, Richmond.
Much needed one. Fair to say.
And yet Tom Green's got 8 fucking disposals. I don't understand how. They haven't had the fucking ball.
He's Hogan, slick hands to Toby Green. All the stars link up. And Green's kick is just touched on the line.
It was better though. 1 centre bounce. Nice clearance. So gave the forwards first time today a chance to compete one-on-one.
Rioli's kick.
So, well, that's 2 for Rioli right there.
Pass coughs it up. Kelly into the pocket for Riccardi. Tumbles it goalward. He's got it there. He's kicked 2 in 2 minutes. And the Giants are back in it.
It's bloody raining goals. 6 goals in 10 minutes.
GWS creating the smother on Rioli. Winning the
There goes my danger theory.
Covered it. So they had players out goal side off the back of this turnover here. Nice smother. And then the one over the top. He just did a handball quickly. Kelly in the right place, compressing up. Handball received to Buckley, who had to finish. Oh, he had a couple of players that may have been open corridor side, but in the end it doesn't matter because he finished with a beautiful goal. Gets the bounce, Jared.
Yeah, they heard it ram. Could be a good one for that. 427 first innings, good score. Nowadays, most teams don't get to 400 in first innings.
Response by the Giants. They needed something.
And part 100?
The last
I think.
2 to the Giants. Flanders. Sexton Flanders. Getting on his bike and trapping it. Ainsworth. Already kicked a ripper of a goal. Weller. Just bangs it. It'll be a 2-on-2. King rises from behind. Ben Long.
Nothing worse than forwards coming off the square and getting centre clearances. I mean, the defenders have got to be nailing them, not allowing them to outnumber.
Surely we score 400 against the Windies though, right?
With Toot Miller, but,
maybe not without Steve Smith.
Again with Flanders playing that role.
Wits in front. Tom Green. Down the line, the acting captain from last week in Kelly. Hewland's
ball.
Great tackle by Toby.
It really is, and they needed that. They needed a big tackle in this game.
There's been plenty of broken, haven't there?
Yeah, that's right.
And he's back in this team. I mentioned Josh Kelly, the acting captain. That's because Toby Green missed last week. An inspirational win at the Gabba. It was an ordinary kick. It made life really difficult for Tom Green. Usually when the Greens combine, it's a highlight reel. Kelly handballs back into space. Ash under the pump. He's given it straight to Reed, and then Whitfield holds him up.
Forward half pressure superb by the Suns, Jono. They've created a lot of turnovers. And they've got inside the heads of the home team.
Madden got it down to Weller. He's 150th. Kick smothered. He's Callahan. Bursts his way through in characteristic fashion. A lefty. Sends it down the wing. Hewland jumps in front. Hogan broke it up.
That's ball again. No, just off. Look, I feel like the quarter's about to finish. There's been so many goals.
He's Green. Got Finn running by. Oh, didn't give it initially, and then Finn was surprised it came in the end.
Quarter's going on forever.
Himmelberg sends off one. Back to Lekalia. Here it is on the logo. Down to half forward. And they get a mark to Cadman. Hands to it, not to be. Jeffrey over the top of the footy. Collins traps it. Caught. Giants clearly lifted in this game. As Angwin somehow got boot the ball. Jones coughs it up. Humphrey able to get it out in front of the skipper. Butterick as it trapped by Green. He's Fonty to Cadman. The still lets them go.
Ball.
Jeffrey a critical touch to Closey, and then Flanders is met.
Noble. Love it.
Noble's got to get it away in a hurry. And a hand pass out towards Closey at half back.
Squeezes the kick. Butterick in hot pursuit. Callahan's there. He does well, Butterick. Then he goes to ground, loses it. He's asking his wits to get down low.
Can anyone take a mark and slow it down? Nope.
Collins and Cadman. Interesting first matchup. They all went to ground.
Good pressure from both teams though.
Green just shakes the hips.
Nice to Hogan.
And hits up Hogan.
They've lifted their pressure rating, the Giants. That's a great kick. I like the reimagining of Toby Bedford from attack.
Hello.
He's been going okay, but as a pressure small forward, Jono, I think he's got plenty to add.
Absolutely, Jared. And probably
Descent.
1.5 minutes of
Descent.
both teams were strong with GWS coming out the positive side of it.
That's not a Lear. Is it?
Best on ground at the Gabba. Last
50! Someone call play on!
Did hear a play on, play
It
on.
was a play on.
Yes.
And absolutely McAndrew heard it.
There
And-
definitely was, Cal. Now,
Yeah.
whether it was a player or the umpire.
Well, Hogan's got his first of the afternoon. Best on ground at the Gabba.
Yeah, he did.
Super six.
Someone call play on!
Board. And Mad Mac, as you like to call him, Jared, he's just got the frustrations bubbling.
Well, he's every chance to be filthy.
Well,
Every chance to be mad. One assumes that it's an umpire's mic that we're picking up, Jono. And
That's right.
Somebody in the crowd. I don't think Dave Matthews yelled it out, did he?
so we've got Jesse Hogan who takes the mark, and then he looks to play on to Bedford, who's inside forward 50. He takes a step forward. Then we hear play on, play on.
True.
So Hogan there on the lead. Nice lead up.
Yeah, controversial,
It is.
to say the least.
We all heard it though.
Yep.
I want to know who it was from. If that's someone from the crowd, that's fucking goal.
Context of the game, back to 8 points. The Suns midfielders link up. Jeffrey on the end of it. Off the back flank, down to half forward. Lecalier up and intercepting. Cash around the back to Buckley. The switch out to the western side. Oh, Himmelberg,
Good
hot
pressure.
handball. Fonte under pressure.
Good tackle.
Closey
Yeah,
catches it.
great front half pressure. They all pressed up and broke the Giants' exit out.
Hurried kick inside the forward 50.
Not too bad.
Tangle on.
Not too
Lecalier
bad.
Hanging on to Ben King.
Yep, there you go.
Ben King!
It was obvious in the background because he was
Ben
just trying to
King!
protect Ash, who would floated back to take.
I actually like
take an
Lecalier.
intercept mark.
Lecalier seems really good too, though.
In front, so he engages
I'd happily
King.
take him at the Crom.
Must have held on.
Not to simplify it too much, Jono, but they had Walter out of bounds on the fall and then the long miss went down the other end. Giants kicked 3 in a row. So this is an important kick for Ben King and the Suns to maintain their advantage after that blistering start. Ben
Good
King
kick.
settles
Lovely.
it
Tick.
down, pokes it through.
Tick, tick, tick.
The
We need him
Suns
for 3 today.
double-digit lead.
And he's got one in the
Probably
first.
worst enemy there,
Very
Jono,
happy.
The Giants,
Aren't we,
because
bub?
they had the Lecalier
Hey?
mark initially. They went sideways, got it out. Yeah, it's pretty stiff there.
Well, it's 2 free kicks he's given away with technique, though, Jared,
Yep.
in this game
Yep.
so far. The first one,
But if the ball
Ben Long
doesn't
gets the
get
ball
turned
over.
over,
Yeah, I was just thinking, they kicked 4 in the first 3.5 minutes. And that was only their 5th. What? 11 minutes later?
This is the previous goal, by the way, the 50-metre penalty. Let's have a listen.
Stay out of the 10, Lockie. Lockie. Hey, play on. No. Play on. 50.
Someone from the crowd?
Both engaged. Play on.
So maybe the players did say it. There was definitely a play
That's
on.
a
The question
fucking...
is
Who
called
said it?
out?
That's funny. That is very, very funny. I reckon, I mean, to be honest, I reckon you should be able to pay a free kick for that.
Sounded like it was
To
background
the
noise, so maybe a
to Gold
cheeky
Coast if it was a
opposition player.
GWS player yelling play on.
There's a challenge for David Zeta. Who was that player?
We've had whispers in the sky before. Now we've got murmurs at NG Stadium.
I'd have a look at this man. I reckon it was Ben Ainsworth. He was just to the side of the man on the mark.
Okay.
Good call, Lynchy.
Buttering goes along towards Wentz, Walter, Humphrey.
Why would...
Can't get around
But
the tackle
isn't
by Buttering.
Ainsworth
His
playing for
game's
Gold
really
Coast?
lifted in intensity.
Yeah, there it is. Ainsworth right next to the umpire inside forward 50. And that's what McAndrew was heard.
Why would Ainsworth yell play on?
Wentz with the hit out. Here's Powell. Series of handballs back to Wentz, and now Fiorini into the pocket. Lecalier get a touch on that. I said no. Free kick for the Giants.
There should be an automatic 50 if the opposing player shouts play on to the ump. Definitely a reversal.
Another one for Swanee to work out. That'll be banned.
You can totally understand how McAndrew got to that position to think he was running forward and a play on call. As Whitfield with the contest kick down the wing. Suns win it back. Humphrey. Head pass to Powell. Now to Anderson. Tucks it under his arm.
That's a fucking monster. Jesus Christ.
What a start he's had. What a year he's
Kick
had.
that from the center square. He kicked the goal from the center square.
He's had a huge
Fuck.
for the game. That's his 8th disposal. Actually, the last 5 minutes he's been a little bit quiet. 4 score involvement.
Hit the fence on the full too.
Clearances, 8 touches, and must be what 230 metres gained already.
Let's put one together.
So Ash plays on. Loose ball.
The eyes were lighting up either way, wasn't it?
He's forced to tackle Rao.
Oh, dude just took it. He just took the ball to the chest there. He's feeling it, I reckon.
Fires it off to Ralston. Can't find a target inside 50.
Rioli.
And Rioli accepts the handball from his teammate.
Goal kick is a bit different today. What are you doing, Uncle?
Ralston will understand that. He'll get some good feedback around. He took it because it was a little bit higher.
Hello, I can cash out for profit here, chat.
He had a couple more steps to take before releasing inside forward 50 for the Giants.
Yeah, they should have had a lead-up player though too, John. They're leading back. So miscommunication there between mid and forward.
Riccardi, big job in the ruck. Comes down to Humphrey. It's a wobbler of a ball. Tough one to control. Walter does well. He can't break the tackle by Aaliyah.
Ball. Surely. No?
Flicked on desperately by Long. Slipping over is Ainsworth. He gets back up. He fires the handball. It's a hard one to get for Closey. He stands up in a big tackle. Back to Ainsworth. Back to Anderson. He's been leading from the front. He gives it to Long. They've had to break some tackles here.
Rioli.
Now eventually the loose player on the outside is Rioli.
Nails it.
Finisher. And that was superb from the Suns.
I reckon that should have been ball.
Well, that's standing up under pressure, Jared. Right.
Some handballs there, John.
And some heat from the opposition, but standing up in the tackle to be able to feed. Were GWS unlucky here? Was it correct disposal?
Oh, he must have got a whisker on that. A shoelace.
The Giants, but the Gold Coast, they get the luck. Play it out strongly. And a nice finish by Rioli.
Yeah, great transition by hand. And they did really well, the backmen, but the mids who were in support didn't come down hard enough to nail them. Rioli gets off the chain. Aaliyah will feel as if he's been robbed. Might have just got a little snick on the boot, but still had way too much time.
It's already their highest scoring opening term of the season, the Suns. As Round knocks it out in front of Miller to Anderson, who's been enormous. Pushes his way around Ralston, gives it to Rowell. Rowell on the run, shoots for another. He's offline.
Excellent. Well, the one good thing about going to the footy next weekend is I won't have to listen to Kelly Underwood for the game.
Giants responded with the next 3 and momentum shifting back the Suns' way with the last couple.
I reckon that could be a song, Rowell on the run.
Yes.
Rowell on the run.
So Whitfield.
King, Hogan, and Long ticked. You love that.
Crime, Ash. Ash is kicked out of bounds on the full, so...
Yeah, I need Noble to pick it up a little bit. Iden for one.
For a month, and yet the Giants have got the bye next week.
Iden for one, Noble for 3. Yuck. Noble, pick it up, lad.
Might have mixed up the calendar. Giants have gone early.
Closey goes long.
He was the last thing I'll put John Noble to.
Gathers. Good hands. Flicking it over by Iden.
Cal, as much as this jumper looks like an opposition club in the West Coast Eagles, I don't think they're getting rid of it in a hurry with the type of footy they're playing in the first quarter today.
So what happens when they play West Coast at Optus Stadium? That's what I want to know.
That's when they bring the other one out.
I'll wear a Dockers jumper.
The salmon.
Riccardi in the ruck. Up against Wits. Scrap. Tom Green. Ralston.
Could have had Noble 15 too.
An explosive speed. Toby Green
He was 100% for 15 or 90% for 20.
Getting involved, Jones.
Oh, there's Noble, you bastard. Give it to Cadman. Give it to Cadman. Brown. I almost went Brown for a goal. Damn it. No, Whitfield, I think he was at 80%. 80 for 20 and 70 for the 25, so I kicked him out.
Space with the handball over the top. They worked through here quite well. The Giants, Jared.
Oh, they did. It was a great example of what the tsunami is, from the back half to the front half. And they just continued. There was the little push to get some space. Nice little kick
Oh my
around the
God,
corner,
turn. Oh, Shane Warne would have been proud of that. Yeah. Noble didn't get a hand. He's the prick. Come on. Think about the multis.
What would Adam Kingsley take, Jared, at quarter time, given the start that they conceded?
Oh, Whitfield's off. Down in the races. Lucky I didn't go Whitfield.
Yeah, Lockie Whitfield's just gone down in the dugout with the doctor, so some concern there.
Here's Rao. Hand pass out towards Fiorini. Suns inside 50 again. Ainsworth from a tight
Hello? Hello? Ha
The Suns have got a 7-goal opening term.
He's got 50 points in the first quarter. You're not losing. Suns are not losing today.
Just the run and gun coming out of the front of the stoppage, Jono, in particular centre bounces. That's a fourth score from centre bounce. Anderson's been the go-to a lot of times. He's got to be sat on. But this is now, they've kicked 4 goals, 3 from stoppages. It's just been a problem for the Giants for most of the last 4 to 5 weeks. And it's been completely exposed today. Well,
what the fuck?
And Jetta, just to follow up from that Lockie Whitfield going down, he's gone down for a head injury assessment, so you'd imagine that's from the Ben King bump.
Yep, spot on, Minchie, so they'll assess Lockie. Hopefully he's okay.
Now, question is, I did think it, I don't know if I said it out loud or not, but is Ben King in trouble if he comes off concussed?
Gold Coast produced. They need to worry about what's happening right here in the middle of the ground.
High scoring, free flowing, very entertaining footy. Expansion Cup number 20, the most important one we've seen in the 14 years. Hogan rises. Great spoil from behind.
Need Cadman.
Andrew.
Come on.
It was interesting, Jared, that they've gone for the matchup that Hogan and Andrew, Mac Andrew, and then Collins has gone to Cadman.
Well, I guess it was a choice of 2, Kel, and they're giving it to young Mac Andrew.
Collins.
I'm not sure what the history is. Maybe he's got a good history on Collins. Oh, sorry, maybe Collins' history on Hogan.
You just would have presumed that Collins would have gone to Hogan, but not the case. A minute to go. Miller, Reed, quick hands. Still they go.
Okay, Tuk.
Miller.
Tuk.
Look at the explosive speed. And then the kick towards Walter. That's a free kick. He'll have a set shot, Jed Walter, to extend his lead out to 28 points in the last minute before quarter time.
He said he took him high, so the video doesn't lie. We'll get another look at it, but it's just another run and gun from the back line that has been unimpeded under severe pressure, the defence from the Giants.
So if Walter kicks this, it'll be their highest ever.
Oh, that is the worst run-up I've ever seen. It was a walk-up.
It was a walk-up.
It was a walk-up. It's not a run-up.
Goodness gracious. You know, the last time they played here, Ben King had the yips. He had 3 That's interesting. That was extraordinary.
Oh, no.
Put one out of bounds on the fall, missed that one. Ben Long had another set shot that he didn't kick. This could easily have been a 10-goal quarter.
That is
bizarre. That was for the highest first quarter score ever.
Yeah.
And now it's second highest. on that kick.
I don't know what you're working on if you're working on that. That's not standard.
They did put 52 on the Saints in their first term back in 2014. That was a Gary Ablett junior team. Apart from that, this clock's in at
That's disgusting.
number 2. Points scored in the first term.
Jono, you have had the official role as a goal-kicking coach.
Shit player. Only a goal per game.
No, there's no consistency in what he's doing. That's the thing. You see in different spots and.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Damien Hardwick is having an absolute word with you. You're in an AFL game. You always give it 100%, and you fuck that.
The Gold Coast Suns with a statement opening term. They put 7 past the Giants, and it's a 23-point buffer for Gold Coast at quarter time. Second term moments away. Sunday ticket continues.
It's okay, the Crows are still safe in 4th at the moment. Please, Lenny? Please? What's he up to? 2 at quarter time. Connor Iden still at 3.
Wrangle them with NAB Bookkeeper, our new all-in-one
So it's my
bookkeeping
backman.
solution.
My defenders that are fucking me up.
NAB, more than money.
Honestly,
Rav definitely could have kicked that. And I think Rav would have looked at it and gone, yeah, I could have kicked that.
In a couple of taps, you can easily cut fish to a veggie dish.
Never trust a ruckman.
You know? Yeah, you get me. Planning even just a few dinners
Should
a week
come up
with
with the
HelloFresh
Never
can
Trust a
help in
Ruckman
lot of little ways. Less stress, more
award
variety,
for the
getting
Brownlow
picky
night.
about dinner.
Brownlow night, we're going to incorporate, we're going to be streaming the Brownlow. So we're going to be doing, we're going to be wearing our nice suits.
The end of financial year is always the start of something special.
Wearing our nice suits Brownlow night, and we're going to also, when they're doing all the fucking stupid talking in between doing some votes, we're going to try and hand out some awards as well. That's my plan, that's my idea. So I'm thinking that we have Never Trust a Ruckman award, which is the worst kick by a ruckman for the year.
Toyota.
Bunnings Trade's got tax time sorted with big deals on.
We're going to induct some names into the Matt's Hall of Names, which are just fun, fantastic names to say.
Hasload and loads more.
Sticky, Tuk Tuk might be in there.
You can also get the win with instant in-store bonuses and battery trade-in offers. So you can kick goals at tax time. Don't miss our big deals on big brands. But hurry, ends June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
Musashi Hydrate is a low-sugar, advanced sports fuel, delivering fast hydration, energy, and muscle function. Recharge and go the distance. Musashi, hydration amplified.
Dacos.
Lions like to hunt things.
He gets 3 votes every game.
Defenseless young
Ends off with 69. Actually, that'd be great. Yes. If you get 3 votes in every game, you end up with 69 votes. Yes.
It's here somewhere. Ah, there it is. The ING Orange Everyday card. Travel and save, Jules. Be the lion.
Jack Daniels starts here. From pure cave spring water to the fires that create the sugar maple charcoal.
Well, good news is, chat, we can still cash out for profit. 21 cents profit.
Tennessee whiskey. A whiskey
I'm thinking we do it.
by name. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. For those who drink it all over the world. And that's what makes Jack, Jack.
Deliver more with the world's #1 forklift brand. Get Toyota's legendary reliability. Get world-leading safety. Get more uptime. And give your business the Toyota forklift.
Makes me wonder if Vossi will make it to the end of the year. More importantly, whether he'll make it to the start of next year.
What a start for the Gold Coast Suns, and this man instrumentally kicked 2 goals in that opening term, including this one to put them 25 clear early on, and then involved in a bizarre moment.
Stay out of the 10, Lockie. Lockie.
It's true.
50.
Ainsworth yelled, "Play on."
Thought it was the umpire Suns.
What a fucking idiot.
Quarter, they lead by 23 points, and Brad Johnson and Jared Healy probably felt like it could have been a whole lot more.
Well, they missed some opportunities as well, the Gold Coast Suns. That is bizarre, isn't it? His teammates going to the umpire pretty much, hey, play on, and his teammate reacted to that. But it scores some stoppages where they've really dominated this first term, 4-3 to 1-1.
Boss has to
Two of
go
those have come
alongside
from
other
centre bounce
personals.
directly. So we spoke about how dominant they were in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, Vossi's not getting. He's not getting the best out of the team. You need a coach that's going to do that.
But what a blitz! What a start in the new jumper.
Alistair Lynch, the Giants, at least for now, down one of their stars.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that bump halfway through the first quarter. Lockie Whitfield got hit by Ben King and he's been taken from the ground.
Is Ben King in trouble?
It took quite a while to get him off the ground. See Lockie go for the ball here. Ben comes in and hits him. Now, I think his left shoulder certainly hits Lockie Whitfield in the jaw, and he goes down. He stayed out on the ground and seemed to be not affected by that impact, but obviously the assessment via the video was assessed that we've got to get him off the ground, so that is a concern. I think Ben King should be right with that one. He was no doubt looking to protect the ball with his body, and as he hit Lockie Whitfield at the same time. So Lockie's still down in the rooms. Jake Stringer is the sub, and he's still got the tracksuit on.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you imagine if Ken Hinkley takes over?
Where the ball just kept dribbling away from.
Nah, I reckon Ken Hinkley takes over Tassie.
Number one, it goes over his head and runs away from him. They're difficult ones because he can't shape his body to protect himself. Becomes a 50-50 ball, and Ben King had every right to come in and contest it. I think he contested it well in the circumstances.
Margin is 23 points. Suns kicked the first 4 goals in the opening 7 minutes of this contest.
That's my favourite quote from Star Wars.
And the Rucks tangle again. This time it goes
Looking
to
at you,
Wins.
Graham.
Callahan. Rao with the tackle. Gets the strength to get it away. Fiorini. Anderson. Rao. Hospital handball to Humphrey. Good defensive hustle, but the handball from O'Halloran.
Rioli, nice. Can we find Noble?
Rioli. Jeffrey.
Find Noble? Hey? Where's Noble? Anyone?
Getting a little bit more space.
I think Noble's over that side.
Who's been inspirational so far. Cuts back inboard. Miller. Oh, this is risky. It was a 50-50 ball. And well done to Powell. Had to stand up when he knew the traffic was coming. Weller. And through the banner with his kids in his 150th. A long kick. Himmelberg, the intercept.
Better from Himmelberg. They had a few chances there to intercept the ball, the Giants, but just a half step off the pace at the moment.
His brother Elliot now on the Suns list, former Crow. Harry in the orange kicks it up down the wing. Hands to it from Hogan. Bobbles around. Madden knocks it on once and twice. Flanders to Miller. Back to Flanders. Up against the boundary line. Gets a kick down to half forward. Oh, Humphrey left it behind. Here's Ash. Work it out for the Giants. Rouston away to Bedford. Gives him a bit of spark off the back flank. Finds his skipper. Toby got it right on the logo.
Look at the
back
run
to
from
Bedford. Gee, keeps on moving. Speed that's blurry as he gives it off to
Hogan?
Now
No.
Hogan.
Okay.
Hand pass further wide. Brown looks
Yuck.
laterally. Rouston the target. Brown breaks it up. Knocks it away to his mate Anderson. To
Tuk,
Miller.
tuk.
They can go back through the middle. Flanders back to Anderson.
Loose ball.
Come on, Rioli.
Callahan
Come on,
with the
Rioli.
strength on Rioli.
Boom.
Look at that. To Ash. Bobbles around. Breaks the tackle. Bedford again getting involved. Brilliant by Anderson. Just got the all-important
Love
hand
that.
in there. Chain of
Tuk
handballs.
Rioli.
Miller.
Rioli again.
Pokes that
Into Ben Long.
perfectly and hits up Long on the end of a long lead. A little separation on his opponent.
That's the difference in the game at the moment. That hit up there where he hits Long, where GWS are missing that final target, either by hand or by foot. Jared had a couple of opportunities a minute ago inside forward 50.
Yeah, they're just off by just a little bit with their skills with the press time. Working really hard, the Giants, but whether it's the pressure from the Suns or just their inherent lack of skill, which is not always labelled against the
They did not
Giants.
change the
It's hard to
AFL.
know.
They did not.
Goal in the first quarter within seconds.
Had they won the premiership, they probably wouldn't be talked about in that aspect. They were fucking kicking goals for fun that year.
Umpire says holding the ball. And a Giants free kick going to Buckley.
Yeah, that last inside 50 down to the Giants, and they had 3 chances to hit a target, Jono, and they missed all 3. Rouse interceptor was a ripper in the end.
Witts in the box seat, picks it off. St Ives in the upper north shore of Sydney. Witts into the pocket, getting back. Iden does well, spoils. And that'll be marked. Well called by the umpire, the initial spoil, and then finished off.
We don't talk about that.
I'd like to see that one again, whether that was his initial
Very dark
spoil.
day.
I'm with you.
Iden, not a heap up ahead. You get a good look at it there. So the contest kick. Collins knocks it close to the boundary line.
Try to look at the positives of everything. At least we didn't do as bad as what Sydney's done in their last couple grand finals, I guess.
Some indecision up ahead, gives it back to Weller in a standing position, and in game 150 can launch up front. Lekalia comes over the top of the spoil. Here's the Font, got it down towards Angwin, back to Fonte, short kick, and finds Riccardi, who marks still a long way from goal.
Giving it straight to Noah Anderson, who's just covered every blade of grass out there today. Extraordinary. Flanders, perfect precision.
Oh, Long was open for
Long
a quick one
was
inside.
straight in there.
Humphrey marks in the left forward pocket.
Opts to go back now and take the shot himself.
Jetta is
true.
a great former midfielder.
That's
You'd
true.
Be happy with the space that Noah
And the thing,
Anderson's got.
I reckon if Phil Walsh was still alive and coaching us in 2017, we wouldn't have done the fucking stupid camp shit, and half of our players wouldn't have fucking left because of it.
Goes the curler. Can it twirl back enough? Touched over the line by Madden.
Yeah, they just let themselves down a number of times. The Giants have had some good work coming off the half-back line. And only to turn it over with an errant kick.
Please make sure it crosses the line.
No problems there, all the ball over all the line.
Review underway.
Review complete.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball has crossed the back of the behind line. Decision on scoreboards.
I think there's a classification. Any review under 5 seconds is considered not worthy of a review.
Lucky Ash. Day after
You
his
can't really
24th
dock their
birthday.
pay for the umpire because they don't fucking get paid much. What are you going to do?
Now up the wing, where the ball's lived in this quarter so far. Madden trying to stand up with it. You heard the call.
And it looks like bad news for Lockie Whitfield and GWS.
Oh, wow.
Giants.
Concussed.
Stringer's got the subs vest off, and he's warming up to enter the game.
Whitfield, an earlier collision with Ben King.
Just having a look at that one, Lynch. It was amazing that Whitfield didn't have the awareness. For one of the most gifted players in the comp, didn't have the awareness that Ben King was about to enter his stratosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something you'd associate with Lockie Whitfield. Usually very good and poised in that situation.
I think he was just a little bit unlucky too with the kick going over his head, but watch it just roll away from him here. So you want him to be able to turn and protect, but he's also thinking, I've got to keep in line.
Wait, why is it good for Noble?
He was hoping that it might have bobbled up for him, so he slows on his run a little bit.
I just don't think he had hard awareness till the last half metre.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people hold their breath when a player's left concussed after any type of collision.
Yeah, but Whitfield's on the other team.
Neither of you have any concerns with Ben King?
Ben King had every right to come in and contest the ball, which he did. He touches the ball. He tries to play it to his advantage.
I don't know why the AFL won't
And he got to the ball first. In the end.
pay the umpires full-time wages.
I reckon you're spot on. Lockie just left himself wide open in that situation.
Yeah, it was a strange one for him.
David Zeta will join us at half-time, so we'll get all the news from him.
Yeah, Lockie Whitfield got subbed, but he plays defence, and Noble plays defence for the opposite team.
And I guess the good news for the Giants is they've got the bye next week, so hopefully Whitfield is obviously concussed, doesn't miss a game.
What?
In a bit of a holding pattern.
Good for Ash, yes, yeah, good for Ash.
Yet to see a major kick.
Unfortunately, Ash isn't
After the brilliant
an
start
issue.
to the Gold Coast Suns.
It's currently Iden and Noble. Noble is a huge issue right now. We are starting to wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
Green hacks it down the line. Tom Green. Boundary throw.
That's fine, Uncle. Look after yourself.
Beautiful sunshine in Sydney's west today as Damien Hardwick ponders the job ahead. Of course, he's involved in his 550th AFL game today, 207 as a player, and his 343rd as a coach. Of course, a three-time premiership coach. Green, Witts, great hustle by Angwin. Flanders fires it out. Angwin again, this time to Toby Green. Great to see him back in the side. He missed last week with a badly corked glute. As they launch across halfback. Harvey Thomas. Riccardi caught out of position.
Rioli, get rid of it.
Darcy Jones makes sure he's going nowhere. Kid did an interview during the week, Jared. He said he's 21. He said, I really hope by the time I'm 25, I'm no longer the kid in the lid.
No, he needs to take that up with David King. Didn't know Harry Durman. He had it there for about 15 years.
But he's still a big kid, isn't he?
He is the kid. There's only one kid.
Done.
Lekalia to take the free. Goes inside the forward arc. Flying for it, Green. Here is Jones. Got it out to Green. That's
Hello.
Tom. Shoots goalward. It's offline and behind. So we've gone 10 minutes
Okay,
without
it's
a goal
disposal.
after a goal-scoring binge in the opening term with 11 scored.
Actually, if Noble can get... Yes, here we go, Noble. Good stuff. Good Noble. Good Noble. Go again, go again, go again. No, you fucking prick. You should have gone again. Go, go, go. He's still there. He's still there.
You see the options right up above. So, Closey and over the top Iden.
I love ice cream. I'm also lactose intolerant.
No obvious options.
So I don't have it much.
Not going the Toby Green
But
direction.
fucking, I love a
Clever
good
little
Ben and
flick.
Jerry's. Love a good Ben
Miller.
and Jerry's.
Closing. Brown runs into his teammate. Still gets the handball away. Angwin's caught. Going nowhere. Rather, it's Tom Green.
Ball. Wow.
Holding the ball.
Holy shit.
That was a hot call. Miller, the former captain. Can he get them going here? Rioli dashes along the wing.
Stiff.
And delivers
Very
to
stiff.
Closey. A couple of kicks out. Sets it up. They'll all launch from all angles. Buckley. And it's come down to Humphrey who snaps.
Doesn't stop me from eating it.
Goals.
Doesn't stop me from eating it. But I'll only eat ice cream at home. For that reason.
It was a little bit subdued, the celebration.
Like if we're out
he kicked it or whether it was
and like we go to like a gelato place or something like that, I'll usually get a take home container or something like that.
Competing well inside forward 50. GWS aren't able to take intercept marks in this game. That's clearly a goal. Nice finish. I think it's just pure the work rate and fatigue that they're feeling, that celebrations are secondary at the moment.
Yeah, I think Joe Fonte would like his time again. He's a good young kid. But you just can't tap that willy-nilly. You've got to knock it through the goal if you're going to.
If you're not lactose intolerant and you drink
hit it somewhere, and that's
lactose
Russian roulette
intolerant milk,
otherwise.
doesn't go well with your body.
And all of a sudden, it's a game-high margin. So
It's good theory. It's the only milk I can drink
Suns
without
way, they
shitting
scored the
myself.
first 27 points of the game. The first goal of the quarter comes a dozen minutes into the term. He's Ethan Reid.
That should be
Still
ball.
on the ruck, dragged off it. Tom Green wins it back. Sends it out to half forward, but Jeffrey.
Where's Noble? Where's Noble?
Hit the target
No,
there,
the
but
other way.
Tom
The other
Green's
way.
8th clearance in their total of 13, so he's the only one getting his hand on the ball, and unfortunately, just not hitting the targets.
Noble, get some space, buddy.
Chief possession get it from the Giants with 15. Suns down the wing. There's Humphrey, the goal kicker.
Well, Lynchy, he's also up to 8 score involvements.
To Flanders, to half forward, Reed again.
So Leachy's been big on Noah Anderson, of course, in his start to the game.
Reed honours the lead of King. Aaliyah gets in the way. Ball spills down towards Ash. Then Iden. Sweeping hand pass to O'Halloran. Hurried kick off the back flank. It'll work out. Bedford's got it and goes. Green lights immediately.
Look at this bloke.
The finisher through the middle of the ground with a couple of bounces.
Who's this number one?
To Toby Green.
Ball!
What a tackle, Anderson. He's doing it all today.
Noble, lovely. Who's number one for GWS? Because I feel like he's hard tagging Noble.
From Kelly. Can they reload here off Brown? He's got speed to burn. He throws it on the boot. It's a real
Good
wobbler.
mark.
It almost got there. Made Collins work.
Noble?
Collins
No,
now
that's
to
not cool.
Hewland. Can they catch the Giants snoozing? Launch from behind from Humphrey. O'Halloran.
Used to be a crow.
Flick back in by Riccardi.
There he is again.
Head over the ball. Thomas sees it.
He's not hard tagging.
Well, they're working hard to get some inside 50s. The Giants just making a couple of critical errors whilst inside forward 50. One kick should have gone a bit further.
Hi, Noble.
towards the top of the
Where are you, buddy?
Toby Green would like his time again.
Stringer onto the ground.
Completely.
Halfway through the second. If Noble can get 3 touches by the end of the quarter, I'll be in a better mood.
So ago, came on and kicked 3 quick goals. Can he repeat his heroics here? Because they need a spark, they need something.
He's had 3 so far in the first half. Let's see if he can get 3 in the second.
Still a long way to go. Margin was 23 at quarter time. Currently sits at 29. Callahan. Trying everything desperately.
Noble.
Collins is there.
Lovely.
To Noble. The run of Closey. The gather. And the
Tuk,
give
tuk,
to Miller.
tuk, tuk. No one sticking in his fucking pocket.
Target was Hewland. Couldn't quite take it. Going back. Long. Iden and also Buckley. Hewland taken high. Free kick.
Go sideways. Go sideways.
Oh, it's got to be 50. That's 3 warnings on stand.
Very generous.
Well, it is extremely generous.
Only kicked his first goal going back a couple of weeks ago. Hewland, he goes high. The launch was from King. Interesting handball from Kelly.
Jakey Stringer.
Might come back to the bite them here.
Jakey Stringer working in defence.
Now Jeffrey squeezes it. It's a high ball. Reed's there. Ricochets the way of Ash. Tom Green sees it over.
How many warnings are you allowed, John?
Normally stand, not the third one.
I believe he was part of the squad. I haven't seen the updated list whether or not he was definitely in or not.
For that, and he should have been on that occasion.
Down it comes. Rouston to Riccardi to Kelly. Handball broke it up. Callahan cleans it up. He's Ash. He's back to Tom Green.
Oh, well, definitely didn't play. Definitely not play in the AFL then. No. Jasper Alga is in. Cadman, still need you for a goal, mate. You didn't dominate last week and then bloody do fuck all this week. Like, I'm not 15. Unlucky. You shanked that.
Wow. Seriously. I saw a lot of short kicks last night. Collingwood and St Kilda that were...
One was 5 metres.
Wow, and was paid. So...
No, we'll get out of the square. Out of the square, mate. Out of the square.
In the game. And that was one there that should have been paid. That was clearly... Look at this.
Good
outside
boy.
50, bang, that's paid.
Dare I say, Jared, maybe if they had the mowing strips.
Oh, that'd help.
Good muscle.
I think with the eye there, we could tell though that should have been paid.
Yeah, I agree, John.
So Riccardi
Jesus, ripped it up in the VFL.
And he's looking for the launch.
Hogan, oh, you got paid it.
And he gets sticky mitts, Jesse Hogan.
This to be ticked off for Hogan.
No, he's one of the great stories is Jesse Hogan having another terrific year.
Can cash out for $6.70, chat.
38 goals so far.
We need Cadman for a goal.
Second in the Coleman, trailing Jeremy Cameron, who has 48.
He's jumped away, hasn't he, Jeremy Cameron?
So Already kicked one this afternoon, lining up for his second. To try and eat into this margin before half-time. The
Good
superstar
kick.
key forward for the Giants.
Here come the Giants.
Well, they needed something, the Giants. They've worked really hard. Can't question their work rate, but they have just let themselves down a few times with some skill errors and some decision-making under pressure. Senior players as much as young players, so it's all a team. But you need your big guns to step up when you're trailing. And whilst that's part of the story, taking the mark, going back and nailing it from here on this angle is no easy feat. And that one is an absolute ripper. Not an easy shot from that spot, Lynch. You used to dominate those in your old days in Brisbane.
Nah, not at all, but it was really important one in the context of the game. So just if they can edge another goal closer at half-time, they'll go in with a bit of confidence after being smacked off the park for the most part of the first quarter.
Goal each in the term. Back in the middle, Tom Green gave it to the ruckman and Madden's held up. Nick Madden.
So Humphrey with a chance around the ball. Flanders has had some midfield minutes today as well. He's up to 10 disposals.
This bloke's been a machine inside.
Just to get off me, fend off, and then the kick finds Brown. Kicks to centre half forward.
Is that Justin or Jacob Kajitsky?
That'd
you
be
talking
the
about?
green machine. Absolutely dominating clearances.
Up to 40 for the year. The kick from
Yuck.
Hogan is wild. Out on the full.
9 in this game, Jared, but he's lifted his first 5 or 6 minutes weren't great. Neither were all the midfielders for GWS, but he's one who's tried to get them back and going in that facet of the game. Next best for GWS is 2 to Callahan.
No, we'll start to kick around with it, which is nice. He's up to 8. Said I wanted him to be at 8.
In front with the lead. Aaliyah, impressive. He goes again. It's all yellow and blue.
He's still got 5 minutes.
Ground level. Weller with
He
the
could
kick.
definitely hit his half-time quota. Ben Long.
Ben Long, can he steady? Can he straighten?
Touched.
He's kicked a goal in every game this season. But that one was touched.
He's also fucking already kicked one, Kelly. Shut up.
Touched off the boot, one behind. Please make sure it was touched up the ground.
Well, you're not going to tell from that. Sorry, but...
Review underway,
Umpire's call. There you go. Yeah, I reckon so.
Yep. See the finger go back.
With the desperate lunge of Ryan Angwin.
What are these cameras, man?
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball is touched by the left hand of the
How?
GWS defender.
How? I agree with you.
One of the 3 inclusions at
But can we please get some fucking high-res, high-frame cameras, please?
So I think that's overkill, to be honest, because there was 2 central umpires called the touch. I think if we heard the touch, I don't think we need to review that one.
Sorry, I'm an Adelaide supporter. It's in my blood.
Successful, and Buckley wants to move it hurriedly downfield. Skip of the target. Yolan knocks it away from him. Toby first came back after missing last week with a glute injury. So closing in on a little milestone himself. He's 3 goals away from becoming the second Giant of 400. After Jeremy Cameron did that in rapid time before his move to the category. Bedford continuing to fight on, and Haley Humphrey locks him up.
Jared, is it too much one way for Giants around stoppage? You've got Green is at 9 clearances, next best is 2, as we said. It's Callahan who finds himself around it. You go to the Gold Coast Suns and you've got Miller with 3, Rao with 4, Anderson with 5. Just
Still got 5 minutes to go, Uncle. Need some more touches. Noble for 2, please, and Cadman for a goal.
He works well, obviously reading the opposition's hit, but there's nothing.
I swear to God, Cadman.
Help support around this area.
Kicked a goal 9 games out of the last 10, and you're just coming off a 5-goal fucking career best last week. If you go goalless, you're on the ban list. No suspension, straight ban.
On 9, Tom Green clearances at the moment. There's still 5 before half time. Miller got it out. Brown knocks it forward. Madden. Handball away to Kelly. On lefty. Sends it down to half forward.
Oh, Mac Andrew.
Up says keep rolling. Here's Hewland. Oh, took a moment to get rid of it. Hogan got him.
Kedman! Kedman! No ban for Kedman! Let's go!
That's big from the Giants, Jared. That is big. That's a big win.
What about the bull v bull in the top padding?
Yeah.
You just got to threaten them. No one wants to be on Danger's ban list.
Good body position by Rao, wasn't it?
Rao, yeah. But
Look at this hanger. Oh, nearly a tunnel.
Massive tackle there coming up. Turnover there. Very smart, clever tap to Cadman.
You okay with this, Jared?
Yeah, it's 50-50 that one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay with it.
I think Hogan's got to be right to get under the drop zone of the ball. He didn't sort of do anything other than that.
Stringer though, that was really clever. Won't get too much credit for that, but that's the one that creates the goal.
Jono, you spoke about the predictability of GWS with their clearance, and you look at...
Well, my cash out's now at $11.68. We are on disposal watch now, chat.
So, like, I think they're putting the opposition and putting pressure on, so he can't get out the front.
Yeah. Which is really important as well. You look at how strong they are. Umpire contact against.
Umpire contact.
Giants with the last two.
What is it with...
Coming up here.
50?
I thought it was for umpire contact, but it's actually the Ruckman v. Ruckman free kick here.
So yeah, I don't know if I've seen as much umpire contact this last maybe 2 weeks than in the last 15 years of watching that footy.
King up, Miller down. Weller tackled. Reed will take off after it. Miller desperate.
Holy fuck. It's rolling up to 10. Holy shit, he is too. Iden 7, Noble 12. Noble is my worry.
Again, just another stoppage. Inside 50 here for the
Sundays are the good days.
Madden, Ralston. They've done that a lot in the VFL, those two. They connect well together, and now Riccardi. Can they snare three in a row as we close in on interval at NG Stadium? Hogan down there. Ralston, Brown.
Great kick.
All alone there. Well, he was all alone for a moment before Rioli hustled and got there, and Toby Green couldn't take it.
Yeah, got perception.
Correct.
Of Brown. He didn't quite.
Noble will, for some reason, get injured in the first 5 minutes of the third quarter.
Really good.
Neither ruck with an effective touch. Hogan launches up over the top.
Noble's just there.
Sees ball,
Come on.
launches a ball. He's that type of player. Mac Andrews standing alongside him on the edge of the goal square. Ralston fired out.
Give it a Noble. Give it a Noble.
Jones rather, and a miss by Thomas.
Yes, he got out of the square.
Flanders marks the kick out. Giants with the
Yuck.
last couple. Just
Bang.
got it to Hewland. He's locked up immediately as O'Halloran holds it. Fascinating 2.5 minutes here before half-time. Suns have led as many as 29 earlier in the quarter.
Another goal
2 minutes
the Giants
45.
really
Come on.
opens
Hit your quota, Noble. Hit your quota.
Long kick in the Hogan direction.
Yes. No.
Noble mowed down, and Thomas takes him through the behind line.
Yes.
Amazingly, the Giants are +2 on clearances after being belted early. I mean, certainly the scoreboard impact's been huge for the Suns.
Out.
Yes. From stoppages, 1 goal.
Give it back to him. Give it back to him. Give it back to him.
But I think what they've done is that they've
Yes.
caught
No.
that leak. They were really leaking goals in the first quarter from stoppage, and the young kid Madden, he's not going to dominate Wits obviously, but in this term he's not dominating.
No, absolutely. And those centre clearances were the real damage, and those centre unpressured clearances out the front can hurt you.
Playing his third AFL game up against Wits in game 194. Closely hit hard by Toby Green. You always know you've been tackled when the Giants skipper wraps you up. They tangle again. Miller. Weller. Bananas it. Foot races on. Unkind bounce for the 4 players there. Reid keeps it and handballs nicely into space. Allows Humphrey to run onto it. And then he's looking for Ainsworth, who's kicked 2 of the more miraculous goals you've seen so far this afternoon. And
Good chase down, Himmelberg.
But Harry Himmelberg says,
fantastic.
not on my watch.
Well, Harry got bustled out of one earlier, which cost him a goal, but geez, he's been good ever since that little mistake. His desperation here was A grade and caused the stop.
Wits got it down to Flanders, trying to tumble it goalward. Lecalier and Reid fighting for it. The boundary line out.
Can you post links into the YouTube chat?
Suns kicked 4 goals in a blink of an eye to start the game. Giants
Don't know.
got within 8 points. That was as close as they got.
What are you trying to link me?
Since they first scored. And now margin sits at 15.
Got a couple of spares behind this stoppage. It looked dangerous.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Suns. Himmelberg inadvertently sockers it away to Kelly. He'll work out for the G-men. Himmelberg to Ralston along the boundary line. O'Halloran, spin move, able to evade. Rao got a hand pass to Stringer in his bright boots.
Bang.
Now to Bedford, further down the wing. Powell picks it off.
Oh yeah, can I
Rioli
just do
back the other
Discord?
way to Reid, to Anderson. Caught, Callahan, good tackle. Said it was all okay, and the Suns.
If you chuck down your Discord,
Rioli, clever check side, down to half forward.
I can add you.
Trap it, and Ralston got it away to Jones, and the Giants through the middle.
It's a thumping kick. It's a one-on-one at the top
No.
of the goal square. You will almost
Touched it,
open the
surely.
door. It's touched for a Toby to come through. But that thumping kick off the boot of Riccardi. And we've got another review.
Score review.
This is our third today.
Review underway. Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's being touched by the right hand of the Gold Coast defender. Decision on scoreboards.
Best sponsorship in footy.
And the goal umpire says, yep, I called it.
14 points. Noble. 43 seconds to go in the turn. Wits hands to it, not to be. Angwin at the drop. Hand pass away to Kelly. Is there time for the Giants? Kicks it to the hot spot. Touched on the way through. Powell, critical touch. Stringer, get off me, fend off. And the finish. The high bomb to the goal line. It's whacked through.
Gee, he did well to get it back that far.
Yeah, he's only
L.
a couple of touches, but he's looking sharp as Jake Stringer. Who knows what the second half may bring. They've worked their way into it. I mean, it's been a really impressive performance away from home by the Suns, but this game looked over 20-minute mark of the first quarter, and we've got our game on our hands for sure.
Add you to that.
As the seconds tick down to half-time.
That way you can see.
Looking to spoil it.
Welcome to the Discord, General.
Has other ideas. Flanders goes
And you
without
can
it.
see. You should be able to see our gambling.
There's 13 points in it.
Discord chat.
After the Gold Coast Suns kicked the first 4 goals of the game in the opening 7 minutes, they got out to a lead by as much as 29 points. But at the main break, it's the visitors, having never won at this ground before, 8-8-56 to the Giants 6-7-43. And the Giants were able to kick the last 2 goals of that quarter. It's all set up. Gold Coast, of course, Suns in their 15th season, yet to play finals. The Giants in their 14th season. They've played finals 7 of their last 9 seasons. Let's get down to Alistair Lynch with arguably the best player on the ground up until half-time.
Thanks, Kel. Certainly is. Noah, you've had a great first half, but probably to be expected. Giants come back hard in the last quarter there.
Yeah, obviously they're a good team and a proud club, so we
I liked that.
Expansion Cup number 20 at 7th v 8th on the ladder. The most significant game of their short history. Back with more at half-time right after this.
I saw a bunch of people trying to defend the crying kid yesterday online. Absolutely rip it apart, everyone. Wait, what? The multi for the Bulldogs game got voided. Why?
When books get wild, wrangle them with NAB Bookkeeper, our new
Why?
all-in-one bookkeeping solution.
What?
More than money.
Go Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Save 100 on Westinghouse French door fridge.
Is it a double change?
$390 on Roborock robotic vac and mop. Save $1,300 on this LG 65-inch OLED TV. Best prices guaranteed.
Riley Sanders is sick and not playing.
Upgrade your shave with Gillette Labs.
And Buku Calmness is now starting substitute. Fuck!
Smooth finish. Gillette Labs.
Alright, I'm doing it on my phone because apparently...
Our staff always went the extra mile for customers.
Oh wait, hang on.
We use a metric system of measurement here.
I don't know if you guys can see that. This top bet is if it fails by one leg, I get my money back. So I'm either getting my money back or I'm winning 20 bucks. Pog, 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 pog. How about that?
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Do this, but let's put on a new bet.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more.
For the Bulldogs Richmond game, same game multi.
Introducing Aussie Broadband's end of financial year sale. It's a big deal of deals.
Where's
deals like saving $20 off a month over 6 months on high-speed plans. You could save up to $120.
It's not there anymore.
Delightful, if you ask me. These savings end June 30, so make it a done deal and sign up at aussiebroadband.com.au. Aussie Broadband, the actual Aussie way.
Uncle, they don't have the
everywhere at once. Until now. With HubSpot's Breeze Customer Agent, you can scale up without slowing down. Provide the customer support of a team of yous. Write the follow-up emails.
They don't have that option for the
resulting
percentage
in
thing anymore.
Infinite use. From now on, it's all you, and it's all really happening.
Steel blue are the most comfortable work boots you'll
Copying
ever
the bet,
Don't
actually.
take our word for it. Take Ms.
I'm just going to take them two out.
Some ladies' work boots that actually fit properly.
Fitting comment for a fitting boot.
Holy shit. I had a lot of legs for that. Where did I go? I went Ed Richards for 20. Matt Kennedy for 20. Chalor for 20. Timmy Taranto for 20. Libba for 20.
It was the Suns who landed the first place, 7
Bont
goals
for
in
20.
the first quarter to lead it by 23 at quarter time. It's now third.
Prestia for 20.
Kingsworth, Hogan, and Riccardi all have 2 goals. Miller 23 leading disposal.
That one might miss. I think that's going to be my downfall, to be honest. But
first thoughts on the half.
First thoughts were that the Suns came out of the blocks very quickly. Noah Anderson got them going. His ability to come away from stoppage with free run.
Jacob Hopper for 20.
Over the back too long. Got them the second goal when he came past. He was awesome.
Bailey Williams and Fraser for 15.
Let's have a look at the coach's
Riley
box.
Sanders
So
is
the
not
green
playing.
You're sitting up there, Dermot. You're assessing it from a Gold Coast point of view. What do you
Goals. $1.01 to have Sam Darcy kick a goal.
Inside 50s.
Sam Darcy for 2.
That came back to even in the second
And so,
quarter.
what was it? Sanders isn't playing. So I can still go Riley West for a goal.
Points from clearance. They're behind from
You're kidding me. Take out those 2 legs. It was $9.50 to 1. It is now $5.75.
Their dominance around the stoppage, the Suns. They ran so hard forward of stoppage in that first quarter. I just wonder whether they might have had a couple who might have just momentarily blown up and not been able to go at quite the same speed for quite the same amount of time in that second quarter.
Well, it was like the Giants in the first quarter were white collar. They turned to blue collar. They rolled the sleeves up. They got to work, and their contest game came through.
Well, the 3 we mentioned before the game in the first quarter, Humphreys came to the party with contested possession. Rowell and Anderson helped them with that plus 14. Then in the second quarter, I reckon.
Do we just say YOLO? Add Vandermeer and Matt Kennedy for a goal?
This is an insult to how you play your football. Don't let them get away with it. You have to be, and you can still go out there and bash your way into winning the footy, because that's what I need to see. They turned it around. They turned it back on them. Plus 11 for that quarter for contested possession.
Let's head to Alistair Lynch. He had a brief chat with the man Noah Anderson. Lynchy, he's had a dominant first half.
Oh, absolutely.
Free hit, exactly. I'll be back.
And those centre clearances, as Dern was touching on before, but 19 disposals in the first half. He's had 9 score involvements, and so he's getting it done inside and out. He's been able to rebound off defensive 50. He's got 1 goal, 1 himself. And he's putting on a dominant display. I think, no doubt, the Giants are going to have to sit on him in the second half if they're going to get back into this game. But this is what he's really done. So in tight, he's managed to get the ball out with 4 clearances. So he's done that well and gets into these defensive chains that start to move the ball forward. And the Suns have been really skillful at getting on the scoreboard here. There was another example. But also, his defensive work has been good. He only had the 2 tackles, but his transition running to defend has been first class, and whether it's intercept there or the chase. Now, have a look where he starts here at centre-half back. And this is a pivotal moment halfway through that quarter. He needs to get here to clamp Toby Green. A goal there would have been absolute nail into the coffin of the Gold Coast Suns going into half-time. They would have been really disappointed with that one. But he's done a great job, and will have a massive say in this result in the second half.
He's had a massive say for the Gold Coast Suns. For the Giants, though, Tom Green, 9 clearances in a half of football, didn't it?
As Gerard Healy was pointing out, they needed somebody to win the footy at the stoppage. Green got 18 possessions, 13 of them contested. Doesn't take ground, but he's got Finn Callahan on the other side, on the outside, and he's given them 360 metres.
Yep. Well, it's the Suns by 13 points at half-time. Top 8 spot up for grabs there at NG Stadium. Up next, we'll have David Z with all the latest news, including the bump from Ben King on Lockie Whitfield.
When business books get wild, wrangle them with NAB Bookkeeper, our new all-in-one bookkeeping solution. NAB, more than money.
Go Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Up to 30% off Windows 11 computers. Huge range of monitors from just $98. Plus hot Acer Nitro i7 gaming laptop now just $948. Best prices guaranteed this tax time. At Harvey Norman now.
It's Aussie Broadband's end of financial year sale, and it's a big deal. Deals like saving $20 off a month over 6 months on high-speed plans. Make it a done deal and sign up at aussiebroadband.com.au.
Lions travel and save with 0 ING international transaction fees. Get an ING Orange Everyday card and be the lion.
Mini and effective. Unleash the speed of liquid. New Nurofen Advanced Minis. Our smallest liquid capsule ever. The pain relief you love, now even smaller. Nurofen. Leave your pain to us.
What did cement workers know about healthcare? They knew when community comes together, nothing's stronger. So they built GMHBA health insurance. 90 years on, that care stands strong.
What's for dinner? A family feast or Friday with friends? It's easy with Coles RSPCA approved chicken drumsticks, large pack for just $3.75 a kilo. Plus, you can handball your shop to us. Download the Coles app to order your groceries online. We'll do the shopping and deliver to you, home or away, letting you get back to the game sooner. Save on time, save on dinner. Coles, proud partner of the AFL and AFLW.
Let's go up, mate.
No, where are you going?
Told you, mate. Easier in mongrels.
Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term? That's a plus.
Will historians one day write books about this era of peak chicken? Probably not. But that says more about historians than it does these wings. McWings are here at Macca's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Three-in-one versatility for hibernating bears. Koala.
Coming up after this game, Western Bulldogs take on Richmond at Marvel from 3 p.m. Our game has a 2-metre Peter. Now we've got a 7-foot Sam. Returned last week, 3 goals on his return, and it was a fine effort from the big man. He'll have a big say in today's play at Marvel as we bring in David Zeta. Any late changes for that game?
Well, 7-foot Sam?
7-foot Sam
will be
just playing
him up a little bit. Now, Riley Sanders is out with illness, so he's going to miss this match. In comes James Harms, Buku Kamas, and Jasper Alger on debut as the sub for the Tigers, so another debutant starting as the sub. Probably a setback for him, but I'm sure the family are there ready to get involved.
And I teased the Ben King hit on Lockie Whitfield. What's the update?
Well, I don't know if it was a hit. This is a really interesting one. Now, this was, I think he was just going for the ball here. I mean, he was contesting the ball.
Does he go over?
Concussed, has come from the ground and won't take any further part in the game. He's had a history with a few concussions and some migraines after it, so hopefully he manages the next couple of weeks okay. Ben King was contesting the ball reasonably here, I think. He was running through the line. I don't know what else he was meant to do in this situation. So, concussion or no concussion, injury or no injury, it's always about the action. Well, that's what I think we would like to think. And in this case, I don't think the action was a reportable offence. So I don't see him having anything to worry about, despite the fact that Lockie Whitfield has now been subbed out with concussion.
So it wasn't first cited as a concussion, a delayed
fine. So the Giants say that he presented fine at first and then came from the ground later on, and they obviously found out that there was concussion there. So again, the AFL looks at all this stuff every Monday and goes through the tapes and consults with the doctors, and they've got the medical line spotted there as well at every game. So that's something for them to look through, but ultimately Whitfield not playing any further part in the game.
You feel like it's black and white, but there's no grey in this at all in terms of the way you've assessed this.
Well, I just don't. What else is he meant to do?
Well, I'm putting it to someone that I know.
I think he's okay. I think he's okay because I don't know what else Ben King is meant to do. If he called up the MRO tomorrow and said, "What was I supposed to do?" I don't know what the answer is.
All right, we don't have an answer, but hopefully he will by the end of this game. Well, the Suns lead it by 13 points at half-time at NG Stadium. The Oz Kickers going at it in Western Sydney. The Future Stars in full flight. Participation going through the roof. They're out there in force today.
The
game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just no.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Job.
With NAB Bookkeeper, our new
How's your big bum?
all-in-one bookkeeping solution.
Hey? You stick your big bum everywhere.
More than money.
Yes. Hi. We love you. Yes, we do. We love you.
We do it again next week.
Sure.
The all-new Tiguan. Fit more life in.
Roads closed, boys. Chief's orders. Want to take the shortcut?
That sounds like a dad. Oh, good grit. Not that over easy.
Let's rip out some stumps, eh?
Kia. Movement that inspires. AFL highlights presented by Toyota.
Don't look at me like that.
Schneider. Here is Hayes.
Snuck up on him with your librarian.
He's got that ability to go forward, that real X factor.
Holy shit. You're one of the days where you hack out fed sweat watching some sport. Hey. Alright. Got my Switch. I'm going to do some surprise trades. We're going to do some surprise Sundays. For maybe an hour or two after the footy. Where we just sit here, we listen to some music, chat with chat, and do some surprise trades, trying to complete my Pokédex. Got a dentist appointment tomorrow, guys. Try and fix my tooth. My tooth. I think we both know that that's not a surprise. That's a given. The surprise would be if it does get up. Here we go. Getting your braces off, right? Is that right? I'm trying to remember. Adjusted, okay. And then once you get it off, do you have the jaw surgery?
Well, it's game on, that's for sure. The Giants are able to at least close the gap on the scoreboard. They still need to close the gap in some areas, especially with their ball use, their fast disposal, which has let them down in the first half of football, whether by hand or by foot. They've had opportunities that they've let slip, so if they can clean that up at the start of this quarter, start with that same determination they finished within the half, then they'll find themselves right back on level pegging.
Lockie Whitfield. Absolutely done and dusted. Move this. Position 40.
Just a couple of possessions that term. He's been tackling like a machine, but for them to get back into this game, they need goals. They need him and Jake Stringer and Jesse Hogan to get on the scoreboard. He's had just 7 possessions, Toby, so he's got some upside.
Oh, the upside is in the possession of the scoreboard impact.
Oh, I'm trading with Nessa 12, Uncle. We're getting a shiny Pokemon here. What are we getting? We got a shiny Fluttermane.
Accurate ball going inside forward 50.
So the home team has not led at any stage this afternoon. The Suns got out by as much as 29 points as we turn into the second half. It's a 13-point ball game.
All right, back to the footy there.
Witt smacks it down. And they leave it for Jones to pick up. Bedford gives it back. Kick comes to half forward from Lockie Ash.
And this is a battle. They've got this one right so far. Collins has got control of Cadman. 5 goals last week, just hasn't really had an impact so far.
Ambitious, and the big right Madden takes off after it.
Well,
Miller though, closing.
Pokemon got plugged in.
They've got the numbers here. Humphrey goes inside and long marks.
Gee, that was a clever kick. He had 2 options.
Hello, little man.
The boot, which sets up Long. Very clever player.
It's a clever kick underground, wasn't it? From John Noble. That was special to be able to continue the flow of play for Gold Coast because they were goal side of their direct opponents.
26 goals last year in his 17 games. He's got 25 to his name to date.
Yeah, he's
so
kicked that to
far.
the right.
That one is offline.
Who's taking the kick-ins? It looks like Ash.
Well, they got away with one there, the Giants. A bad turnover on centre wing, which had their defence unsettled. But the inaccuracy has just allowed them to get themselves back in. He's got a target straight down the middle.
He's going wide, though. Lockie Ash. Contest kick to the wing.
Good mark.
Collins picks it off.
I agree, Jared. That would have been the perfect setup play. First one off half time. Set one up to try and score.
Jeffrey to Anderson. He's been tremendous. The skipper of the Suns. First time since 2016 they've had a sole captain back in the Gary Ablett days. Sequence of co-captains Lynch and May, Swallow and Witts and Miller. Now Anderson leading outright.
Well read.
Power down to half forward United.
We love that from Iden.
14-point lead for the Suns. They have sort of,
Back to Ash.
as much as they've done a lot right,
Good start for us.
kicked themselves out of a greater lead as Ash runs into danger, evades Long. Comes out broadcast side.
That's on 15, surely.
Clever.
Wants to go and does. Trying to ignite the Giants. Strong mark Green. Jared Healy said they needed more from him. And
Nice, good mark.
That's the difference. You get the super players involved. He goes back and nails this. All of a sudden, they're in striking distance. A really clever move to come back inside from Bedford. Found the corridor.
Should have put the bonus bet, since I'm getting a bonus bet back.
Who was on the burst and
If
takes the mark.
King doesn't kick 2 more goals. What do you reckon I should use the bonus bet, chat? Should I use it for Bailey Sniff or Dawson for the Brownlow? Or should I use it for next week's tips? Oh my god, yuck. It's missed everything. Holy shit.
Couple of his kicks we've seen from Jesse today.
I'm thinking maybe Sniff for the Brownlow.
Looking at the wrong ad. It's a shank. But an opportunity gone begging without question. And Lynch is right. They've been starved down there. They've only had under 30 inside 50s.
Yes, I will. I'll have both the scores going down below in about, I think it's half an hour it starts.
Nick Holman, sub for the Suns, unused. There's a block and it's going against Witts.
Yeah, it's a 3:20 start. So at the end of this quarter, we'll set up the...
I think he's fought back well. He had a really slow start, but he's fought back pretty well.
Osborne in New South Wales kicks inside
the double score line for 1 quarter.
Punched away by Collins.
He's been able to. He's engaging more, but his midfield have gone to work at his feet, which is the important thing. They were outworked early, close in by Gold Coast. They've been able to level things up
Just
a
to get
little
back
bit in
those
this area.
inside 50s, just to say how hard it's been for the Giants. They've only had 26. The visitors in the Eagles jumper have had 39.
First time in their new clash trip today. It hasn't been popular with our commentary team, it must be said, despite the...
Like the last time in this jumper.
I was about to say the polemic.
What do you think the reaction of West Coast will be? Imagine if it was black and white, the reaction we get.
I know there'd be one team that wouldn't be happy if that was the case.
They'd be changing it at half time if it was Collingwood.
I don't know how Trevor Nisbet ticked it off at the AFL. Jeez.
Anderson locked up straight away by Stringer. Jeffrey trying to get it out for the Suns. Forward 50 for the Giants. Tom Green.
Riley of the West. Yes.
Collins. Oh, trying to clear it. Toby's there and he goals. You can't keep him out of it for long.
Wait, do I? Yes, I have Darcy for 2, Riley West, Vandermeer, and Kennedy all for goals.
Toby Bedford got the ball inside forward 50, which was good. That was half a throw, but oh no. They are desperately looking for the line. Here's Bedford, gets it to the top of the square, and then we have a few blues. If you're going to punch, you've got to get it through.
You do, but Toby Green's in the contest there, Jared. You can see him. When Bedford kicks it, he's leaving. So it's great work to the goal square. Gets himself in the right place. Goal. Well played. Good rate. Excellent work rate, I should say, from Toby Green.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity. That had to go across the line. Not sure whether it was Collins or his teammate who miscued, but need to put some more chalk on.
So they shave the lead to 8 points. Madden has a crack at it. Bursting through Flanders. Anderson. Rao. Flanders. Hip and shoulder after he got the kick, so it's a free kick downfield.
You don't mind those ones.
King.
He was going to
King.
Anyway.
Ainsworth.
Ash
Spectacular
clogging up
strikes
the
for two majors
hole.
in the first half.
Wits, holy shit.
Well, we just said how's Madden gone in his third game up against the giant Jared Witts. And he was
I
outmarked
didn't
on that
do
occasion.
with Loston.
It's a clever move either by Damien Hardwick or by Witts himself, just to take him forward.
No, I didn't do with Boston.
Neutralise this bloke, but in the goal square.
1 goal for so far this season, but
I always say never trust a ruckman, but from here,
for the quick reply, he slots
it was all but guaranteed.
He's been a great leader for this group, Jono. He's been a magnificent statesman for the game up there when the Suns were struggling, and now he's doing it all when the Suns are in contention.
He's such a barometer for what they do and has a big play in their W's every single time. But he just worked down here nicely, flow of the play.
I went Richards, Kennedy, Trelaw, Taranto, Libba, Bont, Prestia, Hopper all for 20. Bailey Williams, Fraser for 15, Darcy for 2 goals, West, Vandermeer, Kennedy for 1.
Tippity wasn't the wicketkeeper.
Behind the stumps, Litchy.
14 points again. The lead for the Suns. Witt's back in the middle. The Rucks share it down. He's Rao to his mate Anderson.
Good pressure.
Back in front of Rao. Can't trap it. Rioli.
Oh, that's great work from Bedford. He is just a multiple effort player. He started off trying to shepherd Noah Anderson, and then he finished up neutralising the tackle, and a bit stiff not to get a free kick.
He's made a difference since going in and assisting their comeback.
Witts gets it going forward. Reed underneath it. Spills it on the way down. Lekalia trying to hold him up. Got boot the ball across the half-forward line. Fiorini just says, come here.
Noble.
He sits back up for it. Noble retreats. Collins. Back inside 50. Shallow entry. Butterick flying. Ball spills down. Thomas. Hand pass inside 50. Rao trying to knock it free. Thomas goes and gets it. Away to Ralston. He can send the Giants down the wing. Collins in the pack with Cadman. Collins slipping. Cadman collects. Out in front of Jones. Paddles with his own advantage. Ran out of room.
It's almost the start of a tsunami.
Come on, Iden. 6 more for Iden.
Madden has got to... I mean, Mummy's got to get the message out. You cannot take the front spot because you're just going to get pushed out.
He's wearing Mummy's old number. A few more muscles on that body before he's got Mummy's physique.
It's much better, though. You've got to block from the side.
And now the Suns.
Iden from the side here.
Kick to Reed was a big ask because it was 2-on-1.
Just going back to that last stop, the Giants are going to get their game going a bit better. If Madden's going to block his right arm, you've got to cover the left. The drop to the left-hand side was 90% predictable, so they shouldn't be able to just get an easy takeaway. Got the same scenario here, blocking the right. And that's a neutral ball. Start again.
No, it's out.
So, Ralston.
Come on. More for Iden, please. More for Iden.
Nearly 2 years last week. 784 days since playing a full AFL
Jeez, I can
game.
cash out for $20.
Ralston battled injury last year with the stress fractures in his back.
Oh. Where's Iden?
O'Halloran tackled by Miller. Going nowhere. So last year the Gold Coast Suns 7 and 5 at the same stage. There it is, the nearly a falcon. It's more of a bicep, I think.
Big body blow.
Big body blow, yes. Suns 7-5 same stage last year, and then they won just 4 of their last 11. This year they're 8 and 4. As Bedford tries to flick it on.
Throw.
No, that's rubbish. That was rubbish. He dead set got a handball on that. Yeah, I'm with you. 100%.
Okay, set this up for Iden.
Hand might have been quicker than the
Please.
eye, but he looked like he fisted that one, Jono.
Braden Fiorini takes the free, pokes it up. Where's Ben King? Slapped down by Himmelberg to the advantage of O'Halloran. This is Thomas.
Oh!
He paused.
Jesus.
And close, he clattered into him.
He nearly died.
Well, that is just a
In the 80s, he would be dead.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know what's going on. Let's have a look at Bedford.
Let's have a look.
Was it a...
Oh!
Yeah, you made the great call about Toby Green at half-time that he had to leave.
I think I might retract that one.
Yeah.
Apologies to the umpire.
I tried to stop that replay coming through for you, Jared.
Madden palms it down towards Gallagher.
Great call by the umpire.
Looks him board his Weller. Puts it back inside 50 for the Suns.
King!
Got his hands around it.
King!
He's just too tough to stop when he picks up the flight and gets that drop zone absolutely spot on, King, and he's just too big to be able to defend, and he just pushes back nicely, release forward, and there's no way Buckley was going to be able to get a fist in on that one.
The Giants with the first goal of this third term. They got as close as they have been all day, within 8 points. A goal to Wits, and now Ben King, he goals too. And the Suns keep the Giants at bay.
We're 1 goal away. Jared Healy, no idea. Absolutely none.
Well, there's Toby off the ground. They need some more
Oh,
out of
wait.
him. He started really well. The coaches.
We got a Gold Coast score, guys.
The Suns have fought back really well. Just got away from his man.
But what they've done in this quarter, Jared, 21 kicks at 81% of their 34 disposals, so they're coming out, they're kicking it, getting it forward, but with effect as well.
It's a great mark, Jono, up against a quality opponent.
Actually kicked his first ever AFL goal here at this ground 6 years ago, Ben King. And last time he played here, round 19 last year, goalless. No Sam Taylor that day either. Buckley had the match up, but he's kicked a couple and he's keeping his side, the Gold Coast Suns, with their nose in front. Back up rucks. No real effect on the contest. Wow, the beast just tries to barge his way through. Flanders, Rioli. 2 a 1-on-1. Oh, Ainsworth did it beautifully. On Angwin, spins, turns and delivers to Reed.
Oh, it's been a good few minutes from the
Not good.
Suns. They
Not
really
good.
have just lifted their game up.
We need
The
Iden
goal,
to fucking
they
lift,
responded.
please. 2 touches, please, before the end of the quarter.
So Ethan Reed,
Please.
back in the side this week. He's part of those 3
Well,
big
it's
calls
starting
with
to
Walter and
not
Ben
look good.
King, the future forward line for Damien Hardwick. 6 goals, 7 this year from his 8 games. Still early on in his
7-7.
career.
Sorry, 6-8.
Kick, but He can't land it.
Needs a bit of your work as well, Jono.
Go hit up Fog. He'll teach you how to kick straight.
From a Gold Coast perspective.
There's the set shot scoring. So 3-6, the Suns. They've led all day. They could have been leading by a lot more. There's Himmelberg to Riccardi. Kicked the last 2 goals, Gold Coast, just to calm it down. To the Giants threatened, as they have done after quarter time, or really halfway through the opening quarter. There's Damien Hardwick, game number 550 today. 207 as a player, and now 343 as a coach. He's got that man up his sleeve still, Nick Holman in the second row, the unused tactical sub. Riccardi trying to get rid of Reed. Still there.
Sure, it's free, yeah.
It's not easy to do on the 2-metre.
It's good. It's good. This will get the ball down. It's where Iden usually is.
Which is just lightning.
It's going well. It's going very well.
Reed looked to go corridor instead. He honours the long lead of Ben King. Good spoil from Buckley from behind. And now the Giants are away. This is Thomas on his left. Hogan got a hand to it at ground level. Picks it up. Tries to give the handball. It was a bit too hot for Stringer. Rioli so composed. All the experience in the world.
We also need Noble for a touch too. Still 10 minutes left.
Had to get rid of an opponent, and he does. Anderson slapped down.
Oh, the good fend off.
Numbers, but it's Himmelberg that's able to gather, give to Angwin.
Stringer, shit kick.
Expect the unexpected. It'll land in that left forward pocket.
Oh, it's just worked out for him. Oh. McAndrew, where was the dive? Steve, the dive.
He's getting involved. And then Harvey. Wasn't the most pure of kicks. There's the release.
It's a captain contest that allows this one to continue on. Jared just has to find through, makes the contest, and it spills perfectly. They've had 2 in this quarter that have just spilled in the right direction. But you count that through work rate as well, getting to the right spots to be able to capitalise if it does.
Yeah, there's the contest you talked about. Cadman bringing it to ground 2 on 1. And young Harvey mops it up.
Youngest man on the ground, Harvey Thomas at 19. Phil Davis's old number on his back. Game back on again. 15 points. 2 goals each in this quarter.
Good tap.
Hooks it down behind.
Surely.
Anderson is going to get a free.
Come on, where's Iden?
That means Anderson can drive it forward again for Gold Coast. Out the back of the pack. Aaliyah, tackle. Play on it momentarily from Fonte, and he's caught 2.
Iden's on the bench. Okay.
Aaliyah on that occasion looked like a stray arm went over the shoulder.
Oh, you can't.
Wins. Got it. Oh, was able to be moved out of the way, and Jared thought maybe a legally, but umpire says keep rolling. Here's Rioli, coughs it up. Stringer, the sub on for Whitfield to a 2-on-1. Cadman with a bit to do. The numbers went out. Collins to Hewland. Easily brushes aside the would-be tackler, heads down to half forward and turns it over. And Angwin picks it off for the G-Man.
Like to change direction here. GWS on turnover, where they create some speed off this. Well done by Gold Coast to hold them up.
Yeah, you got a little short up to the middle.
Ooh, had to be a big contest and was.
Jones had a little bit of help from Himmelberg coming through. Fonte over the top. They've got
good
some
run.
runners. So Thomas, O'Halloran, Riccardi, really making Hogan have to work from that. Had to come from the side.
Jumped on that.
Ralston with the tackle
It's out
on
though.
Rao.
Oh, the ball! He doesn't even have it.
Back flank, the forward flank, down the bottom, locking the ball in.
So Harry Ralston.
Jumped on it, but
They were
the next
pumping
guy
last
had
week
it.
back in the side, as I mentioned, from missing for a couple of years. 18 disposals, 6 tackles in the big win over Brisbane. From from the small town of Binya in the New South Wales Riverina. He's been an academy member since he was a 12-year-old, and when he went to primary school in Binya, there was 13 in the entire primary school.
How many?
13. Now all eyes are on Ralston. As
He's
he
come
launches
back.
it. It's coming back. It's
Touched.
coming back. It's touched. Right on the line.
Noble's
for
chance.
Good defence there on the Suns. Got the tools down on the bottom
Noble.
of the line.
Yes. Lovely.
Noble looking towards the big man. Whitson, Reid both down there. Reid
Everyone
is
up
against the deck.
except for Iden. Iden still needs 6.
Pass wide to Closey against the boundary line. Taken out. Good tackle. O'Halloran.
He's going well, O'Halloran. He's been given a bit more midfield time. He's starting on a wing a bit today as well, but he's really improving as a player.
That's where they look vastly different. In this third quarter, got a bit of extra speed. So Thomas has had the 6 disposals. O'Halloran, Bedford all amongst the ball.
Rao through traffic, extracts it. The 1-2 with Wits, and now to Miller through the middle of the ground. Jeffrey.
Does anyone have Rao?
Hurried kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Reid taps it to the advantage of Ainsworth.
Good tackle.
Took a moment. Angwin got him. Now Rao. Over the top of it again, Pack forms, and the ump calls for it.
Do you reckon the umps have given a little bit more time today, Jono, with prior opportunities?
Yes,
I think
definitely.
they've got
There's been
it
a
right
couple
today.
that there's a
Been
couple
pretty
that
good.
have gone the 360 and haven't been called.
You've gone Dale for 25, Richards, Kennedy, Taranto for 20, Fraser, Williams, Floston for 15, Norton, West, anytime, Darcy for 2. Love that. That's looks pretty good.
Hand pass away to Collins, to Closey. Closey in front of the benches.
And they can launch again here. No,
I don't know.
Giants,
Yeah,
Callahan.
Iden's on.
Maybe it's
It's not
the
doing
tsunami
anything.
that can
Find
go.
Iden.
The captain flicks it out wide. Angwin got the runner in Kelly.
Himmelberg just really charging, not on it.
Goes on that left and he goes longer instead. Probably not the best option.
Who has Rao?
As the Suns now can share it
I'm not
around.
gonna do it.
You're right, Jared, but Brown worked up, so took the
No,
space
I
of Himmelberg.
chose
and
against
Kelly.
Rao.
Kelly couldn't go there in the end, which has to go long. 2v1.
You had Rao?
Now the turnover
How's
has
you,
happened.
how much is
See if
yours?
Gold Coast can build this up.
Power to Fiorini.
50.
Oh, that's risky for Rioli. And so there's a 50-metre penalty, and it's coming back to Fiorini. It was against Darcy Jones.
Connor Iden's still on the bench. Fuck me. Read that wrong.
Last 50-metre penalty
Please.
resulted in a goal. Of
Well,
course, it was
hopefully,
Andrew running forward after his teammate told him to
hopefully
play
kicks
on.
a goal. Iden comes on and tears it up in the last 5 minutes. Gets himself 3 touches.
The umpire, and Mac Andrew thought it was actually the umpire.
So the set shot record again, Corbett.
3-6.
Can Braden Fiorini help straighten them out? Sends it on its way, and that
Bastard.
is now 3-7 for the Suns. Searching for their first ever win at NG Stadium today. Trying to remain in the 8.
Is that Ash ticked off? No.
Kelly marks the kick out, so winner will be in the 8 tonight. And the loser will have to wait and see what happens with the Bulldogs up against the Tigers. Last game of round 15.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go in this
Brown
week.
spin move gets his way around Newland.
That's excellent football.
Finds Toby. He can look up front. And Tom Green hangs on to it inside the attacking arc. He's been the clearance green machine today, Jared.
Oh, the green machine's gone on fire, but the tsunami with a capital T was on display on that occasion. It was really well constructed from the kick in. Buckley's mark was super important, and that spin on a dime unleashed the ravages of what's to come. Great work from the entirety of the Suns team there. Sorry, the Giants team.
Do I just cash out, guys?
Today. Big heavy numbers already, and there's still a quarter and a bit to play. And now they need his work in front of the sticks. The drop punt from
He's
Tom Green.
missed.
Can he bring it
Someone get Iden on.
No.
Well, when you're trying to bridge the gap, Jono, it's hard when you miss set shots that are in the zone.
Yeah, big opportunity lost there for the Giants. Now it comes down to how well they defend late in the third quarter. Fatigue for both teams. That's a good kick.
Oh, and Anglin's dropped an absolute sitter, and they might make him pay here. The handball from Ainsworth to Walter. Looks up, sees what's
Iden's
on
on.
offer. Goes to King in a one-on-one.
Nice.
Oh, brilliant by Aaliyah.
Handball. Look at Iden. All to the right. Right. Yes. We're not cashing out now. We're not cashing out. We're cashing.
A massive grab. But that's right up there with some of his best efforts in his career so far.
It'll boost the confidence levels as well. Still making way in this competition.
That disposal
Suns look to reload again.
made my cash out go from $13 up to $19. What about this one?
And they continue to repel the Suns.
I've gone down to $18, guys.
Oh, he drew a couple.
I don't know how.
Make him pay here. Humphrey with the
I
step
don't know
around, doesn't
how.
want to go for it. Fiorini missed the set shot. What's he like
King?
to snap? He's got a
King?
in the goal square.
No, King! King!
And they continue to have the answers for the Giants' questions.
Just poor turnover, Jared. Ash took the second bounce. Had to release by foot after his first bounce. And just get it out, even to the one-on-one over the back, Toby Green, but opted for the option for the second bounce, closed up.
No!
And then Gold Coast cleaned this up quite easily. King in the goal square.
Just hold on to it. Take it. Don't fuck. No! You fucking idiot.
Yes.
And then that one from Lockie Ash, unlike him.
Don't be like your comedian brother Joe.
Yeah, that's a good call with the missed mark by Angwin, because that was simple.
For fuck's sakes.
A nice turnover for the Giants in their forward half. He was clear.
Oh, no.
Just built pressure on his defence.
Only one more King gold to cash, you fucking prick.
Good enough all day, the Giants, and so far the answer has been they haven't been. 20 points the deficit.
He is suspended if he doesn't get it now.
Anderson to Humphrey, hand pass out towards Closey, caught, got his arms free. Ainsworth, who's been good, goes back to Humphrey. Inside the attacking arc. Iden comes over the top.
King, no.
King keeps it
Give it back to him.
Butterick, and O'Halloran forces it through.
Let's just take a look at this. We've discussed this left hand. Now he's covered the right. He's got Anderson just there on the left. I mean, that is just basic stuff for an AFL team. You can't have a 2-on-1 and the big man, the senior man, using his strength and get a simple clearance like
Is it? Yeah.
Issue for Harry Himmelberg here.
That was after the result of the tackle when he came in hard on tackle centre wing. Just looks like he's wrenched the knee.
Seems
Or maybe
to
it was a
walk it
corky
off.
somewhere, but he came flying in at a rate of knots.
Margin 21.
Let's have a look at this tackle.
Oh, just knee on knee.
Pick up Lynch.
Ow.
Probably a corky, Lynchy, do you think?
He'd be hoping that's all it is.
Yeah.
So the Giants, and they claw their way back in these final couple of minutes. Big spoil up over the top by Andrew. Kick was smothered. Ball to be won. Well done by Humphrey. Just swatted it away and over the line. Suns by 23 it was at quarter time. 13
better.
at half time. They've led this by
Give
as
it a
much
kiss.
as 29. Giants yet to get their nose in front at all this afternoon.
I think we got our answer. Looks like it was bone on bone. Yeah. Nice knock to the middle of the medial ligament side of the knee.
Wits to Rao on all fours. Tom Green just wrenched it clear. Brute strength. Quick to O'Halloran. Was it a push in the back from Butterick? Umpire didn't blow his whistle. Flanders flares it. No one's there. Oh, that was interesting by Himmelberg. He's testing out the knee.
Sure, it's insufficient.
The deliberate out of bounds rule.
Yep.
And he's got it. I think he thought he probably on that knee couldn't get there quick enough to get their hands to it.
Come on, Iden.
And he's been penked.
Come, minute 18. Get it down there.
Three-quarter time. So much at stake for these two sides as Rioli goes.
Someone a little bit over. Where's Iden? Is there here? It's over the top. That's a free kick, surely. Deliver it. Yep. Is that Maxi King? No.
When he's punched this through.
So not
Damn
under
it.
significant pressure.
Yep. So it was tight, but I think he was a step outside the goal line.
He was further than that outside the goal line.
Stiff. He is dead set stiff.
I don't think he is.
So Connor Butterick has got the ball, and he's only ever kicked one goal in his career. The only goal came in his third game, round 3, 2020 against the Crows. This is the biggest kick of his life.
He's missed it.
And he couldn't stand up under the intense pressure and snare it.
Let's take another look at this. It was always going to bounce high.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
I think most players would have done instinctively, Jono. So I feel for him to.
That's really stiff. I reckon Maxi King was closest there. Iden! Kick it! Kick it! Kick it, Iden!
Second kick of the day for Butterick. Different role for him up front today. We've obviously seen him midfielder as a junior and playing down back most of his AFL career.
Excellent.
His growl. Got it out to
Noble. Got the kick off. No! Iden got the mark. He would have had it. He would have had an extra kick.
The closest the Giants have been is within 8 points. They got a bit to do on that.
Ah.
The winner remains inside the
Iden 3.
David Zeta is going to join us next with some breaking
And Max King for a goal. I swear to God, if Max King misses because he handed it off in the fucking goal square, I'm fuming. Fuming. Split view time. Let's get the Richmond Bulldogs game up.
For the Tigers today, Jasper Alger from Gippsland
And then all we need to do is bam, boom, bop.
When he announced to his brother that he was making his debut, he did the right thing when he informed his parents, Jasper Alger. He called mum first and then called dad second. So well done to Jasper. Ronald McDonald House Charities do invaluable work in our community, providing a home away from home for families, caring for seriously ill children, including young Bulldog fan Maverick, who's here to toss the coin today. And the amazing work cannot continue without your support. So to donate, visit
West Kennedy, McNeil anytime, Darcy 2, Hughes, Fraser 15, Richards, Taranto 20, Dale 25. God damn. Getting relegated to the fourth screen? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm happy just to be on any screen, Uncle.
The Western Bulldogs are eyeing off the A's, and you get the impression with the Richmond this year.
As long as the volume is up, Uncle, you put me on any screen you want.
Those past glories already with the posters on the walls and on the cars driving around Melbourne, that they're having a bit of a free hit this season. And again, we see.
So it's only for half an hour. Yeah, it's only for 1 quarter. We will be listening to the Gold Coast and GWS game once that game gets back underway for the fourth quarter.
Yeah, can't wait to see him evolve. I mean, he's still young, 35 games coming into today, but yeah, it took 9 marks and his return from a knee injury last week against St Kilda. He's 5th in the AFL for contested marks this season, and he's missed 6 games. So he's going okay.
2 players I'm really looking forward to watching from the Richmond side. Luke Traynor, who's up on the wings.
We'll start watching this, but the Gold Coast GWS, just because we're close on the multi, so we're going to be cheering that on.
Host Richmond. It's 9th against 17th as the umpire is
Oh, you at the game? Or are you watching on Channel 7?
Under the lids with English with the first tap down. Prestia trying to pick it up. Vandermeer just flicked it out. Ball still in dispute. Hopper able to pick it up and gets the first cleanish kick towards centre half forward. No
Bailey Williams already.
Williams. Spreads it out wide to Fraser. He's under the pump from Ross.
Williams, Fraser, Williams. Fucking love that. To Richards. Holy shit. Everyone on... Oh, to Treloar. Holy shit. The multi is having a fucking fit right now. Oh, another Richards. To Libba.
Gets it inside.
Riley West? Oh, could you imagine? Norton's there. Taps it. Bont! Oh!
When you always love the mids charging forward.
My Maltsy's just...
made a decision early on to really charge up towards the wing and leave his direct opponent in Sam Darcy. So there was always an extra number forward of the ball. You see there Noel Bolter further up the wing, which just meant that the Tigers
Yeah, same. I looked at Bont too.
If you're going to go end-to-end as well as the Dogs do, and they're the best ball movement side from deep in their D50 into their forward 50, you've got to be able to handle all sorts of defences, and they make great decisions. If the player is squeezing in on us, well, then we'll find a 2v1. If they're sitting back, well, then we'll run at them and we'll
Could you imagine if Riley West had kicked that goal there? Oh,
they're going to be challenged by that. Richmond's intensity wasn't bad there, but it wasn't good enough to stop the Dogs from moving the ball end-to-end.
50 seconds for the 6-time All-Australian and BNF to get
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Taranto gives ground. Kennedy, if he can pick it
Interesting
up,
that Suns only gave him 2 years. I wonder if he's just going to give him 2 years to see improvement in terms of finals and then maybe move if they're not doing too well.
Grabbed high by Davidson.
The challenge will be to find a mark to really try and let them play this more composed style of
So Hopper
he's ahead of us, not just in the footy. Or she. She's ahead of us? I don't know.
Smith
They're ahead of us.
another possession.
Not just in the footy, but in the news world.
Bolt, who with the football, is going to be a free kick, no advantage.
That was exactly the opposite of what you're talking about, Lloyd. It doesn't look like they're looking for kick mark at all. They're trying to put the game into run and carry as much as possible. It's going to invite the Dogs' pressure. It's just going to be where they're good enough to get through it.
It's a dangerous way to play against this Bulldog side.
Boulder holds it up and then he bites off the corridor kick.
Yuck. Lost it,
made
though.
it okay. Handball over his head. Liberatores had a couple of nice touches early.
Yeah, Trelaw, Kennedy, lovely. Riley West.
A couple of options West. Plays on quickly. Spears it to Norton in a good spot. Big fist. Boulder got back and killed it.
No.
Recovered well, didn't he, after that kick?
Bulldogs have decided to just fuck them in the bum.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
To the Sun,
who have energy.
Got the best of the whistle.
Swapping around.
Who knows, but they need to just sort it out from a clearance perspective and get on the front foot.
Let me know what's happening
Here, the Gold Coast Suns.
in the other game because
Season under Damien Hardwick. It'll be a free kick going the way of the home side, and Toby Green takes it and straight away delivers to Cadman.
Well, that time the young ruckman Madden took out the left hand, and so the ball was
Chad's on Channel
right
7.
in the middle, and the Giants mopped it up.
Are you happy with the way rucks are going about it these days, though, Jared, or is it just something we've got to accept that you just
Cool.
engage?
Oh, Wingard.
Oh, I'm not sure about it's a longer chat that one, Jono, but the line came in. But not too much of a reason, I would have thought. Maybe one for Swanee.
So Aaron
That Sam
Cadman
Darcy lining up for goal.
Breakout game of 5 goals at the Gabba. Yet to produce a goal in his 50th game. Can he get them rolling?
Well, it's a darn good start.
Did Kelly Underwood just say he's yet to kick a goal as he kicks his second?
So the left arm has been utilised. Both tapped it out. In fact, you could have given that one to Matt. Let's see where he goes next time.
$1. What a fucking idiot.
Gets a clearance. Hits it on the chest of Cadman. That's a great mark. No one's stopping that.
Good space in front for Cadman to lead into. That's a good setup by
Glenn Jacobs
GWS.
in the goal in the Eagle shuffle wouldn't have stopped that.
Dr. McGurl.
Of course, they have turned around a bigger deficit at home this year. They were 28 down against the Tigers. Obviously, they're up against a team fighting for a spot in the 8 today, but that's a positive start for the Giants. Back to 16 points. Witts to Anderson. Turnover. Tom Green gets it out of the centre square. Cadman.
Cadman again? Oh, no.
Comes down to Toby. Hand pass comes up. Jeffrey.
Oh, that's a throw.
Got it out somehow to Anderson. Flanders back to Anderson. Not a heap up ahead. Full 360 for Hewland. And now kicks it there anyway. Contest kick, Fonte and Ainsworth. Ball trickles out of bounds and an awkward landing for Ben Ainsworth.
Yeah, the difference between a throw and a fumble is fairly minute. But Collins got away with one there.
He's kicked a couple today. Ainsworth already. Hopefully he can run that out.
Great tackle.
Weller. Make sure Bedford stops moving.
Glad he's back. Lockie Weller fit and healthy.
From
He's a good player.
2 ACLs and then 2 hamstrings this season. The last one was an 8-week hamstring. Fonte.
Oh,
A
just
little
too
bit too
over the
much on
top.
it for Cadman. Collins was there to mop it up.
No
Now
ball.
here's Noble. Accepting it from
Ticked
Jeff.
off.
Wants to use the corridor and does. Flanders. That was 50. Should have been.
What do you mean no ball isn't? I just watched him get a disposal. What do you mean he didn't move? The
Retreat
fuck?
and go back into their shells. They've been so good all afternoon. Into the pocket they go. Aaliyah over the top with another great spoil.
They've actually covered
Lucky
okay
Weller for a
Sam
3-0
Taylor.
Gold
No one's
Coast.
going to
Okay.
replace Sam Taylor, but they haven't been burnt in the air.
Yeah, it looked bad early, didn't it?
Try to remember that for the
you're
grid on
right, the key
Thursday.
defenders, Buckley has done really well on Walter, who hasn't really touched it this afternoon. And
King's kicked a couple, but he was probably always going to get a couple.
Named Sam Taylor when they played in round 19 last year and they did get
That's
the
surely
win.
that's
The
insufficient.
questions
Yep.
asked, and Miller is penalised.
Tuk tuk. Bad tuk tuk.
Ash goes back to Buckley.
Is Iden there? Iden's in the middle. No, he's got someone on him.
Thought about the quick V kick and then thought better of it and brings it back to
Kind of out here though, to be honest.
who loves space. He runs and he dashes across half-back to a one-on-one there.
Collins
Yeah,
is so,
Cadman
he's
outmarked by
having a
Collins.
brilliant start to this fourth quarter. Although, turnover. She kick.
Inside 50. Oh, Mack went to soccer. Spills to Brown. Still a chance for the Giants.
Bedford.
Bedford on the end of it. Snaps goal. He's got it.
Hello, hello. They're back within 10.
Changes.
But also, more importantly,
He's started as a forward. He's gone into the middle, and whilst he was on the end of that one, he has just been a dynamo. There's the intercept mark, well played by Toby, who's lifted, and that was something you won't see Mad Mac do too many more times. Coach will have a bit of an education package on that one.
I think right across the board, Jared, your decision making is going to be critical in this last quarter, and while both clubs had their moments then, didn't they, with their decisions, and in the end, Gold Coast, they pay the price for the last decision that McAndrew made in not picking up the ball.
The magic number, Jono?
Well, here it is, over 160 points, 6 wins and 1 loss, so they need to get it over 160 to win these combined scores. GWS, and they're fighting back.
2 goals in 5 minutes. And it's the Suns that go forward. Spoil.
oh, he's tripped.
Down to Thomas, overruns it. Here's Flanders. Fiorini
Give it to
on
Maxi.
the left.
Get it to
He's
Maxi.
really making it tough for Walter. Now, which way does it go? They look
The
like
other
they're
way.
both holding
Where's
each other's
Iden?
jumper.
Iden's on the other side
Buckley
of the
gets
field.
the
Come
three,
on.
And the Giants fans breathe a sigh of relief.
Imagine all the
The
calculators.
right.
have
Go
just
to the
come out.
right. Look to the
Now
right.
148 is the number. Yes.
Oh, no.
Risky kick. They've got the numbers and the brilliance of Ash. A fake, a deliver down the
Correcting
corridor.
distance.
Tom Green gives it to Callahan. Had to
Thank
get
you,
his
Fizzle.
long left boot away quickly. Stringer slaps it down. Well, that was brilliant by Reid initially, but it might come unstuck. Stringer, unselfish. Into the
Good
centre he
spoil.
goes. It bobbles around. It comes back. Ralston. Here's Green.
Oh, no.
He fakes one. He fakes two. And
He's got a goal. They're back within a goal.
inspirational stuff from T. Green. And on
Here come the Giants.
Yeah, Damien Hardwick would be filthy, but gee, there was a couple of free kicks here that the Giants missed out on, but in the end...
How good is this, Jared, really?
Well,
Oh, did you say you went English for possessions?
You keep
sell one dummy, you can sell two. The ball off the boot magnificently.
Well done by Jake Stringer for centering it. Excellent play.
Little fumble there, but
I love this. Heart rate up more. Has to finish and does.
We are still looking for Iden for 3.
It's been a great start to the final term by GWS.
Everyone else is ticked off but Iden. Iden for 3, Max King for a goal.
Boatload of clearances, and now the Giants are as close as they've been since they first scored. Madden puts him inside 50. Out the back, Riccardi trying to get back onto it.
Oh, they're done. They're in front.
Domination, Jono, out of the centre clearance in this final term.
But what it's worked out is 5 inside 50s, 4 goals straight to start this final
Holy
term.
shit.
In under 5 minutes of gameplay, it's just huge, Jerry. You're right through.
This is exactly the opposite of the first quarter.
But its effectiveness as well, once inside forward 50. Happy group at the moment.
Did I go?
Yeah, it's just been a total, again, just
Talk to me,
reflecting the clearance. And right now, it's 5-1 in this term.
Because I know Uncle went.
Yep, we're with you. That was an absolute ripper.
Total match points, Corbin?
160.
Oh, we're there. We're at the number.
And they hit the front for the very first time in this contest at the 8-minute mark of the final term. 4 goals in 8 minutes.
We both went Giants.
Little toe poke, Callahan, Kelly caught underneath. Rao with strength, roars through to Miller. Throws it on the boot, makes life difficult for King.
Uncle extends his lead in the head-to-head tipping.
He's recommitted to the commitment of potentially signing.
We'll have more with David Zeta later on in the evening.
4 goals in 8 minutes for the Giants. Another clearance for Tom Green. Up to the middle of the ground. Mac Andrew.
Clever. Oh, the slipperiness.
Rioli to Powell. Still puts him inside.
Is that Maxi
50.
King, though?
And there's
Find
Reed.
King.
Takes the mark. Closer to goal. Looking for King. Critical fist from Hilberg. Down to Closey. Tackle. Held up. Trying to get through the ball. Says keep going. Butterick. Hands it out. But Fonte in the back pocket. Tries to evade Flanders. Got it to Tom Green. Takes on the Butterick tackle. Himmelberg takes it out.
I think if the players stop reading that it should be holding the ball,
Oh!
there's a big disconnection between
Spice.
being officiated at the moment.
Chili.
Closey and Himmelberg. Wrestling manoeuvres. And the boundary umpire in a hurry wants to throw it back in.
Yeah, there's definitely more time today based on what we've seen.
The last quarter, players are getting super serious.
Oh! Jesus Christ, Ben Long. The fuck are you doing?
Got to be careful, very careful in that scenario.
Got Ralston on the point of that left shoulder. Shoulder looks like it's hanging a little. Here goes
Obviously, so far looking
Gives
decent.
it off to Fiorini, right side for the left footer, and they continue to hang around the Gold Coast Suns.
Be good. Still watch 3/4 of it.
And release out to the left footer, Fiorini, who has been in and out of the side to a degree over the last few years, but here's a fumble under the tackle. Well, it's a tackle more than a fumble.
Geez, fine margins. When you decide to bump, you got it right there, and they got the goal.
Yeah, it's a great release. Run and finish by Fiorini. What a huge game. There's so much riding on it for both the visitors, the Suns, and the Giants. We've got some injuries and some omissions, but they're hanging in there. Fought back for another, probably a losable
The first 4 goals in the blink of an eye. GWS hit the front, and now they've fallen behind again. There's only 2 lead changes in the game, the last 2 goals. Flanders to Fiorini, now to Anderson. What a weapon he is. Touched on the
On.
way through.
Iden's there. Iden's there.
Top of the goal
Get it
square.
to Iden.
Himmelberg mowed down Butter
Or
in
Max
the big
King.
tackle. As King tries to get it out. Long. Knocks it to Fonte and Butter. It goes and gets him again.
Well, he's been pushed into
Come on, Iden.
He's obviously a pressure player.
14 minutes. 3 touches.
And he's, delivering
Please.
The Suns have had most of the answers today. Every challenge, every push from GWS. Can they answer one again? And knocked out a play and a throw-in. So a forward 50 stoppage and a 4-point buffer for the Suns. Having led all day, fallen behind, now they're back in front.
Well, Tom Green has just been their best player from start to finish. Hasn't had a spell. He is just dominating around clearance. He's got 3 or 4 efforts left in him, hopefully for the Giants, because he's the man that has generated much of this attacking foray to get them back into it.
Yeah, he's had 6 touches in this last quarter alone.
Just lurching, stoppage to stoppage. Yes, Damien Hardwick's.
Holy shit. Bailey Williams already up to 8 touches.
Do you think it is, Jared?
Holy shit.
Other things on his mind at the moment.
Especially
that bloke in particular.
that man, Tom Green.
He's
Backhand
fallen.
slips. Riccardi comes in, tackles. Stringer play on advantage.
Oh, that's insufficient, surely. Yep.
So free kick to the Suns.
Matt Kennedy, though.
Wasn't an
Oh,
advantage.
difficult to see.
Well, Tom Green, most clearances in a game prior to this one were 13, so 16, Jared, in this game. You're right here.
2. It's alright, I have pressed here for 20. Ends on 0.
Collins to the wing. Witts with the sit. Miller with the fend off. Now here's a chance. Anderson back to Miller. Hewlin spinning out of trouble beautifully. Bedford couldn't get him. Witts. Miller in space. Closey. Steps inboard. Asking for trouble. Wobbly kick. Got there eventually. Flanders marks.
That was just in front of me. That was all but smothered off the boot.
Nice work from you, Lynchy. But gee, I tell you what,
Flanders has got someone on in the pocket.
have another go.
Gotta come back.
Oh, they're going to go berserk here. The locals, they're not happy.
You're kidding me. No, 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 no.
He's changed his mind here. I've never seen this. He's actually changed his mind. And he's going to ball it up.
Ball it up.
Good on your umpire.
He's changed his mind to a ball up when Connor Iden had the fucking ball in his hands. He just took a mark.
Great umpiring.
4-point advantage for the Suns. Tom Green denied clearance number 17. He's Fonte. He's held up.
And just to take the focus off the umpires for a minute, Ethan Reed's been subbed out. Tactical sub. Nick Holman in the game for the Suns.
It's a good time for that.
Kelly got it to Fonte. Took on Weller. To
Legally,
Lecalier. A little fumble. Went to ground. He's Humphrey. Hand pass away to Witts. Jones looking to break it up. 3 of them hit the deck. Weller trying to draw a free, and the ump says, I'll have it.
McNeil ticked. Lovely.
Not give the ball out, but they
Excellent
don't want
for
to get
you guys.
holding the ball. You just saw there, Jared Witts did a great job.
Long time to go in this game. Witts kicks to half.
Not long enough. Iden.
Youngest man on the ground. Dabs the pass to Ralston.
Gold Coast have got the spare at the end of this long kick, so
Go
they're
back.
avoiding
Go
going
back.
long.
Go back to Iden. Go back to Iden.
Kelly. Now to the eastern side. Buckley puts him up over halfway. O'Halloran.
Oh, he had him.
He's told to keep it moving. Kicks inside the attacking arc. Brown flies for it. McAndrew trying to clear. Can't. Stringer.
Oh, Stringer.
Only Stringer.
It had to be him.
Well, it started off looking like it was going to be a dud in the West, and it's turned into a classic. Who knows who's going to win it, but Jake Stringer's just got himself involved in a cracking, magnificent goal. And that's the controversial one that was turned over. It was touched by Josh Kelly. Nearly dislocated 3 fingers, as Lynchy said. It was put down as a smother. But out the back.
level, which ended up working out in his favour in some ways. But at least he did well. He worked up behind the contest. Support from balls his way. Had to be accurate and was.
I reckon
Look at that, not much daylight.
A lot of goals put their hands up to the gods, and they're just average goals. That one was entitled to honour the footy gods.
Warning here to the Suns. Flick behind. Witts, Ralston had it, lost it, stolen. Anderson just handballs into space. Flanders is there. He could wedge it over to Miller, but instead he goes further still and Humphrey marks.
Well, it was a good clearance by the Suns. They didn't have first possession, but they stripped it of the young player for the Giants, and now they get set up.
They made the most of Witts in that centre bounce.
So Humphrey lining up for his second goal. He's mercurial. We know that. Does he deliver with some sublime skills here on the right boot? Across the face.
No, so what they had, the mismatch, Jared, of Witts v. Riccardi at centre bounce. So Witts just put his big frame in front.
Where's Iden? Give it to Iden. Give it a... Fuck you.
Lead has swung on the last 3 goals.
Idiot should give him Iden.
Lead changes of the game.
Oh, Jesus.
The sin of
LeBron.
getting the ball intercepted off the kick out.
Will Powell drives it deep, back inside 50. Lekalia flies, punches it away. Still alive footy inside the Suns 50. Callahan soccers it once, twice. Can't clear
Send it back in.
Newland.
Where's Iden?
It back inside 50. Is there a mark there for the Suns? Not on this occasion. Himmelberg to Angwin. Comes out of defence. And that'll work to Hogan.
Great work coming up from Jesse Hogan. His kick was just a kick and hope. And he got lucky.
Off he goes to Callahan. Has a bounce. Looking for Cadman. Oh,
Cadman, oh
and
God.
the youngster stands up in his 50th game and says, yep, I'm the man.
That is 50 metres just about too.
No, we're not.
Directly through the mark. Jack Stringer was
It's a
on the
cash out
other
now.
side of the mark,
$10.
so he wasn't trying to fool him or anything. He just ran straight through it. But anyway, it was Angwin.
We let it ride. We let it ride.
Thing with the quick kick out of defence and how you got more distance than what you normally would in that scenario.
So 5 last week. He's kicked 3 today in his milestone match.
Yeah, double the money.
Bacchus Marsh. Can he squeeze it back for 4?
He should have been kicking from on the goal line. And it's a big miss.
No, I'm hoping they can run it up. If you get another 1 or 2.
What a final term it's been. 5
Oh,
goals to 1.
he hasn't even had his break yet, though. He's on the bench now.
22 down at the last change. Suns out trying to win it back. Rao
Nah,
to
fuck it. We let it
Flanders
ride.
to Fiorini. Winner is
Let it ride.
Indiated
We've
in
already
the
lost the
weekend.
money.
Kicks down the wing. Humphrey paddles it in front of himself. Shakes the defender. Gives it to
We're all on Max King for a goal now. Sorry, Ben King. Ball. See you later.
with a chase down tackle of his life.
2 points, though.
Babyface assassin off to Ash. He's got dash and dare. And then delivers Angwin.
Move it on, play on.
Little indecisive, first game of the season. Stakes are high. He goes down towards Brown.
Yeah.
That was a good option. Callum Brown strong in the air.
50?
Another 50. Again, it was the stand.
Yeah, the umpire's communicating. It's going to be 30 out. Another option. 30 out.
And Cal Brown is an accurate set shot.
Probably should take it, but fuck it.
So far this year in goals.
Tigers are up for this. It's good. Means the next 3 quarters that I'll be watching should be good. This one's really close now, though.
To extend their lead to 8 points. They trail by as much as 29. A month ago here, the Giants were down by 28, beat the Tigers by 3. Is it going to be a case of deja vu?
Deja vu.
Brown lining up for his second. He's a beautiful kick. He sends it on its way, and the Giants have erupted with a fast finish in the final term.
It's been amazing, Jono, the comeback to three-quarter time. They were in with the hunt, but now they've hit the front. They've just been more efficient inside their forward 50. I mean, the Suns have had plenty of opportunities going inside their forward 50. They've just taken their moments, and this is a moment coming up. There's a big mark on the wing, and then he gets the 50-metre penalty, which doesn't make it a certainty, but there's your big moment, nailing the goal under the pump.
Well, when you look at it, Jared, from what you're talking about, so Gold Coast have had 9 inside 50s for 1 goal won. GWS 8 inside 50s this quarter for 6 goals won.
All right. Banging tune.
Final term, right when they needed it.
Plenty of time left for Gold Coast here. Can they respond?
It goes back to those
Biden and King are on.
Rao, hand pass out in front of Miller. Gets a handball on. Mowed down, big tackle, Angwin. Ball comes out, Rao's onto it. Can he send them inside 50? He goes laterally. Closey traps it on his knees. Retreats back to Hewland. Now the inside 50 kick. He drives it deep. Is there a mark for the Suns? Punched away by Buckley. Close to the boundary line, and Thomas helped out by Weller.
That pressure from the Giants is impacting. They've got 4 goals won from their turnover. And a lot of them has come off that half-back line. It's been a really big, strong, mature response by the Giants. And let's see what the Suns can muster in this last 7 minutes.
The only 3 lead changes in the game, all in his final term.
Witts
grabs it out of the ruck, floats a kick to the goal square. Takes a bounce left. O'Halloran to Brown. Gets it out of the defensive arc. Up to halfway. Hogan.
Darcy lining up for a second.
Andrew goes down. Jones stays up. Bursts away with it. Kicks inside 50 for the Giants. Riccardi caught at the back. Falls down to Toby. Bursts away. Tumbles a kick goalward. Bouncing.
Goal!
They will never surrender.
Never surrender. They're up by 3 goals now.
Until the end, the Giants by 14.
He's an amazing player, but this was a big ball.
He just clicked that across the face.
The work rate of Jones to get over and support that contest first. That sets this up.
Well, that's not bad from Riccardi. He wants the handball back. He's on the inside. He had a man in between him and the goal, so it was never a gimme, but only one man can control the bounce of the Sharon like that up in the west of Sydney. And this was a moment of genius. So we've seen 2, one from Jake Stringer and one from Toby Green. He enjoyed that.
Celebrate the goal, but get over to Jones. If he doesn't get over there first to support that contest, then this does not work out for GWS.
7 disposals for Toby Green at half-time, and you said, Jared, he needed to lift. Well, he's kicked 2, and look at that. It's a slim margin
Come on.
here. The Giants are in the 8.
You got Maxi
the Suns
King.
are currently out of the 8, but they've still got time. Can they lift? Ainsworth gives it over, and a chance for Humphrey. He's missed it.
Nailed that.
Oh, Bailey
2 goals left.
They're hanging on by their fingernails.
3 left. He's looking.
This is huge, Jared.
It's a classic game.
Not good.
Everybody's lifting.
Not good.
And Bailey Humphrey
This is going to fail for us. What can I cash out now for? $5 and 1 cent. Fuck it. I'm taking my $5.
Humphrey, but it's in the middle of the ground again. The hold there to Rao goes quickly, deep inside forward 50. They got this right at ground level. This time they win the fight at ground level. First in by Ben Ainsworth. Good feed.
Yeah, Bailey Humphrey pushed his man into the contest. Have a look. There's the push. In goes Himmelberg. Himmelberg out of the contest. Bailey in the contest on the left foot. Cracking goal.
Jesus Christ. I'm a lot of
Builders game for the
megs
round.
here.
It's lived up to that billing. From 29 points down, the Giants leading by 14. Now that lead trimmed to 8. Anderson gets it going forward. Humphrey looking for the stoppage, and everyone's pretty happy about that.
So who's behind for us?
Just a tick under 6 minutes on the game clock.
Could well come
Hopper
down to
by
Ralph
1,
Green at the
Prestia
moment.
by
Ralph's
2,
been involved, Green's been
Kennedy by
involved.
2.
2-score game. Anderson trying to make his way through with strength. Hand pass to Holman. The fresh legs to Humphrey. Can he be the game winner? Turns and looks goalward.
Where's
High
King?
up and under. A Lear underneath it. Not
Where's King?
McAndrew thrown
Great tackle.
and caught. Oh, the umpire says holding the ball.
Oh no. No, now that I've cashed out, Iden's now got a fucking disposal.
With this as a game, you'd be very confused, as an example, I should say.
It's hard to read, absolutely, Jared. But this defence for GWS has stood up well. They're minus 24 for forward 50 entries.
Go down the line.
Weathered a storm down there all day.
Alright, here we go.
Ash, Hogan, couldn't impact the contest. Madden, Bedford. Here's a chance. Callahan. It'll be a bouncing ball. Stringer's lurking. Going to ground was Hewlin. Stringer, the impossible angle. Oh, Stringer! He gets you out of any
But
sticky
King's going to almost
situation.
start dominating. I reckon it'll be the second half, maybe. Tigers just run out of legs.
Over the stadium for Jake Stringer, because he has been exactly that. Dynamite in this last quarter. 2 big goals from the big recruit, getting back towards goal. The fluorescent boots on fire.
They've handled him well. They sent him back to get fairly fit, get those hammies able to cope with the stress. This is fresh Jake Stringer, off a couple of weeks sojourn, and even when he was fit, he gave him the extra. And he has nailed 2 of the best goals that we've seen on Giant Stadium.
One from each pocket.
Right, Ben King for a goal. And Iden to not kick 2. Sorry, get 2 disposals. 5 minutes left. He's had 1 in 15 minutes of football.
Proper match winner as Witts palms it down and Humphrey held up.
Yeah, they haven't probably got enough out of the dominance.
You know the worst part is that Iden marked it on the siren for 3/4 time. That's 1 there that he could have got 1. And then he freaking... They reversed the decision after he'd already marked the ball in the 4th quarter.
Giants with the bye to come. The Suns have had theirs and they've got the game in hand against the Bombers. And now they're trying to pull it out of the fire, one which they once led by 29. Anderson to do more of it himself. Miscues the
King! King!
Once again, though, Rowler let the roll through. You've got the lead if you're in the orange shirt. Got a comfortable lead, and you're letting Rowler go free from a clearance.
This is massive, this kick here for King.
He moves in. He misses.
Skinny.
Got territory, though. Let's see how they can hold the ball in, or whether they can hold it in the Suns. He's only been shattered mentally at the present time, Lynchy, given that they've given up such a huge lead. To come back again takes enormous strength of mind.
Oh, it'd be absolutely huge.
Iden's out there.
Come back again.
He's going to kick it to Iden. He's fucking kicked it to Iden.
Tough kick for him.
Ash goes long.
Iden's got it. Iden's fucking got it. No, he needs 1.
To go back to Callahan.
This is Callahan's 9th for the quarter.
He's kicked it. He's kicked it to Iden.
Got under the belt now for the 4th term.
Back to Iden. Happy just eat into that clock a little bit, and that was a little wayward. And instead of possession, it's going to be a 50-50 ball.
He's busted his gut this last quarter, Tuke Miller. He is really working hard. Anderson also getting plenty of it. All been handballers, so they haven't been doing any damage with kicks.
Gold Coast open with a 7-goal opening term. Giants have finished with a flurry with an 8-goal final term. And there's still 3 thrilling minutes left in this one.
They've actually only had 30 kicks in this term to 45 handballs, the Suns.
Wentz, Humphrey, clean pickup by Toby Green and runs straight into Rao. Strongman competition. Wentz out wide for Anderson. Skittles past him. Ash. A wobbler. Which way will it bounce? It'll be a free kick to the Suns if it goes out, but it doesn't, and Toby Green, fierce.
Yeah, dived on it, so that was going to be paid.
Weller in his 150th giving away the free.
Yeah, so it was there, definitely. Toby Green knew it. That's why he was so aggressive in
Oh, fucking double whammy.
of Weller and hold it up.
What's Toby thinking? Just bang it as long as possible. Wits, great mark. Great coverage of the ground, and now the Suns will go.
3-score game, they got it all to do. The Suns, Jeffrey taken high.
So Wits had to come back skinny side. So he was looking and desperately trying to find a teammate that was going to burst through the corridor after that excellent defensive mark.
Anderson told to keep it moving. Down to half forward. King moved out of the way. Andrews onto it. Collects. Handball to Weller. Trying to break the Leckerli at tackle. Steps through it. Looks inside 50. Can they get a mark? Punched away at the back. Butterick. A chance. With Callahan close by. Paddles it inboard. And in the end, Fonte moves it out of play.
Brilliant play by Fonte. It was just a little pick and roll to get the boundary throw in. Giants never won a game when they've been down by 20 or more inside 50s. But at the moment, they're down by 24. So they've been staffed at one end, defending really well at the other, which is often their case for them.
The Suns trying to avoid another what might have been result. Bedford handball towards Miller. Trying to fight his way through. He can throw a blanket over a dozen players around this, and in the end the ump says, I'll have it. We're down to 92 seconds on the game clock.
That last 15 seconds epitomised Bedford's attack on the ball. He had it, he lost it. He was up like the Indian rubber man and straight back into it and neutralised a brilliant play.
An 8-goal final term from the Giants with their place in the 8th threatened. And Ainsworth isn't going anywhere in a hurry. They'll be hard-pressed trying to move it outside these massive bodies. The Suns desperately
Hate my life. Hate my life.
The odds are against them. They need to do something quickly. Wicks gets the kick away. Anderson's there. The man for the moment. The skipper. Odds against them, but it's not over just yet.
It's going to be pretty tough with 2 scores. Maybe
Twice.
a miss and a
Twice,
goal gets them a draw,
twice.
Jono.
The deliberate 7-point play.
Deliberate 7-pointer, but they have had a number of dominant entrances or exits out of the centre clearance, so can't ride
Ben King is being put on the ban list.
So they have to get Riccardi out of centre bounce. They can't send Riccardi to centre bounce here. That's a mistake if they do.
Well, they shouldn't even be worrying about clearing it themselves. Just stop it.
Now, Madden's back on now. He's made his way onto the ground.
Man on man to the centre bounce
Which
if
will
you
suit.
are the Giants.
Yeah, because what they'll try and do, Anderson will try and burst through. So it's good here by Madden. He's not engaging as early as what he has been.
7-point game. Madden wins the hit out. They all run forward. Rao collects. High up and under out to half forward. Bouncing footy in front of Weller. Gives it to Yuland. Yuland heads inside 50. Andrew arriving late. Doesn't get there. Falls down in front of King. Time ticks away. Down to 50 seconds. Miller. Kick smothered. Ricochets back inboard. Rioli tracking it. Madden got it out to Kelly. And now to Stringer. The man with the late bail. Kicks a barrel. Up inside the forward 50. Cadman huts out after it. It'll roll out of play.
Jeez, he launched that.
And the ump says throw it in. And the Suns can't believe it as Anderson is appealing for the deliberate. And it's not to be.
Fair enough too.
Has that not
Since
deliberate?
when has that never been deliberate?
That rule change has got up to New South Wales, hasn't it?
Damien Hardwick can't believe it. His side so gutsy. So brave this afternoon. They've never won at this stadium. They couldn't tick off this record this year, but they've ticked off so many records. Desperate to avoid a second half fade out like they have in previous seasons.
See the Giants go into the bye, just feeling so good now.
After the win over Brisbane last week, might be still time. Bedford, who's battled his heart out. Rao, Closey. Flying in there was Himmelberg. Toby Green. Quiet opening half. reeked of leadership in the second half. Aaliyah, Fonte, and it was an abs.
Just right now, Sam Darcy's getting too much time and space.
Ralph Smith receiving it from Banks. All of the action's been inside Bulldogs 50 so far. Kick was smothered. Things aren't going to change.
Well,
English, quick tap.
oh no, Vandermeer, no.
Here paddles it to Richards. Richards round the corner, misses.
Two really clever taps. One by English, one by Vandermeer. And Ed Richards would usually put that through the big sticks. So the pressure's mounting on Richmond to try and get out of their back half.
At least that 90% thing ticked off, Uncle.
Well, you get the rush of blood after your kick was initially smothered. So there's a push and a hold. Taranto's free. So that relieves the pressure a little. Tigers should get it a halfway.
But that extra little handball or tap and that unselfishness has been present because of Richmond's pressure. They haven't wanted to finish themselves. They're looking for a player that's under less pressure than themselves, but Richmond keep fronting up. So that's been a really positive element of their play early, the Tigers.
Push, surely.
From Banks. There was a push. A fair bit of crowd interaction there. They were onto it.
I fucking hate it.
English to lob.
This feels like the Dogs are slowing the game down at the moment.
We go again.
With the ball. That's a great kick, finding Kennedy, and now Richards. This is his bread and butter, blazing in from 48. Bang! He's kicked a goal in matches.
I need to ban this cash out button. I've cashed out twice this year. Twice now. Both fucking times.
Loving what she's saying. But just a little look over the left. When you know you've got leg pace, the leg speed, and you've got the pace to be able to beat the run-down pressure, just a little look. Yeah, no, I've got you covered.
Didn't overkick it.
Just finished now. He's so damaging. Like, he runs in such straight lines. He creates opportunities for himself and his teammates.
Matt cashes in.
In midfield as a competition, and that's one of the reasons why he's the #1 ranked player in the competition at the moment.
Taranto got caught ball watching, shoulder to shoulder with Ed Richards.
And he can do more with 20 possessions than most can do with 30.
Man.
So
if only Ben King didn't miss that bloody goal too. If he had kicked it, I would have ticked off there. Ball would have gone to the centre. But instead he misses it, so I missed that multi. Do we get the bonus bet back? But I missed the multi. And then Iden ticks off. Ben King is on the ban list for being a dick. Playing against the multi.
Try and dizzy. Davidson. Plays on to Bramble. Handball Liberatore. McNeil, chain of handballs. Cut off now. Hines still able to get rid of it. Miller inboard. Was coughed up to McNeil. Bramble.
Oh,
straight down
legs.
the throat of Dolan. Picked up the half volley pretty cleverly in the end under pressure. Richards grabbed. Holding the ball for dropping it. Lost.
Did you end up going Vlosten? Gemel?
Try and bring it to the open side now. This is where the space will be.
Smith, he sat that in the air. Caulfield went with the fist. Vlosten collects. Made it tough for Trainer. In fact, he made it impossible for Trainer.
And I think that'll be the challenge for Richmond this quarter. They've been forced skinny a lot, so back down towards congestion, and Dogs have really utilised that on the counter-attack. How can they force to get to the open side where they found success in the first quarter?
7 insides to 0 for the Dogs this quarter.
Just can't penetrate those layers of defence at the moment.
Bontempelli had that and then lost it. Trainer on hands and knees gave it back to the Bont. He's got an eye for it at the moment, the Bont. He's still the one.
A couple of great finishes, bit of class with the left foot. Left footers, why do they look so much classier, George?
I'm not sure. Not sure, but you've got two beauties in Ed Richards and Marcus Bontempelli. I mean, this is what you don't want as an opposition midfield space out the front. So you just see there, we got collapsed in by Trainer, and then that just allowed the free lane towards goal, and Bontempelli make you pay every time. When you can come out the front of the stoppage like this, no frontal pressure. A little bit like what Ed Richards did, had a look behind. Saw there was no one of real threat.
To cry.
It's four scoring opportunities from their front half, 3 intercepts and a stoppage for 1 goal, 2. So they've been able to get their front half game going.
How much time is doing? I need Hopper as well.
Richmond haven't taken
Prestia. Prestia was really low though.
And been able to access the easy
13 minutes? That's okay. I'll be honest, if we can get 3 touches from Kennedy, Kennedy and Hopper, I'll be okay.
As well. Goes out to Williams, then McNeil has to backtrack, just over clubbed it a little for him.
Give both holding. Give both holding.
See here. Lob and Caulfield, friendly
Bang.
fire.
Doctor's going to lob right now just to see what the concern is.
Shoulder, I think.
Probably a bit of winded.
At the moment.
He's holding the shoulder a little bit,
Jones
yeah.
on the boundary for us. English down towards Liberatore and Taranto.
Bonds. Oh, Bonds.
Another goal. Kicks towards the top of the square. Backing back.
Oh, West. Yes. Westy boy.
That was about the only place he could have put the ball that was advantage to a teammate. But Riley West, this is
an unbelievable,
excellent. The body pressure, running back
Oh.
at full pace, and then to be able to control that and
Got me a little bit. That got me in a better mood.
Riley West, he's been pretty prolific. The big sticks this year, he's kicked 20. Can he capitalise on that outstanding grab?
Yes, ticked off. Let's go. Vandermeer and Kennedy to go. Pug. G-Post was like fucking trying to grab it. Thought he was in there. Oh, man.
His role in the front six
Ah.
has been an opposition intercept marker from doing damage, but he's become so much more than that. But
So I get back on the horse. If this one gets up, I'll be absolutely happy. You know what? As I look at my total, look, I cashed out for profit. I cashed out for $5.01. I made 1 cent.
It's another front half stoppage when they've been able to come out the front.
Probably pretty hard when your old man's a 7-time best and fairest. 324 games worth. But he's forging his own career and doing a good job. And here he is on cue. Gives one back to Marcus Bontempelli.
I went into the day with $20 in the account and a $10 bonus bet. I'm currently walking out with $20.01 and a $5 bonus bet. So, you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Someone needs to take this fucking cash out button off Sportsbet. Bloody hell. Do we have a? Is there any betting websites that don't have a cash out button? Anyone know?
Ed Richards, sorry.
Taranto, Trainer flicked it out to Campbell. Campbell's little 9-iron into space. In the end, O'Donnell won the football, but back to Campbell. And a wobbly ball cut off.
Called your local TAB. That's it. That's it. I'm doing live streams from bars only. Great rundown tackle. Fantastic. We're going to the local TAB and we're sitting there to watch the footy. We're doing live streams from there. Get responsible.
He retreats back by hand. Tackle taken to ground and locked up.
Dolan did really well to get his hands out. This was a poor handball by Sam Davidson, but did really well to get his hands out and get that little handball out. Great chase, great pressure, good play all round.
McIntosh rolls it away, got it past Dale, which is pretty hard to do. Not much gets past him these days. The possession machine. O'Donnell flicks it back to Dale. Has to lay a tackle. Had Ross cold. Umpire said it caught his boot. Now a free kick high. Tigers ball. So a little bit going their way. Full. Thumps it to Campbell.
Adam Trelaw just with a bit of strapping there on his leg. He was down in the rooms for a short
Okay,
amount of time.
got his leg straps. That's why, General.
Good spot. Legal edge out of Rory Lobb, and no need to tell Richmond
Got his
fans.
leg straps. So
It was well worked too. 2v1, Tom Lynch. Caulfield was the other one in there, just didn't impact. Got caught behind.
It's their first possession in their forward 50 this quarter.
Goalless last game against the Swans, and that was nowhere near it. English.
It didn't look comfortable, did it?
he's injured, get him off before half time. How is he always bloody injured? I don't understand it.
Foray inside 50 in the second quarter. Boys, analyse that.
Not quite as smooth as Sam Darcy made it look in the first quarter.
Last year alone, he broke the record for the most disposals in a year.
Straight down the throat of Broad, and then short to Vlosten.
He is one of the more skilled ruckmen in the competition, so it was just an errant kick.
Vlosten, who's only 3 games away from his 250th. To Brown.
We need some Kennedy and Hopper action, please.
Brown throws his slipper into it. Trainer, or probably should have marked that in the end. Came to Sims, who's hoping for Prestia. Overclubbed the handball. Working it around back to Broad, who gives ground. Vlosten. They're back where they started.
Yeah, and they're just trying to now draw the Western Bulldogs players out. But
He's not standing. Surely that's 50,
defensively,
right?
they're happy to sit back and force them long.
He's literally moving side to side.
Back on as you saw. Sonsi stood his ground. The Lob Lynch battle and getting back in the
Nice.
hole.
Oh, surely it's high.
He's okay though. He's up.
Alright, fuck it,
Some
yes.
concussion issues in his career has Tim English. It's good to see him bounce up and be ready to take this kick.
Jesus. Bang.
There's been a little bit of looking after the opposition player that's crept into the game with the HIA and concussion, etc. Tom Lynch is probably the last of the old dinosaurs that's not going to let an opportunity like that slip.
He did get a lot of sharing, which was nice, as opposed to some fullbacks in the old days.
It was probably a
The
2 out of 10
lobster.
compared to what it might have been 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Correct.
So Dale storming out of the back line.
Wait a minute.
Vandermeer, Hines,
Dale, all the way.
kick towards the
No,
pocket.
going to Bont.
Pelly's at the back, had to spoil Banks, and out.
The doctor going straight to Tim English on the bench. He's waved him off. He seems fine.
And that's a really positive from a Tim English as well, because he has been questioned with his keeping under a high ball and going back when he needs to go back. So that's a big tick there as well.
Darcy rips out of the air. Bonampelli, Davidson. Hits a pretty good spot with the kick. Norton won't get a run at it. Almost crumbed it. Vlosten, not sure what that was, but it wasn't effective. Harms gets on the end of it. He doesn't make him play full price.
Yeah, Mansell was the one bearing down. Harms should have known he was there and maybe given a hand pass instead of had a set shot or a shot for goal. I think if you're Richmond
Holy
coming out
shit.
of your back half, you really need to build the ball up through.
Will that
marks.
someone
So
be you, Uncle?
be reluctant to go to a contest.
Vlosten looking for McIntosh through the hands, and now Davidson sends it back towards goal and through the goals. Sam Davidson. The young man with his 9th goal in his career. And the Dogs are just lapping this up at the moment.
They are, and what a season. A rookie season.
Well, it's not in the
this
Nostradamus.
young fella is putting together. Mature age in some sense, came through the long
Kennedy
way
will
around.
fuck us. I think
Looked
so.
at a couple of drafts, came through the Richmond VFL last year, so he probably knows a couple of these guys really well. But 16 touches, playing off. He's played off the wing.
George
He's
in the
on the
contest
wing at
spot.
the moment.
Yes.
He's
Yes,
played as a
sir,
half
or
forward.
ma'am.
He's played a little bit as
Yes,
a,
I will
as a
be.
half back, so he can play multiple roles in this team and has proven to be a great find.
When does it come out?
It's one of the reasons why you jump up the ladder when you find players out of the blue like that.
Yeah, pick 51 in
in last year's draft as a mature age.
25th of July.
They gave
Yeah,
him a
next
run
month.
in Launceston pre-season, and he
At 30.
yes, had it so often. It was like, why isn't this guy playing already? Bonampelli has owned his own Sharon.
Waiting for Thunderbolts to come to Disney Plus to watch that.
Bolter did well to nudge him to the side. Collects. Hopper. Gloston. Spear pass out wide. Mansell really had to put some speed on and got there.
Richmond haven't scored in this second quarter.
Nice.
That's straight down the throat of Dale.
We can tell now that the Dogs are on defensively.
We've definitely
intercept game.
Tighten up on that fat side. They don't have that.
I reckon Kennedy, now that Trelaw come back, his numbers will drop off quite a lot. Maybe that's the reason.
Just gets a little extra treatment.
Trelaw coming back, Kennedy playing a slightly different role.
Williams. And now Bramble in front of the dugout where Aaron Norton's getting some remedial work. Short again to Dale. Just happy to rack up the possessions here at the moment. Instead of switching play up the corridor. Straight down.
I've never watched the Kingsmen. I've downloaded them to watch on the plane over to Perth once, and I ended up watching something else.
Richmond not scoring yet in this second quarter.
Some turnovers are nearly impossible to defend. All the forwards had lengthened for the Dogs. Their midfielders had lengthened.
It was in Game of
Very
Thrones.
hard to defend that. It's a bit as good as you could hope for what they've got.
So no
For
real lead
briefly.
presenting. So he just throws the boot at it. It's going to be off.
It's fantastic in The Last of Us, though. I love that.
He's a battering ram at the moment. He's got three.
Love that
really
game,
big
love that
hits this
show.
quarter. He keeps fronting up.
He was a bit dazed. Maybe that's the reason for the turnover. He's got lips like Mick Jagger at the moment. He's had a couple of big whacks to him. And
A G posting coming.
at the moment, so we'll see if he can mop that blood off and not come off. Back into play. Now Curvis almost pressed here.
Prestia, G post.
Gee, that looked home.
You love it.
But it hit the
Love it. A nice thick G post too.
Yeah, certainly looked
Holy shit.
in flight, didn't it?
Kennedy, what are you doing?
Williams.
Oh, hello.
Out to Kennedy running.
Oh, Kennedy!
But this is where the Dogs look dangerous, when they go straight away from a missed shot inside foot 50, keep the ball in motion, make the ground really big. I mean, the lob kick was a mistake inside the corridor, but that just shows they want to get to the open side, really make this Richmond team defend the whole ground, and in doing so, fatiguing them a little bit.
Kennedy heard about my cash out
Dolan out to Harms.
and thought, nah, let's make today even worse.
Trelaw runs hard, thinks about it. Darcy up the ground, couldn't quite complete at that time. Smith inboard to Prestia, back to Vloster.
They said, we're going to fuck this guy's day in particular. Just this guy.
Big crowd in here on a Sunday afternoon. Richmond have a decent following, and the Dogs in the local area, of course, a home game.
Oh,
Richmond
crunch.
today, plenty of noise as a result. Dolan to Richards, and then Richards.
Oh. Fucking, why is he got 15 metres on everybody?
Ribbon on it as well.
He's a fun watch, isn't he?
He is, but how good's young Josh Nolan there?
Oh,
Like, to cut off against the opposition ruckman, to get high, he cops a bit of a whack, but then, just shovels it out. Loose ball to a teammate. Geez, he has a go, the young fellow. I really enjoy watching him play.
Well, this man has created so much interest, and even a neutral would come through the turnstiles to see this man play. So exciting,
Kick.
and puts through another one. His third.
Probably spent a little bit more time, too much time not on the feature act there. Sam Darcy is clearly that.
Might just have him for 4 goals every single week.
5 shots on goal already in the first half. He's taken a couple of contested marks. He's leading Noah.
I don't know how any Crows defender is going to stop him.
He does off ball. You can nearly see. You can see here, Fatside. Noah Bolter's really wide. Sam Darcy's tracking back to trying to get line of ball, and Bolter switched on for a couple of seconds. Can't afford to do that against the best players in the competition.
But he's not sprinting, Darcy. Like, he's just, you're right, he's just jogging back to make position because of the contest on the wing was still a 50-50. So get back,
Use those
make
tactics.
position.
You know what? That's fire. I think we should bring in
Richards again with another goal assist.
just just bring Lockie Murphy in again.
Richards just overran it for a second.
We'll say you're going to play on Darcy. The idea is you are going to concuss him or break a bone so he has to come off. Okay, that's your entire role. You'll have the rest of the year off. We're willing to sacrifice that, and we're willing to thank you for your sacrifice.
In fact, looking at a young player, so Sanders a late withdrawal today, but Cooper Hines game 5. Sam Davis game 14, Josh Dolan game 9. Got some youth, the Dogs.
Prestia tried to sit it up for Brown. Oh, just won't stick, will it? Slippery football.
West.
It was like so.
Richards. Go back to West. Oh.
Too fast for his own good. Did well on hands and knees back to
Is that Vandermeer underneath that? That's Norton.
Norton or Darcy. Darcy picks it up, gave it to Hines. He wants a goal and he gets one.
Yes.
Cooper Hines' second goal in his career.
Guys, I can cash out for 7 cents. Do you reckon I should do that?
Yeah, it has been a relentless quarter from the Dogs. Their pressure further up the field, the follow-up work from Richards and Bontempelli, and then the contest for the ball. You see there, Sam Darcy, we laud him for the stuff that he does in the air, but the clean at ground level in this contest right here. Then all you need to do is a small forward.
We go again next week, chat. We go again next week.
And quick hand of foot. It's a good finish. It's been a big quarter from the Dogs. Really broken the game open.
Sarah Jones.
Adam Treloar just ran off the ground and straight down into the rooms. He looked pretty disappointed. Buku Karmas is warming up, and there looks to be some consultation going on between the doctors and the physios on the sidelines.
Treloar is
we'll
out.
try and get an update from the club shortly.
Yeah, a calf strain wrecked his start to the year, so let's hope it's not a soft tissue injury for Treloar.
Treloar.
It's not an injury, full stop. Sonzi.
Treloar down in the rooms. Buku's warming up.
Against the grain here, the Tigers, or Caulfield, who's playing for his life right now. Back into the team, first game of the season.
Since round 22 last year, so he's thrown his body in 3 or 4 times. Wanting to put his
I'll get my money back. I'll get my bonus bet back.
3 separate setbacks since December of last year, so that's very disappointing for him. So we're eagerly awaiting the news there.
You know what? That's fine, because I'll put the bonus bets. I'll put one on Bailey Sniff and one on Dawson for the Brownlow.
Floats one to Richards. It hung for a long time, and then he just disposed of his opponent. To Kennedy, true centre wing. No one really on the mark, so he just ambles forward.
I had Buku Karmas for a goal in my original bet.
Too far out to score. Looks for the
So Buku coming on, if he now kicks a goal, I'm going to be pissed. But, to be fair,
Just love that. They had run and carry options. I think it was
I don't think Matt Kennedy's going to hit 20
Darcy,
and kick a goal. Although he's on 8 now.
Darcy could have handballed over
Ah!
Then the ball hits the ground. You've got a
If my bet gets voided and it ends up hitting...
So 148, 147. The clock kicks down to half time. It looks like they might even get Buku on in the dying stages of this half. The way he's warming up. Keep an eye on that. Hopper blasts it away. Bramble under it with Campbell. Full. Didn't take it out. Harms. Williams. And we'll get a ball in. Last time these two teams met, over a year ago now, round 9 last year, the Dogs won by 91. 56 in front now.
Well, I don't think Richmond have done a lot wrong.
No.
They've just been outclassed. I don't think their work ethic has dropped off. You know, Bolter probably hasn't been quite as tight as you would have liked on Darcy, but the Bulldogs midfield has gone to work.
Bramble floats
Riley
one
West.
inside 50. West tried to take it off his shoelaces, couldn't quite. Running hard, Bolter slams it on the boot to a foot race. And then the ball, as it would, the unique shape spins back. Caulfield on hands and knees was pushed in the back, advantage
Might be
paid.
fine,
Davison
then.
got it to Richards.
Norton.
Richards to the pocket in the front spot. Norton couldn't complete the mark. Goes running after his own work. Broad goes
West
in.
is there.
Darcy over the top. West picked it up. No one to handball it to, but he got it away legally. Bolter hits it hard. Hot football to win. Norton tries to get it back out to Darcy. Darcy trapped it cleverly. Then to Bontempelli. Floats
Kennedy,
Kennedy, who had company. Then tried to float it to Hines. Picked up by Vloston. By hand out to
Timmy
Taranto.
Taranto.
Taranto dodging and weaving. Desperately tries to clear the area.
Nice.
And they do through Ross.
30 seconds from getting a breather. At least the Tigers, they can reset, but they're being dominated. McIntosh turns and goes. Well, Campbell can get this and he'll have a last roll of the dice. He is a goal kicker.
Missed the handball.
Wrong option. Lob goes hard.
Oh, surely that's a trip.
Campbell, the workhorse, trying to get a consolation prize for the half.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, Kennedy.
Kennedy, Hines,
Kennedy? Fuck you, Kennedy!
on the siren. They are hunting a spot in the top 8, the Dogs.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Look out. 56
The
points
bet
in
looks
front
good.
at a half time. The cream looks like it's rising to the top in 2025.
It has. What a great quarter. Very strong quarter by the Dogs. 18 insides to 7, and they got their front half game going. They squared up that fat side winger, didn't give Richmond the easy outlet, forced it in a contest more, and then just went to work. Cleaner, harder inside, and their hands and their ability to get clear into space has been brilliant.
Libba showed me that tattoo before the game. He got a new spaghetti and meatballs, he told me. And he might get one to celebrate game 250 coming up in a couple of weeks. Sarah Jones downstairs.
I've got Ed Richards with me. Ed, a powerhouse opening half. How do you keep the intensity up in the second half?
I think we just got to stick to our fundamentals. It was pretty good in that quarter. Everyone's sharing the ball, looking for each other, especially inside 50. So if we can get those good looks, I think we'll be able to continue that.
Sam Darcy's having a marvellous game. 3 goals too. He's such a big focal point for you. But how balanced do you have to be with those entries inside 50 to make sure you're not too focused on him?
Yeah, we did speak about that. Not always going to Darcy. I mean, he's going to have a lot of attention, but he seems to be putting up with it pretty nicely. So I'm sure we'll keep going to him, to be honest.
All right, good luck for the second half.
Thank you. Ben King is banned.
Bulldogs leading it by 56 points after the break. Jordan Lewis and Nathan Buckley dissect the first half action.
The real game face isn't a scowl. It's a smile. So the next time you put on yours, remember, smiling can boost your performance.
Wow. Wow, great.
When pain gets between you and the squad, get Voltaren Pain Relief Gel 12 hourly. The clinically proven reduces inflammation at the source.
Kennedy's fine now. Kennedy's above quota.
And providing long-lasting pain relief, keeping you in the game.
I hate this. I hate it a lot. Does that mean I have a bonus bet? I do. Cool. Fuck you. I could have. AFL. Brownlow.
See where the lads are.
Hey, Andos.
Fellas, how are we?
We make this one interesting today.
How about 10 squads?
I'm going to put
Let's go 100.
Bailey Sniff and we're going to put the bonus bet on it.
And the boost. See you later, lads.
There we go.
Got the rail grind going.
Barrels.
Oh, right at the end, kiddies. Yeah. Oh.
Andy, you know what to do, mate. Oh, there we go.
We got time, mate.
Hey, Taz.
Hey. You know I've been looking for a new job. I reckon I found the one. On Seek.
What's the role?
My title would be King.
King?
King of the jungle.
Oh, sounds outdoorsy.
More flexibility, 130k.
We're going to be doing the
That'd be great for you. No dress code.
What's the dress code?
Never mind.
what's it called?
For the best job matches. And you shall find.
Most votes for every team.
With an industry super fund? To find out, compare for yourself at industrysuper.com.
And we're going to be doing a bunch of multis.
I compared the pair.
For that should be fun. Last year went pretty horribly.
Go Harvey Norman half yearly clearance. Huge deals on Temper.
This year we reckon, I reckon we're probably pretty close on
from
Gone.
$99 plus bonus standard local delivery on selected purchases.
Wow, nuke him.
Price is guaranteed at Harvey
Nuke him
Norman
somewhere?
now.
Yeah, probably nuke him. Jordan Dawson.
Watching Sunday Ticket on Fox.
Jordan Dawson definitely for sure for the Crows.
Tories lose, they're out of the 8. Tigers lose, they'll never forgive themselves. He's kicked it. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals. It's a 3-goal ball game, and you can't find a way for the Tigers when you go around, can you? Geez, a funny old kick to Richo. Got him. He's done it. He's done it, Richo. Sniff, hasn't he? Cameron.
Most ugly looking cunt, Bailey Fritsch.
He's got it. It's a goal. Tigers have kicked the last 4 goals. Doggies will come again. They need a goal. They need a good kick. And they almost got Brown. He's kicked 3.
Should have just re-shown this game instead of the game we're actually watching.
Superstar names way back in 01, watching that one unfold, a 2-point win. That was a tight one. And Nathan Buckley, we're watching some superstars in this one as well. I mean, Marcus Bontempelli, some say is the greatest Bulldog of all time. The supporters v Joe Witten will have a say about that. But the way Bont is playing again today is showing why he is in that equation.
Yeah, he's silky.
Yes, I do remember Alan Christensen. I don't remember him playing for Bulldog, for Brisbane, but I do have lots of memories of him playing for Geelong.
He's brilliant when he goes about his business. He does it with a minimum of fuss. He seems to be like the duck on the pond, not working that hard, but underneath, his work rate and his tank is
That as
profound. Just makes the right decisions.
Bro, he's only 34 this year.
Part of a midfield
Damn.
at the moment that absolutely
He could still be playing. That has triggered a one for me though.
In the game, it's a 10-goal-to-1 scoreline, and talk about where you
For
like
Collingwood
your stars.
and
They've got
Geelong.
stars forward, the Western Bulldogs. They've got midfielders like Marcus Bontempelli who can push forward and kick
Yep,
goals.
Paul Chatton.
Ed Richards keeps this run of goals going as well, where
Essendon.
he can continue to set them up, but he can also kick them himself.
Yeah, well, if Bont is potentially the highest rated or a judged player, statistically, Ed Richards is the #1 player in the competition in 2025.
No, I haven't got
He's
Geelong
kicked a
and
goal.
Essendon.
He had 16. He's kicked a goal. Like, just once again, just another really good ball user. I think the production line off the half.
Uncle does.
Western Bulldogs has been excellent. And Ed Richards has come from that background, so he knows how to play on
Me
an
too.
opposition player.
Me too.
And then leave that opposition player to go and win the footy and attack.
I just want them to suck for a while. I wish they had a Carlton period.
Inside 50s to have 22 for the year, 22 direct goal assists to be #1 and lead all comers. So 2 dogs that are having exceptional seasons and exceptional first halves this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a fun watch if you're a Bulldog fan as we head downstairs to Sarah Jones and Jordan Lewis.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Sam Darcy is a beautiful footballer to watch in full flight, isn't he, Geordie? In the air, he's so impressive, and that's probably what he's best known for. But I've been super taken by the work he's doing at ground level.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to pick apart his game, and certainly his ground level play is as good as his stuff in the air. And I think the matchup between he and Noah Bolter today has been interesting, and Noah Bolter has, I think, given him the luxuries of being able to go inside forward 50 and be really unopposed. So as a defender, if you are handing over your direct opponent, you must make sure that the person you are handing him over to understands the responsibility. So I think on occasions Noah has let him run and jump at the ball. On occasions he's handed him over to someone that's not even there to hand over. So, I mean, Sam Darcy's been on the move. He's created space. He's really launched the ball really well. But I would think that Adam Uze would be looking to change that particular matchup in the second half, maybe to a Ben Miller, who will be more accountable inside the forward 50. But he's had 3 goals too. 4 marks inside forward 50. He's contributing heavily.
Richmond are clearly outclassed by a side that we think should be playing finals this year. But if you like their work rate and their commitment.
Oh, I think so. I think Luke Beveridge would be really happy with that. I think it's one of those things you look at when you come to a game, you know you should win, you know you should win well. It is about the behaviours, and the behaviours haven't waned.
All right, we're going to head to the Fox Footy newsroom now, where David Zeta has the latest on the expansion cup. And what was the thriller between the Giants and the Gold Coast Suns? Aziz, how did it all unfold?
It was an unbelievable match, one of the games of the year so far. It was a seesawing contest. The Gold Coast Suns got off to a flyer. But
Yeah, James Fossiardley. Also Adelaide, Geelong, Josh Jenkins.
7-point winners in the end for the Giants, and it puts them back, or puts them in the top 8 and keeps the Suns out of the top 8. So because of the way the Dogs are going at the moment,
it's a big sound from the west of the town. Fuck you guys! Fuck you, Connor Iden! Fuck you, Ben King!
So the second half blues for the Suns well and truly continuing.
Just triggered me again.
29 points at one stage before it ultimately just fell flat and they weren't able to keep up with the Giants tsunami. So a massive win for them. Lockie Whitfield now, the Giants did win, but Lockie Whitfield was subbed out with concussion.
They're during the Jenkins, Lynch and Walker use. Podsiadley.
Having too much to worry about here. He is contesting the ball. It seems reasonable in the circumstances. That's what have to decide. Was this a reasonable way to contest the ball in the circumstances?
I want to say just before it,
I expect he would be okay.
Because we picked up him and Eddie Betts in the same year.
A fair bit of fallout and a huge win for
but he only lasted a year, maybe
I'm going to
2.
get Jordan Lewis's thoughts on that. That was a heavy hit.
Yeah, initially it looks like he's got nothing to worry about. I thought it was relatively reckless the way that Lockie Whitfield attacked that contest head first when there was another plane coming in the other direction. So I think his technique was off. I don't think he's got anything to worry about.
What are you trying to get?
For mine, he was ball the
Can't have
the
them.
ball as
No.
he was going in towards that contest. So yes, Lockie Whitfield he's unlucky that he had to go off with concussion, but I don't think Ben King's got anything to worry about.
Okay, hopefully Lockie Whitfield is doing okay. What about Matt Rowell and his contract? Any developments?
Yeah, there has been. So he has decided that he wants to stay put at the Suns. So this is just something that needs to be ticked off now, and a deal has to be done. But the main consideration was what Matt Rowell wanted to do, and he has decided, after plenty of consideration, that he wants to remain a Gold Coast Sun for at least the next 2 seasons before ultimately free agency and a massive contract coming his way wherever it is he decides to play for the rest of his career. So a loss today for the Suns on the field, but a massive win off it with Matt Rowell reaffirming his commitment to the club, so that hopefully gets done in the not too distant future. And a big win for Bulldogs fans seeing Kamari Ugle-Hagan back at the club obviously recently. So he appeared on a podcast, a Rip Through It podcast with Mitch Robinson and Reece Matheson. He spoke a fair bit and at length about his struggles mentally over the course of this year and last year, and spoke about his trip to a Byron Bay health retreat. He spoke about lots of things really and how dark things got for him, but ultimately he says that he loves the Dogs. He wants to play at least another game for them and potentially many more, and says he's committed to his contract for next season. He says that he's got the fun back. He realises why he plays footy again. So great news and great stuff to hear from someone who was clearly going through a fair few struggles. Now the question is if it can remain consistent over this next training block and then potentially get himself into the VFL to play some games. So that's obviously a fair way in the distance, but great signs for the Dogs. A win for them to have him back at the club and in good spirits, and
I haven't heard him.
coming their way by the looks of it, Jonesy.
Wonderful to hear that he is doing so much better. Thank you to David Zeta in the newsroom. Well, what have Richmond got to throw at the Western Bulldogs in the second half? We'll have all the action from Marvel Stadium coming up. And then on AFL...
Is he just a bit of a knobhead?
The Tigers coach, Adam Uze, will join along with Damien Hardwick, the man he replaced Dimmer after the Suns' thrilling loss to the Giants. And then on the couch, where all the big opinions happen, Monday nights, unmissable television right here on Fox Footy.
Interesting.
Slushy, the easy, convenient way to make frozen drinks at home. No ice means no watered-down drinks. No blending means smooth, perfect texture. Just pour, slush, and enjoy. 5 one-touch programs for any drink you want. Transform almost anything. Enjoy perfect results every time. You can make it with the Ninja Slushy.
No problema.
That's funny. Anyone want more wine?
Problema.
Wow. Wow, great.
You think you're funny, little man? Shut up! Not you!
Are you having any fun? What you getting out of living? Who cares for what you've got if you're not having any fun? Are you having any laugh? Are you getting any loving? If other people do, why can't you have a little fun?
You can have the rest of the bottle, bud. Yeah, good boy.
Go Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Hot deal. Capital 3-seater fabric sofa with 2 reclining actions, only $1,493. Amazing deal on the ultra-sleek Cosmo 7-piece dining suite, only $1,295. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
Kids up this tax time. Don't miss out on these great deals across our range. Get the right tools for the job with DeWalt. Value delivered, toughness guaranteed. Get yours today.
Host Plus has a low admin fee.
And
And we deliver strong long-term returns for your super. Getting good value? That's a plus.
Any the games? I'm gonna need some hot tips from you then, General.
When business books get
Got no idea what to do for NBA.
with NAB Bookkeeper, our new all-in-one bookkeeping solution. NAB, more than money.
Here's the feed. Fair.
All the fun and frivolity of the bounce. Looking forward to that. And after a big round of football, it's time to get serious with the lads. First crack. Kingy, Lee, Jay, all firing up for a big program tonight. So, Sunday ticket, it is the Bulldogs leading by 56 at half-time after they led by 12 at quarter-time. Sam Darcy with 3, Marcus Bontempelli with 2. But injury concerns yet again for Adam Treloar, and with more, Sarah Jones.
Yeah, really disappointing for the Western Bulldogs veteran who's playing just his 4th game for the season today. He's been subbed out of the game with calf tightness. Obviously, we won't know the extent of that injury until they get a scan. Buku Kamas is injected into the game, but we know he's had a horribly long history with soft tissue injuries, and this another setback for the veteran. So fingers crossed it's not too serious, but it does continue a run of calves that unfortunately Treloar has suffered.
Yes, he's had plenty of
Yeah,
setbacks,
Kennedy can get
particularly
more
since
goals.
December
Yes,
of,
and more
last
disposals.
year, and the 31
Except
year old
now,
was visibly
I'll get my money back.
the ground. Nathan Buckley, what have you taken in the first half?
Oh, well, firstly, a comment on Adam. It's really difficult when your body starts failing you, and it's hard to go and do a pre-season in the middle of the year, but he's had enough issues there that's going to take a little bit of time to get right, and I definitely hope, and the Dogs would hope, that he'd be up for finals. One player that's really stood out for me on the other side, on Richmond's side, has been Nick Vlosten. He's had 18 possessions, and there's been a lot of ball down in the back half, but his intercept marking in the first quarter was
we both
really
needed for a
what
goal.
held the Dogs at
Oh,
bay.
cool.
He's been so strong through there. We know that he's an
Ditto.
all-star caliber player.
Ditto.
Been gun for a long time, and his leadership and strength in the back half is
Hello,
holding up for the Tigers when
Hello,
there's a weight of
little
possession
man.
coming up against them.
Yeah.
So there's Toby Nankervis. few messages for the troops. And as I mentioned, 12 at quarter time, 56 at half time. And you mentioned in the call,
Did you drop it?
Bucks, that Richmond haven't done that much wrong. It's just been a better opposition.
Yeah, I think they have been outclassed. And the first, I thought it was a high-quality game. And the one advantage they had was being able to access the fat side to get out of their back half. And this is where coaching and putting foot on throat and squeezing is so important. And the Dogs have said, okay, well, we've given you that luxury. We're not going to give it to you anymore. So they've closed that off. They've ramped their pressure up inside. They didn't need that extra number down the skinny side of the ground or at contest because they're doing that well enough. So they put him back out. He adds to the shape.
Steam Deck seems alright. I wish I had a Steam Deck.
For the Tigers, and now it's been forced into contest more often, where the Dogs have just been that little bit better.
So we recommence.
Steam Deck can play a lot of games.
The Dogs looking to reach the top 8 after the match tonight. Dan Curvis with the first tap. That was emphatic. Picked up by Liberatore to Bontempelli out to Dale. And Dale swings it out wide.
Kennedy.
It hard.
What a kick.
Kennedy.
Full speed on your left.
And rifles one into Liberatore. The first passage of play will be into the forward line of the Dogs. English spoiled by Miller. Bloston out to Prestia, and the Tigers can clear.
Copped another one of the ribs there, English as well.
No.
He's in the hands of trainers. He's up now and hopefully okay. So the Tigers can get some momentum. Almost a rip of the arm of Hopper there. Not paid. Williams weaves his way through the traffic nicely. Kennedy will be pretty happy he's changed clubs. Williams back out wide to Marcus Bontempelli. He's had his own Sharon this afternoon. He beckons those to come at him.
Fucking
Buku
isn't
over
it?
the top. Sub on. And with his first touch, might kick a goal.
Well, it was a really clever play by Marcus Bontempelli, calling Tim English up because he knew Buku Khamis was leading into the space that he had left. You can see there, calling Tim English up so we could go over the top to Buku.
So 2 goals from 4 possessions last week against St Kilda, subbed out in the last quarter.
Stay your approach. Play on.
Just on, just into it, and straight through the middle.
Yeah, it's a nice way to come on and get involved in the game really early.
Ah!
And once again, it was a turnover off half-back from the Dogs.
Hello.
You could see they wanted to go to the open side. And Richmond actually did a really good job of forcing them back skinny, but they just had too many numbers. There was a nice deep inside 50 kick from Marcus Bontempelli to a lead that Buku Khamis presented. Could have gone to James Harms as the handball in front, another 10 metres, but decided to go himself.
But that's that fluid use that we saw from the Dogs. So that outlet is taken away on fat side. So let's stop prop. I'll have a look at my handball options. No, I'm going to go back skinny side.
Today's been the day of getting fucked, Matt.
In shape for an outlet there. So hard to defend.
13 goals for Buku Khamis. He's been very good and straightforward in front of goal. Taranto's wobbly, speary one towards Mansell is a good passage of play for the Tigers with the quick response.
Yeah, well, Mansell was out of position. Williams had the inside. So Taranto, under pressure, just had to kick it off the outside of his right boot.
So Ryan Mansell. No angle to speak of. You've got the best seat in the house right behind him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Here's another that's been inaccurate this season. 6 goals, 11 now for Ryan Mansell. 38-26 career, so previous to this year, it's been pretty accurate. O'Donnell to Frazier, picking their way through them. Kennedy got some heat, happy to take it with the Sharon. Williams, Dale had 49 possessions in a game a few weeks ago, 37 last game against the Saints.
Well, it's
gets
official.
it back for the 1-2 here to Davidson.
Jalord's
And
voided.
he's that in millimetres from the line. No.
It looked out, yeah.
Okay.
was millimetres from the line, but it was the other side.
That's right.
At the moment, 16 possessions for Dale, 21 for Marcus Bontempelli, top of the pops for the Dogs. To the hot spot on the wing, Lob just patted it down, going hard for a run, Green. Really attacking the line with a bounce and then to the pocket. Mansell's got back spot here.
Almost.
Just tried to climb towards Fraser, just couldn't quite drag it in, and now it is wrapped up.
Yeah, well, it was well done by Fraser.
Good positioning.
Yep. He knew he couldn't get back and put body on, so he made the Richmond
Kennedy's
player
there.
come to him and he held his nerve.
Alright, I'm cheering for your multis now, chat. What do we need?
Little hip Fraser out to Bontempelli. English fumbles. Got away with it though towards Kennedy. And then his kick over club, Norton, and grabbed by Smith.
Yeah, you have to try and change the angle here. Even if it pops up late, you cannot go back down the line where Tim English has set himself.
He does set it up. English is lurking. Bontempelli got back with a fist. Knocked into the back. Caulfield caught by Mansell. Handball smothered. Sonsi, little sidestep. And he has scraped that through.
Tom Lynch to kick straight. So Tom Lynch and Norton for a goal.
If you can't get that ball over the line, you need that ball to go wide.
Uncle, what about you?
So Caulfield, who'd be very keen to impress here. That didn't get to Richards. Ralph Smith was able to
you're
gather,
out.
and then Taranto was roaring for it and now receives it. His eyes
Oh,
dart
cute.
around.
A little bit of Titanic action going on there.
Screaming for it on his own.
Yeah,
But in this position, you need to look like
Made
you're
a
going
Titanic
for
on
a
that. That's
shot of
beautiful.
goal to try and put the opposition to sleep. So one might pop up late. If not,
Okay.
Taranto need to take it upon himself and kick it.
Few words of wisdom given to Tom Brown there on the boundary. As Taranto comes in from right on the chalk. Distance is not going to be an issue.
Oh, Lynch.
Right on the line.
Right in front of me.
Rory Lodd's got his hands in the air. Usually expect a ruckman to come over and assist in the air in that particular part. Good mark by Lynch.
So Lynch from close range bangs it through for their seconds. And a little ray of light to kick off the second half.
Yeah, it's really important for Richmond to get some scoreboard rewards and maintain the effort that I think has been relatively consistent, although not as effective in that second quarter. The fact that they were able to turn the ball over in the front half a couple of times here, an errant kick from Caulfield initially, and then that little change angle there was excellent off the outside of the boot by Ralph Smith. Taranto thought he had the distance in him. Contested marks worth their weight in gold.
Double void with Trelaw as well. Jesus.
The contest it was going through regardless, but got to take that.
It's an unlucky one for you, Uncle, that one.
And Tom Lynch is on the scoreboard as well.
Kind of like Rory Lobb's disappointment. They're dominating the game, but he doesn't want anything against his name. Hopper, Taranto, Nankervis, senior players starting to rise and give them something. Ross, Trainer runs shotgun for him. Little chip kick. Nice second move by Hopper. Got some treatment from Marcus Bontempelli, but all fair in love and war.
Tom Lynch not to give away a free kick.
Little chip. Dale stands in the hole. Stood there in front of Fall and Trainer. And he couldn't collect it. Shows his disappointment as well. So some little things at least going Richmond's way to start this second half.
All you need is field position and give yourself some inside 50s. If not, get a stoppage like they have and get to work.
They spent more time in their forward 50 than the Dogs this quarter. Richards hacks it out. Banks overruns it. Ross gathers. Takes on his man.
Oh, hello.
And then darts one.
What a great kick.
Clever play.
Clicking $27, so I would have had that into the second leg of 9-1. Should have been a good day.
Initially he was thinking,
So good mind, I just say
buy myself some options, and then he had no options. He could have been out of bounds, but it wasn't called, Dwayne, so it doesn't matter. He's been able to hit up a teammate in in a scoring position.
We'll ask a pilot. Any landing's a good landing. And Sonzi marking it inside 50. Fortuitous may be. And offline, and Williams.
I might have to unpack that with you. The call, Matty. There can be some really bad ones coming.
Right. Yeah, just got to hope your wheels are down for starters. Lob, short. Williams. Ultra reliable. Rarely ever misses.
I'm kind of barracking for it.
Lob. Boston.
We are yet to have a 100-point win this season.
Here's to Sonsi. Had a few opportunities. Might need to pass this off. 2 for out to score. Says let's calm it down, boys. He sits it up in hope. Fall is under it, and Big English talks the talk.
Yeah, it's an important mark. I think the thing that Tigers have done really well this quarter is defensively, and they haven't allowed the Dogs to transition the ball from end to end, which was a problem in the second quarter.
Dale working in concert with Liberatore. Kick to the wing, Darcy. Richards.
Nothing else to go for.
Norton, McNeil. And then all
Vandermeer.
on his own is Vandermeer in isolation, and then a little chip.
Sorry. Riley West has already kicked one though. So I needed Vandermeer to kick one for the dead multi. So the more legs that misses, the happier I'll be.
He's already kicked one today, along with those 8 touches. That's the angle he's got to work with. Riley West.
Oh, G post.
He rattles the woodwork.
Huge, huge G.
Steve 50, and they didn't transition the ball inside their own 50, which has been a real strength of theirs.
Vandermeer suspension list.
West has become a real sharpshooter in front of goal.
Just for that pass off.
English stalking.
He's on report. He's on report.
Lob got there with the fist, knocked it to the front.
Just because he's a fuckstick. Love it.
The 8 if they win this game. Short week. They've got Sydney at the SCG next week. Treloar with that calf tightness might not be available. Sanders was a late withdrawal due to illness in this one for the Dogs. Richards couldn't grab it. Sonsi
high, surely.
Quite a lot high. And here he comes. It looks like Jasper Alger is about to be injected from Gippsland and Oakley and Warrigal for his first run on AFL footy.
He'd be chomping at the bit, wouldn't he? And there he is. And an exciting time for a young man as Tyler
so far.
Trots off the family.
Weirdly that they took that option out. Like I didn't have that option for when I was redoing the Bulldogs multi. So I don't know. It's almost like that day that we saw them having 10 plus disposals, Uncle, and we jumped on that.
Told that he's been subbed off yet. He's still sitting in the front row of the bench. Oh no, he's just been told.
So Lynch, this kick a little bit more complicated. Slide a little bit from 35 metres out.
Oh, yuck.
And started left and was never going to come around.
Their set shots haven't even looked like going through.
Such a shame. I really like the idea.
But these are the exciting times for Richmond supporters. The young players showing us what they're made of.
Yeah, I think and sometimes it does come down just to win a quarter or give yourself an opportunity to play well in a quarter. As the Dogs go again.
Bontempelli in the Cummins direction.
Boo.
Couple of really good things since he was subbed on. And then Richards from 50 metres out looked for Norton. He was in the wrong spot. Miller had him covered.
Miller heads out wide to McIntosh. Got a kind bounce. English corrals him. Bites off the impossible kick. Turns it over. Caulfield. Bramble. Got a few threats forward. Norton's forward. English forward. Karmas forward. It's in the Karmas direction, and Norton were both there. I forgot to mention Bontempelli. He's there as well. First touch.
Oh, Vandermeer and West colliding.
A little handball out. First touch in AFL footy. Might be coming back. Williams took a half netball step and then holds it up as Vlosten gets up.
It looks sore, Vlosten.
Now they're going to stop the play here.
Bring it back to Bailey Williams. Yeah. Injured player. Take it back. Injured player. So we'll bring it back. It's going to be your kick where you
So
were.
Nick Vlosten took a long time to get back to his feet.
Bang! Oh,
Inside 450,
give him a
just
good old
seeing he was okay, so
Kinshasa.
that's why player's been stopped.
And a head injury. They normally stop.
Yep.
Head injury.
Knee to the head.
So umpire with the right call there. So Williams, who initially
Surely he gets a
probably
HIA
was
for
full
that,
forward,
right?
he does exactly the same thing. Draws a crowd. There's hundreds of them there. No mark out the back. Ponton, Valley, McNeil, West, and they raffle it. And eventually it trundles out.
Which is now Norton looks sore. Norton is one of those players that needs to try and get himself into the game. You see there that the injury to Nick Vlosten, but Norton only the 4 disposals so far this game, 1 mark, and yet to hit the scoreboard.
Sims in the ruck with English, came out to Hines, couldn't control it, grabs Ross, came out to Taranto, flicked it wider. Smith found himself in the phone booth, snap round the corner, Dogs have the numbers, and then again Lobb with another killing fist.
Yeah, it's an easy spoil in the end for Rory Lobb. Just wonder what you do with Norton. Just to try and get him into the game. There's been plenty of opportunities forward of the ball.
Luke Beveridge has had plenty of advice about putting him back. Banks, Trainer inside to Smith. Campbell, nice loop. Green fed it back out. He missed Hopper. He goes back and made amends for the bad handball. Smith with the flick, didn't quite work. Dogs with plenty around it. Harm stripped. Campbell tries to attack it. Kennedy against the grain. He dropped that.
It was just an accumulation of pressure, wasn't it, by Richmond?
Fuck you,
Stayed inside
Kennedy.
the contest. Eventually got the reward.
Lob in front. Lynch behind. Lob.
Let's do it straight away.
At the moment, Roy Lob. Out wide to
Let's get
Dolan.
straight away.
And a couple to beat. Beats them both. Loops it to Vandermeer. Dogs fans roaring again. Vandermeer with some room to move.
Oh no.
Ugly kick that might work. Here's Norton on cue. Gets it.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Dropped it. Fumbled it just when he was in the van. Boulder a bounce. End-to-end stuff. Turns it over. Caulfield. Waste no time. Libber. Spins it long. English.
English. Never trust a ruckman though.
There was options everywhere.
100% based off this game alone.
Shape is excellent, and Richmond just fed into that with a couple of poor decisions. Caulfield's been excellent aerially, coming forward and intercepting. And this is a flip,
What's up, baby boy?
flip side of what we saw earlier with English at the back of Karmas at the front and just getting that kick over the top.
So Darcy spent a big portion of this third term on the bench. English getting a run to push forward. Magnificent.
I get the conversation about Norton. I think his work rate's been pretty good. Second quarter, if we have a look at the second quarter, if you've got a player like Bolter who's dropping off a player like Sam Darcy, it doesn't really matter how well you're playing, because when those options are as available as they are to the ball carrier, you're going to hit that target, and that's why Sam Darcy was targeted more often than not. I think Norton has thrown at everything. He had a couple of fumbles then, but it's the mix of all of those targets that I think allows a Sam Darcy to be dangerous, or for a Riley West to pop up at times. So I think Norton is important, his aerial pressure and contest. It's a good mix for the Dogs. If you can take him out of there, it makes them worse in front of the ball.
Just less than 7 left in the third term. Darcy in the ruck this time.
Kennedy.
Kennedy gets a free kick.
Kennedy.
So Kennedy blazing through the centre circles. Penetrating ball. Camus waits at the back. Claiming it, Bolter. It's a mark. Bolter presses on quickly. He's got Ross.
Oh, get yourself a ball.
Relatively late spoil.
He made him earn it.
So Ross calls for a bit of action further afield. Sims works his way to the front, lob's worked him in. Bobbles around. Kennedy first there with McIntosh. And it was
Kennedy again.
To Kennedy. So receives
Vandermeer.
the free kick, the drive by to West, and then Vandermeer. Now Kammer sets himself here.
Buku.
Couldn't quite mark it. Boulder. Handball over the top. Too hot for trainer. Liberatore gathers instead. Then to Fraser.
Fraser.
Fend off. Tries to fend off again. Throws it on the boot. There's dogs everywhere. It's like a kennel. McNeil marks it.
They were competing over the same bone there for a little while. Fraser just his ability once again beat a tackle. Yeah, it's the little basics in the game that make all the difference between the class players and the players that have a real dip. And I mean that's just effort, drive the legs, strong in the body, and knowing how to move the space. And then okay, well I'm going to get caught here. I'm going to put it on the boot.
Looking for his second, directly in front, and makes no mistake.
What are you up to now? 65 points.
And then if you're gonna have an indiscriminate kick, you put it to a really dangerous position. So
Well, at least that Richmond kid ain't crying. Better than the Carlton supporter.
We're going to raffle that. They're a little bit like twins, those two. When you come up next to one another, if you don't know the number itself, they actually similar size, stature, intensity, and they
Got the double void today with Whitfield and Trelaw. Unlucky.
Dynamic of the players in there seems to help them hit the scoreboard.
We got the Trelaw one in this game. We also cashed out with 5 minutes to go. Then Iden ticked off, so we lost ourselves $40.
Went back to being a forklift driver and playing in the Sandful. Was delisted and relisted a couple of years ago by the Dogs.
Moral of the story, always ride it out.
The way they're playing, they might be finals bound. Darcy's still in the ruck. I'm not sure about taking your Ferrari off-road like this, but they seem to like giving him a run in the ruck. Lob, front spot, off hands. Campbell kind of caught high. Richmond fans thought it was more than kind of. Bramble, speaking of survivors, to McNeil. Looks inside. The 1-2. Squeeze, kick down the corridor. The hunt for it. Smith stripped, gone. And the Dogs are out the front. Play on advantage. McNeil goes in, gets the Bonds having some sort of afternoon. Unselfish.
West. Beautiful.
It's just a great kick.
What's Bont up to?
He knew.
He's kicked, what, 2 goals?
In front of Marcus Bonds and
He's had 25 already.
Just work really hard to give
Looking
him
for a fucking
just to go to the
three-peat
space
here.
that you reckon is easiest to hit. In the end, the
3
kick
feet? Sorry, 3
draws
votes.
West to the space that was easiest to hit.
Marcus Bontempelli has begun contract negotiations in splendid form, and West slops through another.
Are you done?
He's got a couple. And there he is. A big number 4, Marcus Bontempelli, putting on some sort of show. 25 possessions, and his meter's still running.
Being competitive in some of the last 2 weeks.
Just see there near the
Yes.
goalpost, continues to run. Just held it. That little bit
From what you
longer,
guys are saying, they looked good in the first quarter, but
second lead, and really turned
they're still the
form
kind of
around.
club that can only put on 1 or 2 quarter performances, unfortunately.
That's the play that
It's going to be
in his hands.
a couple of years before they start putting on some 4 quarters.
Last week with a 15-game disposal, so he is now edging closer.
Would have hit 85. Oh, yuck.
Being a small forward last year, Riley West.
It's bullshit. I hate betting. Fuck this. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We go again tomorrow.
Himself, that's slightly off the side of the boot. Gives McIntosh half a squeak. Hines left it behind. Gloston over the top to McIntosh. Hines will harass him. Got him. Got rid of it legally. Gloston, quick hands. Hopper
Thank you,
has to do
Thor.
a ring-a-rosy.
So we go again next week, Thursday.
True centre wing. Couple of Tigers here. Campbell got a handball to it. Sims. Mansell runs into a brick wall and holding the football.
Yeah.
He can just continued to track the ball and be in a position to pressure.
Never been All-Australian, Tom Liberatore, but he's making a case.
Presty and Hopper are probably going to be what would have cost me anyway, so Treloar being void is probably a good thing in hindsight.
By Green. Spears it, hoping for Lynch, and he got there.
Still good closing speed by Rory Lobb. You'd think Lynch would have this distance covered.
Dying stages of the third term.
Didn't look that bad either.
Trying to make the score a little more respectable, the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just part of the... He's had issues with it before, so maybe he's slightly more vulnerable. Then you just hit him in a different spot in the head. Oh, holy shit.
English, Bonampelli, they're all there. Great crumb, Liberatore.
Kennedy! It's alright, 71 points here.
Didn't want to take it.
5 more goals, doggies. Be the first team to hit a 100-point win this season. Can't believe we haven't got one yet. What are you doing staring at me? What? What?
They keep running. Bramble's running for him. He goes inboard. Kick ducked into Kennedy. Running for him, Harms. Too far out to score. Mantle pressures him. Got it out to Bramble. Quick kick in the Darcy direction off hands. Bontempelli and West there. West gathers. Kennedy hits the ball hard. They grab him. Got his boot to it. West. Darcy. Darcy with a chance towards the top of the square. Did Vandermeer give a free kick away? Yes, he did.
Yeah, he's trying to bring the ball to ground at Bontempelli, who was in front, and in fact gave away a free kick.
So it's Banks with the free kick. And Banks.
Not too many Richmond players running for the ball.
It's in the Hopper direction, but overcooked it. Ralph Smith was there, and it's going to be a free kick. And it's going to the Dogs this time. So McNeil, with 2 goals this afternoon, less than a minute to play in the third term, goes short to Liberatore, and then goes corridor to Williams.
Yeah, just working around the key, really, for the last roll of the dice. And Bramble wanders inside 50. They need a safe word here, Richmond.
We need a safe word here, Richmond. My safe word's pineapples, by the way, chat.
Well, it might be Wolf. As they keep coming, the Dogs, they're that was just really great shape. That the Richmond players had collapsed, and this is once again that offense that, you know, what are your opposition giving you? Okay, they've given us the lateral. We'll go again. They haven't come out at us, so we'll go out wide to the fat side to Bramble.
I'm holding you so you don't fall.
20 metres further out if a Richmond player had it pressed up, but he hadn't. So the kick was drew him into the 50, into space, and then he just took the opportunity to finish.
They thought through it well, didn't they?
Yep.
They weren't enticed to go long to the top of the goal square to their key forwards.
Do you want to turn around?
They just realised where the weakness was in the Richmond defence.
Played every game last year, Bramble, fighting for his footy life after coming from the Hawks. Ralph Smith. High ball towards Lynch. Looking for a quick reply.
His third or fourth mark inside 50 this quarter alone. He's turned the tables on that contest with Rory Lobb, who was excellent in the first half. 4 marks this
General,
quarter,
do you
3
still need
contested,
links for one more?
all inside
Or
450.
was that one in the goal square the only one you needed?
Accuracy is concerned. 1 goal, 1. So on the siren, it's all about respectability on the scoreboard.
We're on
Lynch
Norton now.
comes in. It's not a bad
Good
attempt.
kick. There you go. Richmond will not lose by 100. They just won't. They won't go away.
They go into the 3/4 time
Norton
break.
Kennedy. Fuck Kennedy.
Leading by
Fuck Trelaw.
71.
I hope they bring that function back next week. Sportsbet. Maybe they were just trialing it on the Sunday.
chesty cough?
Get Duratough with Duratough. Go Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Save $100 on Westinghouse French door fridge, now $12.94. Save over $3.90 on Roborock robotic vac and mop. Save $1,300 on this LG 65-inch OLED TV. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
Joystick. Is that it?
Yeah.
All done? All done? Okay.
Whenever you're game ready, we're here for it. With cold bevies close by.
All yours. If you drop it, you gotta get it now.
We put someone in.
You just dropped it exactly straight away. Fuck it up.
Now, and off the tools down. Super. Making hard work pay off.
The end of financial year is always the start of something special at Toyota. It might be the start of a relationship that lasts decades. Or a day you'll remember for the rest of your life. Perhaps you'll discover it's the start of something new. Or a future you feel confident about. The day you get your new Toyota is the start of a feeling that never leaves you. And that feeling starts right here at your local Toyota dealership. Toyota.
In Bond World, even buying and selling second-hand goods is a breeze. Unfortunately, we don't live
Sitting your time out page, Rav.
At Cash Converters, turn your unwanted goods into cash in less than 10 minutes. Cash Converters, making more of the things you want possible.
Do you promise to care for her in sickness and in health?
I do.
Robert, do you promise to provide a lifetime guarantee on all work with almost any car repair?
It's the care I require, Robert.
You want me to take your keys?
I do.
Get the care you deserve at My Car Tyre and Auto. People first.
I was just getting over it. I was just fucking getting over it.
The Chief is getting set back at Fox Footy HQ
I was
for
just
another
getting over
epic
it.
episode
Okay?
of Bounce.
Fuck off.
Plenty of laughs with all of our team as they turn it up. Then we've got first crack for a first look of the big issues out of round 15. So Fox Footy tonight, something for everyone, a bit of fun, but also the serious side of our great game. Well, it is the Western Bulldogs well in control here at Marvel Stadium, and there's been a bit of movement today in the bottom part of the top 8. So the Gold Coast Suns and the Giants played out a thriller at NG Stadium. The Giants got the job done, which has pushed the Gold Coast Suns out of the top 8 for the first time this season. The Bulldogs, as you can see there on the live ladder, jump into 8th spot. They've come into this game 127 points on the percentage. You can see that's jumped up to 133. So the number one attack in the game, certainly very potent today. 97 points they've put on it, have kept the Tigers to just 26 at this point in time. So a really important percentage booster for the Western Bulldogs as that top 8 tightens up in the run home. A big part of the Western Bulldogs' success today has been their skipper, Marcus Bontempelli, who's bounced back after a really quiet game last week. Jordan Lewis, he looks in fine form today.
Yeah, the Rolls Royce, he's certainly back firing. He's been everywhere. I've loved his work rate to not only get back into defence and help, he's certainly contributed to the scoreboard. They've had 10 different goal scorers, the Western Bulldogs, so everyone has been involved. His kicking today has been a real feature. Before his last missed kick, he was going at 100%, so he had 11 kicks at 100% prior to that one. But he's just everywhere. I think if you're a budding young midfielder, come here and watch Marcus Bontempelli work. He just works contest to contest, makes really good decisions.
Just keep just keep us going in your pocket, Rav.
So he's been
And we'll count him down.
quite weak last week. I think Liberatore's
Have an
been really
earbud
good.
in.
Richards
Pretend like you're fine.
has been really good, and they've still got a quarter of football to go. Look at that kick there to Riley West. Brilliant to see.
Good to see that quarter. 13 inside 50s each. The clearances, the contested ball was relatively even. What the Dogs had was uncontested marks. Took 35 uncontested marks to 13, so they controlled their ball use and split Richmond's defence to be able to hit the scoreboard heavier.
So after 56 at half-time, 71 points at three-quarter time as we commence the last quarter. Bontempelli with the first touch. English, Kennedy. Long ball to the top of the square.
Good mark. Darcy's just too good, too big.
It's that man again.
Wait, do you think he could fool everyone if he just took Aaron Norton's headband?
A little bit of speed on it. The other defenders don't have time to come over and impact in the air. There's a genuine one-on-one win. Good strength. Not much Bolter could do.
So, looking for number 4, Sam Darcy.
Bang.
And
Good goal.
true. So 10 individual goal kickers.
We're now down 23 points the margin.
Kennedy and also Aaron Norton, who contributed 5 goals against St Kilda last week, haven't kicked one today.
Mum and Dad there, Beck and Luke, just watching on with one of their kids going about his business. That must be an enjoyable afternoon for them. But one of the players that's been sneaky good today has been Matty Kennedy. He's got more midfield time than most of the games that he's played this year, quite often starting as a high half forward and then getting involved sort of through the midfield as a high half forward. But he's been starting as a legitimate mid for most of today. 21 touches, 6 tackles to lead all comers for the Bulldogs, and 5 inside 50. He's been very strong. Couldn't get
Team wins by 10
minutes
goals
at
or more.
Carlton, but he's getting them here.
Yeah, he's having a great afternoon, and here he is almost getting it on cue. English.
Could also go the other way as well. Team wins by less than a goal.
Was Vlosten held? He was.
Ooh.
Advantage is played.
Team hits 69, riding that one in.
Blasted out wide in front of Fall. Williams, Fall, boundary line, and mentioned Williams. Ultra consistent, missed just 4 games in 5 seasons, doing the job again. I know we're only taking it 1 game at a time, but there's 2 younger Darcy brothers as well that Sam's got that could join him at the Western Oval at some stage. That'd be handy if they were all as good as Sam or Dad or Grandpa. It was pretty good.
Even half as good, they'd be happy.
Yeah.
I like it. So how many are we up to now?
He has in the
3,
ruck, boys.
6,
What would be the idea behind that?
3,
I
6,
like the fact that he's
7,
not
8,
saved
9,
or in
12,
some way sheltered
15,
from that. It's a
18,
responsibility
21,
for a tall forward at
24,
some
27
stages
we're
go
up to
into
now.
that second ruck role. I think it frees them up as well.
This is Darcy's head looks like a triangle.
Boston back on the ground, kick inside 50
Uncle's
to
coming out
Campbell.
looking for blood.
He's a real pocket rocket, is Seth Campbell. 2 goals last week, or at least their match previously against the Swans 2 weeks ago. Of course, having the bye last week, they only kicked the 4 and he kicked 2 of them.
Digressing, I do understand the
Shot
concern
for
about
goal
an injury
after the
to Sam
siren
Darcy,
in
but if
any
you're concerned
quarter.
about injury, you wouldn't play football.
I like
It's
it.
going to happen from time to time, but if you don't do it, you don't get robust and resilient, and I think he is, and he will be.
So Campbell's kick is a
He's
beauty.
kicked it.
Not deviating.
He does
one
not want to
little
lose by 100.
goal of the afternoon.
Puts the margin back out to 71. Wait, no. It's a 29. 29 is the margin.
Darcy one keeps you interested. You know, sometimes, and yes, the Dogs are going well, but at some point they might not be. So you can bring yourself up into the contest. You get involved. You're around different people. So it allows you to be flexible, and also it doesn't allow your direct opponent, in this instance Noel Bolter, to have the set on you for the whole game. Bolter now moving over to Norton, and Darcy going to the ruck. So as we see there, Seth Campbell's club ranks, so number 1 for goals, number 2 for goal assists, number 1 for score involvement. So
I like that. I've written that down, General.
a good long-term player for this club.
And number one this year for goal celebrations with that flip after the first round win over Carlton. Long bomb. Norton in the spot.
Buku. Buku. Oh. Lil G. No. Somehow I don't think the sweatband is helping.
You're not. Well, there's been a few. Depends on whether you call Jack Ginnivan showing of the ball a celebration before he kicked it.
So Miller's kick to the congestion. Fall. He's plucked that one out. Dogs beat Richmond by 115 points back in 2006. Was their biggest win against this opponent, as Bontempelli may have even just touched him on the bonce there for a moment.
Rory Lobb held Tom Lynch out.
Kick to centre half forward. Kennedy at the back. Broad's claiming it, and it's going to be paid it. So happy to get Bolter into the action, and then wider out to Miller, and now Vlosten. A few words with the doctor late in that third term, just making sure he knew what day it was.
Oh, good touch.
And he kicks it towards McIntosh, chopped off by Richardson out.
Just haven't been able to get any speed on the ball, Richmond. They've been denied the corridor. The Dogs have defended that part of the ground really well, and just haven't allowed them to include handball receives, run and carry in their game.
Luke Beveridge, 11th season at the helm, would be pretty happy with the way it's unfolding. Richards caught a little high. Caught a lot high.
Stand.
Williams switches on. Lob can go. No one comes at him. He's got a paddock. Just floats it out wide. Puts it over the head of Davidson. Have to go back and get it. Gives it to Libber, who's been everywhere. Poke past to Bramble. And they're having some fun, the Dogs. Inside to Richards or
Just a training drill at this point.
Dow says, I'll have it, I'll give it to you.
Ball.
Just crept up behind him, did fall.
Like a librarian.
Quick kick inside.
Over the top.
Chips it further to Mansell.
Over the top.
They can get one against the grain.
Over the top.
Who wasted a couple of chances in the opening
We'll go for it.
Has to take
This to probably put a dint into the 100-point margin. A big, big dint.
Ed Richards spoke about how they're just sharing the ball with each other. That one with Bailey Dale, that was pretty much a hospital handball.
This will be 6 goals then. Bulldogs will need.
Either. One of the few
Danger rules coming in soon.
Collar the Dogs.
Goes for the snap, kick, and works it to perfection.
That's a pretty big cheer for a team kicking their fifth goal.
A couple of snaps early, didn't he? But he did.
Still down by 11 goals.
Too sure why he's waiting for the 30-second clock to get to 3 to then start. They don't really need
To be fair, Adelaide, I would have liked them to kick 5 goals last week.
Take a few deepies and have him in the best physical shape that he can to be able to finish.
And let your defence get a breather, given that they've been under the pump, set up.
And he finished that.
I think actually we did kick 5 goals.
On
We need to
Richards
kick
having
6.
to take the fall.
And maybe, because he hasn't been kicking straight, he thought I better let him to set up for a behind, just in case I do miss.
A little bit more camera time.
It's a good-looking headband look, isn't it? The little, obviously,
LeBron.
to keep the hair out of his eyes, but he's got a unique look going.
Darcy Nankervis scrapped for it. Darcy had a fair bit of it. Just volleyballed it forward only as far as Banks. Vlosten fumbles.
Christ, Norton.
Bontempelli's
Hello, Norton. Pick the fucking thing up, Norton, and then gives away a free kick.
High one on Vlosten.
They just haven't been able to get involved in the game. Aaron
What a
Norton,
useless fella.
There's been so many opportunities forward of the ball on the back of the Dogs' ball movement.
McIntosh
great hand. Great.
grasps it with one hand.
Great grab.
Read it really well. He's got a man further afield in Mansell. He's got some separation from Bramble. And then kicks it long and strong to Lynch. Couldn't quite. Pinched by Lobb. He's manhandled out towards Davidson. Off the deck.
Good kick off the deck.
Enough. Only trundles out to Broad. Broad sends it back from where it came. Fall waits for it. Got his right hand to it, but that was all.
Good chase by Vandermeer on the open side.
Good to see the Tigers fighting this out as well. A few Richmond fans in the house. The former coach said they don't know where this place is. They don't like coming here, but a few
Lock.
have turned
Oh.
they're going to see.
This will really fuck them.
This last quarter out. Lynch to have a shot.
100 points is not going to hit.
Some direction.
Richmond might even win this last quarter.
Can be a challenging period for a team that's this far ahead when the opposition have a little spurt. You've just got to understand that this is going to happen for periods of this last quarter. Just make sure you play the game out as best you can.
So goalless in the 4-goal game the Tigers had last game against the Swans.
Just looking in
Sneaks
nice.
it in for his third here.
What year did Lynch get to Richmond?
He's had a really strong second half, Tom Lynch. He was beaten in that direct contest with Rory Lobb for the majority of the first half. Obviously a little bit more supply since half-time. And it doesn't hurt to get those errant
Okay,
free
so
kicks
he's won a
that
couple
come
premierships.
Here and there. Contested marks in the third quarter had 3 shots on goal to be able to, or 4 shots on goal to convert twice, and then that one just snuck in. So that's not a bad return.
I think these will be the little wins that
I was
Adam
just
Uze will
thinking,
be
like,
looking at. Just win the last
I don't know if
quarter.
it was a...
That's all he'll be asking his team to do.
It would really suck for him to be in Richmond now when he was at Gold Coast, and Gold Coast are just getting good.
Tom Lynch.
Imagine him and
Senior players have been excellent. I mean,
Ben
Lynch when
King.
he's fit. I think McIntosh
Same
and
forward line.
Nankervis have been the guys that have allowed the young players to develop around them. Floston behind the ball. Just, you know, Taranto and Hopper consistent through the middle. They've given the spine for the youth to develop from.
So Taranto's kick off hands Dale with the crumbing Hines, and then West in isolation, steaming through the middle. Kick inside 50, set up perfectly for Norton.
Oh, Font.
Gave it to Bontempelli, who slid through and said,
Excellent.
"Thank you very much. I'll
They
kick
needed
number
that
3."
to keep the 100-point alive.
That is class.
Data predictor with Gold Coast and Carlton come out. That's true.
Well, Norton actually did really well to get that ball to Bontempelli, being slung in the tackle. For Bontempelli to spread from the midfield,
It's a good shout,
go
actually.
forward and provide an option. Just see here, this right from half back, take it to the middle of the ground, handball receive, kick across the body from West. But I thought this was great by Aaron Norton, just to find Bontempelli.
It's the 18th turnover they've got in their defensive mid, and it's the 5th goal that they've kicked from that score source. So they've kicked 7 goals from behind centre from turnover, 7-2 in total. They've just been ruthless. When they get the turnover in that part of the ground, their ability to chain up with hands or spread the ground and make it big and then finish going inside 50 has been excellent.
English against
Well, I'll put it this way, Carlton are dead in the water.
to half forward, and he's held his own. Bramble more than held his own. He's got the debutant on him at the moment, Alga. So tough task for him. Vandermeer knocked it to Karmas. To Vandermeer. Chips it to Norton.
Oh, Norton. No.
Just when he thought he was going to have a shot, taken off him on the foot.
Thought you had Carlton beating the Hawks. No, I had Freo beating the Hawks.
Bolt up.
I had Freo beating the Hawks at
Tense
Optus
disposal for Noah.
in
High
2
ball,
weeks, I
that
think
one.
it is.
Caulfield from nowhere tried to mark it.
3 weeks.
McIntosh tries to fall over it. Just fossics around. Real stacks on. Aaron Norton on screen. Goalless this afternoon. There's the young man, Steely Green. English tries to stop the rot with a
That's
big
ball.
fist, and then West
Just
takes
go
on 1
away.
or 2, scrambles a kick out of the congestion. Broad gathers well. Quick fire handball to Vloston. Back to Brown. And then a man leading out is Sims.
It's a little thing, but that little pump fake by Vosson just buys him an extra step or two to be able to make the next best decision.
Sims on 3 big tools for Fall to beat. Lynch, little back pedal was nice. Chip inside, even better to Ross.
There's a nice composed kick going inside. 50.
Actually, Sydney Bulldogs next week could be interesting. It's at the SCG.
Committed to the contest. Didn't blaze away at the back, Tom Lynch.
Jack Ross just 7 games last year with the foot fracture, but all 14 games this season. Struck that pretty well. He gets himself a consolation prize.
Back under 60. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, you want to see the game finished off as best you can if you're a Tigers supporter. Their first quarter was good, outclassed in the second quarter. Third has looked okay, but they kicked 3 goals to 3-quarter time. They kicked 4 goals in this last quarter. So to be able to hit the scoreboard and get some form of reward for your effort, because I don't think it's been an effort issue. It's just been a class issue. And it's when expectations are low, you're not going to be disappointed. And clearly, the Richmond fans want the scoreboard to look different, to look differently as they go along. But kicking 4 last quarter goals to this point at least gives them something to sink their teeth into.
Oh, but you mentioned taking a quarter is an ambition at this stage with the young blood that they have, and they lead 4 goals to 2 in this final term. As
yeah, you're going to beat Bulldogs in the last quarter, which is embarrassing for them.
Quick fire handball to English, and then Kennedy just cut off momentarily by McIntosh, but it's still pushing forward. Whistle on the play. Dale's kick towards Camus. It's coming back. So Kennedy, 2 goals against St Kilda last week. Then was heading back in the Camus direction, but the problem was Camus wasn't there. Broad was the last man standing. Heads to Ross, and then a short one to Hopper. Only went about 4 metres. Then Hopper just has to trundle it forward to Taranto. They get away with it pretty well. Look away handball. Ross back towards Taranto. Slips over. Ross gathers with the one hand, then too slow. Bramble grabbed him.
A little bit of percentage slipping away from the Dogs. They were on track to have the 3rd best percentage in the AFL at the end of this game.
Jesus, you're having us win first week.
As they were at 3-quarter time.
Wow.
They'll be in the 8 tonight, but 3rd or 4th best percentage. They've got some scoring power. It's been a different team to watch. Sam Darcy back in after missing much of this season through injury. Norton comes hard. Lob in the
Got
middle.
you second.
Davidson can't keep it
The
alive.
fuck?
Just an update from
I'll
ground
take
level,
it.
guys. Adam Treloar has only just emerged onto the bench after, of course, in that second quarter he was subbed out of the game with calf tightness. It was
Go on and
quite
taking a
long time
nap.
to be away from the bench and away from the group. I imagine he's fairly deflated given his history of soft tissue injuries.
Thanks, Sarah. Bad news there for Adam Treloar and his family. That's a bad one.
Kennedy, left boot in the Darcy direction. Bolter wrestled his way to the front. Out the back it goes. Brown and Camus see it over.
Analysing the percentage as well, they're easily the heaviest scoring team in the competition, given the average or aggregate score. They're about 6 or 7 for defence. So the offence looks excellent, and the defence just keeps getting better and better. So the Dogs are in great shape when you look at that percentage, despite the win-loss, which will be 8 and 6 after this game.
So a couple of thumping victories. They have Sydney next week, but the question mark still posed. They haven't beaten a team above them. GWS initially was the only team they had above them that they'd beaten through the year. Still with a long way to go, though.
Well, what they are doing is they're putting themselves in good shape to be able to answer those questions when they can't.
English with the free kick.
Thank you. Stand.
He's kicked one. As we mentioned earlier, 10 individual goal kickers for the Dogs. He just props it up.
Norden! Norden!
To be the 11th individual goal kicker.
I like the kick. It was a little dart, so I got there quick. You see there, comes from behind Boltac. Good body position. Easy mark in the end.
Dogs leading goal kicker in 2023 comes in.
Little yuck, but it's there.
Now
What else do we need, General?
joins the goal kicking party this afternoon.
The defensive craft of Noah Bolton is it's an interesting study, isn't it? He seems to be a player
Big
who
bet,
gets very
Kennedy a goal. What about the small one? Anything else, or is that ticked off?
For an intercept defender at times, but when you against the weight
Day or
of
two. Okay.
territory and entries that the Tigers are under, you look the positioning here, like just how free Norton is, and he's able to make a run at the ball. He's even got sight of where his defender is, so he can actually make that play.
It seems like once you can create initial separation from him, he doesn't then re-engage.
He's a good defender up the ground and in transition through the middle of the field. Because of his athleticism, he's been exposed in the D50 this afternoon.
Richards, English, bit of a tour rate, knew the traffic was coming. Harms, Richards, Bontempelli, poetry in motion, the Bont, to Norton or Karmas. Karmas almost there for the crumb. He is there for the crumb.
Kennedy, oh no. He's missed everything.
Missed it, but
Ah, Kennedy, you fuck.
touches and finishing strongly. 3 goals against the Saints last game from just 8 possessions. He's had more possessions, but less goals today.
So Banks, long kick, lob, that really strong fist. Prestia overran it, and then Bontempelli sends it back to
Nice, Darcy. Just too big.
timber of Darcy.
Well, once again, it was a kick that got there quickly. And the forwards never take their eyes off the ball. Great extraction. Kicks it to the hot spot. And in that point in time, it was Miller that had front position.
So Sam Darcy comes in directly in front, puts it into the second row, and that's 5-2 for the afternoon.
God damn. Late surge for the Coleman.
9 score involvements. He's taken 8 marks. 3 of those have been contested. He's a real headache for oppositions inside that forward 50. And Bontempelli has had some sort of game as well.
It looked too easy, didn't it? Sort of picking the ball up and backing out of that contest, but the good players make the difficult look ridiculously easy, and he definitely does that.
And you mentioned the Dogs haven't beaten anyone above them, or they won't be able to beat anyone above them the next 2 weeks either. They've got Sydney at the SCG and then North Melbourne here at Marvel. So they might just keep climbing the ladder and having less teams above them to be able to beat Frazier. He deserves one.
Misses.
But he doesn't get himself one.
Ugh, L.
Watermelon man, that's his secret.
Bulldogs are now leading the quarter.
Whilst we're waxing lyrical about the Bont, his game rating is 31.4, which is the 10th highest game by a Bulldog in history. So still with 6 minutes to do something about that and go further up.
And to clarify that, they have beaten GWS, who've held on to that 7th spot on the live ladder. The top 6 is now the interest point for the Dogs. Here's Taranto. Back he goes to Bolter. Kick into the middle. Smith showed a little bit of courage there and got out to McIntosh. So things opening up in junk time as Miller pierces one to Ross. Ross offloads. Banks towards Nankervis, caught at the back. The tall timber of English at the front. Elgar with the disposal. McIntosh is centering hack, looking for Prestia. Richards dropped the mark. Prestia goes backwards. Quick hands to Hopper. Hopper off a standing start. It's going to be online as it got the
Goal?
trip. I reckon it did. Goal to the
Dang.
Tigers. They've had a good last quarter.
Rory Lott pleading his case there because he's claiming that it was a ball that was able to be marked, but he was pushed out of a marking contest by a guy who wasn't trying to mark it.
Yeah, I think we know you can do pretty much whatever you want on the goal line, and the umpires won't pay.
How long's left? I think there's only like a couple of minutes left. He might just be done.
Another look at it here, both wrestling, but you're right, the 5-goal fourth term would please.
Oh, 5 minutes left. He'll be
Adam
alright.
Uze, in terms of
He'll get back
finishing
on.
the game.
2 touches.
Well done.
Not too sure there's a free kick there.
English with a slap down. Little tap away by Vloston, but straight to Richards. Frazier lurking at half forward. Against the grain, looks inside. He's got a few options. Who does he want? English.
Oh, English.
He is a big weapon to have, Tim English. He went from All-Australian in 2023 to missing the top 10 of the Dogs' best and fairest last year. The good Tim English just changes this whole team. And
Do we trust a ruckman?
This for goal number 20 for the Dogs.
Sometimes you can trust a ruckman.
English making a statement. The Dogs making a statement.
Always trust a ruckman.
Really clever tactic, I think. Most ruckmen, when their opposing ruckman goes deep inside your forward 50, you go down and try and equalise. What Tim English does is he hangs around the 30 to 40 metre mark, hoping that whoever gets the ball can see him. On that occasion,
Does that
it was
bring
Nankervis
Dale
that
back on
spread
with that
really
goal?
deep inside the
No.
defensive 50. And Tim English was a little bit more shallow.
Still sat on the bench for 7
It
minutes.
became an option. Good finish.
So at the moment, boys, I've been reliably told this is the Dogs' 5th win over 71 or more if it was to stay like this for the season. So no wonder that percentage is ticking pretty high. Frazier tries to soccer it to himself, and then McNeil was hit hard, and that's going to cause a reaction.
God damn. Players' underwear shown.
Yeah, he led with his
Bingo
head,
card.
but he
Mark
was
it off.
Still trying to work out which way the ball was going to bounce and which foot he was going to put forward to turn his hip into it, McNeil.
Trainer still with McNeil after he disposed of the football. Davidson to Hines.
That'll look very similar.
He
to
sat there.
Durham Chera one
Leg.
in slow-mo in review.
Long high ball from
Legs down.
Hines.
He may as well just take his boots off.
Couldn't quite chest that one. Brown grabbed it. He's taken in a 2-man tackle. Kennedy and West all over him and a ball up.
Oh, Bulldogs, Docs. Where's your big mustache, lad?
Looks like he's got a stinger down the left shoulder. Might have got it, sort of glanced him up the top through his neck, shoulder region.
Bontempelli back to Davidson. A little 2-man game between the pair of them there.
Buku. English. Norton. Someone.
Got some weaponry. Darcy jumps in. Rouse Smith through the traffic.
Too easy.
Prestia, McIntosh, Banks. Harms. Back to the bomb. Back to the hot spot. Thumped away from Darcy. Brilliant palm down to
Goal.
Great take. It's clean.
He's having some fun as well in game 5.
Yeah, that was
Fantastic crumb. Surely Bailey Dale gets on.
and then into the hot spot.
Now would be the time.
Darcy looked like he was on it again, but Hines has clean hands here. That scoops below the knees, and then the finish. That's excellent. Really good skill.
And the celebration, act like you've done it before.
Yeah, it's no fuss, is it?
Yeah.
I think General does.
Dan Curvis, McNeil clash.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Durham one. There's obviously more body involved in it, but
For his small bet, I think he needs Bailey Dale for 2. For his larger bet, he needs Kennedy for a goal. I think.
he might have just
He or
braced for
she.
contact with his left arm there a
They.
little bit.
Out to 79 points in front of over 38,000 here today. Taranto's wobbly ball to Harms. Davidson. He's had a good afternoon. 26 disposals, Davidson. West. Richards keeps on running. And at the back, Hines. He's loving it out there.
Oh, Bont. Bont just said fuck off.
Up with the left boot. Would have been too good to be true. Out of bounds on the full.
Indeed, General. What a shit weekend.
Little heat check from the Bond, possession 35. See how hot I really am. Missed some games this year. He's finished second in the Brownlows twice. Marcus Bontempelli.
Except to kick the goal that time.
He's going to be hunting some votes the way he's going. The last part of the season. Chip kick to Bolter. Blasted 65. Gets it long through the hands of Fall. English getting back to lend a hand. Got a little one high. 135 to 56. And not many Bulldog fans have left their seat. They're ready to roar at the conclusion of this one. Lob. Big round of applause for Rory. The roar for Rory to Kennedy.
As a Crows fan, I'm scared to face the Dogs in a few weeks.
$38,280.
Yeah, you guys reckon?
On a Sunday afternoon. And Curvis just nudged English over. Fraser got a hand to it. Bontempelli fighting to the bitter end.
If it was at home, I'd be a bit more confident, but no, it's at Marvel, so
got a kick away somehow.
I think Dogs should be heavy favourites there.
Williams off a step.
Oh, West free kick.
Infringes.
Can't believe Bailey Dale needs 2 touches and he's sat on the bench for the last 12 minutes. Yuck. Fuck you, Bailey Dale.
12th game of AFL. Work in progress. Another of the young brigade for the Tigers. Long ball. Lob looking for possession. 22. Fell out the back. Caulfield taken high by Hopper.
It's true. Fuck you, Bevo.
West
Get off.
taken high by Hopper.
Bevo out.
In the latter stages.
They'll end up having over 100 uncontested possessions more than the Tigers.
18th touch for West.
Oh. What's going on here?
Floston is a bit of a step ladder. He is trying to see how spectacular he can be in the last 2 minutes with a real
Bontempelli, 36 disposals, 3 goals. If he doesn't get 3 votes for this game, Mark, I'm going down to the AFL house and I'm setting it on fire. Well, we are done for the night. Chats. What a weird old day, eh? What a weird old day. But it's okay, because we go again next week, aren't we, right? Eh? Go again next week. Ah. Ah. How much did I miss by in that book? Because that's the other thing, is I did do 90% for that last multi. So how much did that miss by too? 1 disposal each for Prestia and Hopper. Vandermeer and Kennedy I added on my own at the end there. They both missed. But from the 90% ones, Prestia and Hopper missed by 1 disposal each. And Trelaw missed because he got voided. So I think it's a pretty good thing to follow, actually, if they end up doing it all again. But yes, I'll catch you all later. Look after yourselves. Have a good weekend, guys.